Are you using a webcam or no?
Yeah, I'm using one.
Okay. Why can't we see you? Is it on?
Yeah, it's on. I think you just need to enable it on your end. And we should.
I need to enable it. Why? Okay, guys, we're just also figuring this out as we go. So just be patient. Just one moment. Okay, I'm gonna make you co-host. I'm gonna see if that works. I don't know if.
Cool. Hey, that seems to be working.
Okay. So if all goes well, you guys, the attendees, should only see Lachlan.
Hey, everyone. Thanks, Seb. Yeah, I thought it was interesting. You're kind of reflecting on how all our lives are going to change, because the kind of topic of my talk is probably the one thing that could take us back to normal in the shortest possible time. So I'm just going to share my screen. And yeah, I'm Lachlan. I'm a principal at a company called OSI, which is a kind of science and technology investment company. And I've been involved in kind of setting up numerous biotech companies over the years, kind of including genomics and other technologies, but also vaccines. And yeah, it's been really interesting being involved in that space from a kind of investment perspective, especially given the current climate where the kind of world spotlight is on vaccines, whereas previously it certainly hasn't been. And I wanted to just start with a quote by Jeremy Farrar, who's kind of leading a lot of the UK's efforts in how we deal with this vaccine. And it's kind of his view, and he's been very public about this and saying that kind of one of the only ways out of this, or potentially the only way out of this, is some kind of efficacious treatment or vaccine that needs to be developed in a short time. And I think what's kind of interesting is that goes in very, very stark kind of contrast to the kind of investment in vaccines seen over the last kind of 2 decades. So if you look at the number of deals in the venture capital space in vaccines, there's a kind of clear peak in, when swine flu happened, I'm sure many of you remember, Ebola and Zika, there's kind of resurged interest. But ultimately, those vaccines didn't go anywhere because those pandemics didn't go anywhere. And the world kind of forgot. And you can see kind of interestingly, for the last 3 years leading up to COVID, the number of deals were at an all-time low. So at the moment that we most need it, the number of kind of available vaccine technologies that there are probably, some of the lowest that there ever has been. And then you can see in kind of the last 3 months, since this all kicked off, you've kind of had more deals than in the last 3 years almost. And if you did that, if you weighted that bar for the year, this is going to be like crazily out of proportion. So I think clearly that's going to change going forward, but we can kind of explore some of the dynamics about why this is happening and why there's kind of such a market failure where there's been one of the most significant economic events of all time happening. Many trillions lost from the global economy, and somehow there must be a way of paying for that in the context of an investable proposition. Yeah, I'd like to pause and just take a run through, how do you actually make a COVID vaccine? Obviously, there's lots of people working on it, and I thought it'd be interesting just to explain to you like the basic strategies that are being employed. It's kind of interesting. Obviously, it's a coronavirus, so there was a lot known about coronaviruses from MERS, and when MERS happened, so we kind of knew which protein we had to target, and it's what's called this kind of spike glycoprotein, which is on the surface of the cells, and it's what the virus uses to infect human cells. So it will attach to human cells. There's lots in the lung that have the relevant human receptor that it binds to, and that's how it kind of makes its entry. And pretty much all of the vaccine strategies out there are honed in on targeting that interaction. So trying to block the interaction of the spike protein with its human target. So just going back to some basic kind of immunology, the virus will, as you can see here, bind to this human ACE2 receptor. It will enter the cell, and then its whole goal is to make as many copies of itself as possible in the shortest time. And then on the immune side, the human immune system will recognize it, and then it will take it to either what's called B cells, where you'll get an antibody response. We've been hearing a lot about that recently, and I'll go more into that. Or T cells, where you get a kind of T cell response. Your own cells will kind of hunt down and kill infected cells. And then what you're trying to aim for is some kind of long-lived, lasting immunity, where if you get infected again, the body can recognize that and can respond faster than it did the first time. And to me, it's like a very political thing, is how long is that immunity lasting for? Because if you can get coronavirus only once and never again, then it's clearly going to be less difficult to emerge from this current situation. If you can get it maybe once every 2 or 3 years, then this is going to massively change the dynamic as we leave the lockdown. Something that's been in the news a lot is the idea of doing serological studies to tell, have you had the virus already? So that would be this red box, checking whether you've got antibodies against the virus in your bloodstream. And whether or not those tests are effective also will be key in kind of measuring our response as we move from this lockdown. So yeah, there's about 100 vaccines in the pipe, which I think is kind of an interesting number, because on first glance, it seems like a big number. But if you think about the fact that the vaccine is what's required to kind of emerge from this economic state, and the whole world's attention is on this, I think it's actually quite a small number. And then especially if you consider that in order to be effective in the relevant time frame, you need to be able to make probably 1 billion doses of this vaccine within 12 to 18 months to kind of provide the world with enough. And we've never done that before. So the biggest selling vaccine right now is selling in the kind of tens to hundreds of millions amount. So we need a kind of 10 to 100x fold improvement in volume of manufacturing in an unprecedented time frame. So this in itself is a huge challenge. It's like, this is the vaccine Olympics right now. We've only got kind of 4 or 5, runners who have a realistic chance of getting there. I think it's quite interesting. So yeah, I'm just going to focus on 3 of the approaches quickly, and then we can discuss some of the kind of wider dynamics around vaccine investment after that, to kind of explain how we've got in this situation. There are like various different vaccine strategies, as I kind of mentioned. All of them are targeting a similar protein with a different strategy. So there's the viral vectors, nucleic acid therapies, and the protein-based vaccines, which I'll kind of touch more on in the following slides. Viral vector vaccines, the whole idea here is you have some kind of other virus and you encode a bit of the coronavirus in it, and that becomes the vaccine, and then it infects your cells and your immune system responds to that. And the key players here are Oxford and Johnson & Johnson. Both have kind of very feasible manufacturing plans to hit kind of good numbers on of doses on the right time frame. You may have seen kind of the New York Times article from last night, some promising results from that trial in monkeys, showing that they were protected after a certain period, and also it's a safe vaccine. And then J&J with their product, they've invested a huge amount, both going after this kind of viral vector strategy. And I'd say these are definitely, 2 of the leading approaches there are. On the other side, you've got kind of nucleic acid vaccines. So the strategy here is you actually take the genetic material of the virus, and that becomes the vaccine. So it's not a kind of whole construct, it's just kind of the DNA or the RNA of that virus, and that goes off to become the vaccine. And in this space, the leading company is Moderna. You may have also seen them in the news. They've been awarded a huge manufacturing contract by BARDA, almost $500 million. to kind of make this at large scale. What's interesting about both these approaches are, though they are two of the most promising, there's no licensed product that uses this technology. So if this works in coronavirus, it will be a world first, and it'll be the first time either of them has been scaled to levels which are possible. So I think of the 5 approaches kind of in the vaccine Olympics, these 3, there are some problems with them, and there's an extent to which they're not proven. The kind of last common approach is the protein-based vaccine, where you literally just taking the spike protein itself and maybe some other proteins from the virus, that becomes the vaccine. Very simple. This is much more of a tried and tested method. And you can see that 2 of the biggest pharma companies, Sanofi and GSK, have teamed up over this approach. And you could, in my mind, this is in a way the most de-risked, because it relies on existing kind of manufacturing strategies. And there are protein subunit vaccines that we use today in kind of large scale production. So I think what's interesting is that obviously the Gates Foundation's looking at this very closely. Bill Gates has said he's focusing his entire foundation's efforts on this. So previously they did all kinds of public health work, but he's kind of refocused the entire organization on coronavirus. And I think, yeah, he makes a very astute point here, which is, it's a long quote, but if you look at the bit in bold, he's clearly saying that it's going to be the protein-based approaches that are likely to work. Or that they have at least the kind of de-risked manufacturing behind them. So I think that's kind of an interesting dynamic to watch out for over the next months as the different approaches kind of play themselves out. So just kind of stepping back a bit and thinking about vaccines in public health, I came across this stat kind of a few years ago. And if you look at kind of public health interventions that have saved the most lives, the 2 at the top by a long way, number 1 is clean drinking water, and number 2 is vaccines. They're just in phenomenally effective kind of public health interventions. And if you look at the impact of vaccines over the years, this is a kind of table that shows you diseases that used to be extremely common, Hep B, measles, etc. If you look at the kind of year of peak prevalence, those numbers are up there. Some of them are comparable to coronavirus. So obviously it's a much more significant pandemic right now. And then the vaccine's introduced and the numbers come down to incredibly manageable levels. So there's no doubt that these, as a health intervention, vaccines are incredible. And but what's also remarkable is we've still got a huge number of infectious diseases where there is no vaccine, where a vaccine is entirely feasible. But there's clearly something about how the investable kind of proposition for vaccines is put together that's an issue, and something I've thought about a lot, and I think is something that almost certainly will change as as we move forward. I think we're going to need new approaches to how to finance these clearly incredibly effective interventions, but which aren't getting the kind of level of support they need. So yeah, returning to this kind of slightly shocking graph in terms of the level of VC investment, I think there's obviously some profound economic reasons for why this is. So it's not, these things aren't driven by charity economics, they're driven by kind of market forces. And so the question is, why are vaccines such bad business when they're so efficacious? And the issue is that they're actually kind of too successful. So the way they work is they're largely prophylactic. And this means that you get given the vaccine before you're ill, basically. And I'm defining prophylactic as doing something before you've got a problem, and the therapeutic is doing something after you've got a problem. And obviously, if you've got a problem, you're much more willing to pay for it, the solution, than if you don't. So that is the kind of the key thing on driving this at the core of it. The economics for prophylactic solutions are just so much worse than those for therapeutics. So if you look at kind of the things, just digging a little deeper, it's essentially quite hard to price drugs at a high level when the people you're giving them to aren't ill. Just kind of makes intuitive sense. And then the other thing is vaccines are extremely effective. So once you've given one, in some instances, it can be lifelong protection. In other instances, you're going to get protection for 10 or 20 years, and then you need a boost. but it's not like you're going to be taking this on a daily basis where, there's a repeat kind of revenue model. And if you look at the top selling kind of drugs, they're all therapeutics. So for instance, in oncology, you're keeping patients alive when they're already sick. So there's a huge willingness to pay, and people will pay almost anything to obviously extend their life. It makes total sense. And the drugs need to be taken daily or with any short breaks. So this means that it's essentially it's a very financeable business model for the kind of pharma industry. So there's a disconnect between the things that are really efficacious and work that the world needs, and kind of the things that are very profitable. And I'm not saying that pharma companies are doing anything wrong here. They are operating within the constraints that exist, which is the need to actually build a business, be accountable to their shareholders. But there's clearly a disconnect between, what the overall notion of doing good is, and is it making your shareholders more money, or is it overall life saved? And I think that's something which will potentially be addressed as a result of this. And to me, it's the challenge of how do we find ways to finance prophylactic rather than therapeutic interventions? Because overall, the net cost of the system is lower. So say we'd been investing like mad in vaccine technologies for the last 20 years. And as soon as that coronavirus illness was isolated in China, within a day we had a vaccine, because we were just so kind of hot on the technology that could be manufactured, scaled, and distributed to the world in a short time frame. Then I'm pretty sure we would have saved quite a lot of economic cost for quite significantly less investment. But the problem is you're saving a cost rather than making a profit, and a lot of our kind of models don't work that way. I think the biggest one kind of and potential lesson from this is the one around climate, where all the models that we have suggest that climate change is going to be an economic disaster. And it's kind of very, very easy to predict the kind of economic impact that's gonna occur if we stick to the path we're on. But in order to kind of intervene, we need prophylactic intervention. So to do something before there's an issue. And they're just so much harder to finance than doing stuff after there's an issue. I think the takeaway for me, and in the theme of kind of reset everything, I think post this, there's going to be a renewed interest in kind of preventative measures rather than kind of treatment measures. So how can we prevent another pandemic? Well, there's going to be more investment in vaccine technologies for sure. But then how can we prevent a climate disaster? Because my view is that in the context of a climate disaster, we probably can't afford the kind of therapeutic interventions where we're doing stuff when we've already got an issue. So we kind of need to think about that now and think about how to finance these, what I call prophylactic climate issues, in a similar way to we will do with vaccine technologies going forward. So yeah, maybe I'll kind of pause there. Been talking for 20 minutes or so, and definitely kind of open up the floor to any questions, both on the technologies and the kind of investment landscape, if there's interest.
Thank you so much, Lachlan. That was a great presentation. We can open it up for questions now. If you have any questions, use the Q&A box, rather than the chat. That will allow us to see questions as they come up.
Hi, Lachlan.
Hey.
I have a question. Great talk. My question is about the investment in vaccines. Have you seen like Patrick Collison new Fast Grants way and kind of like starting to fund maybe clinical trials or maybe vaccine-related investments in a very fast way, kind of like the startup model? Did you see that working? I'm not sure if there's a big overlap between the grants they funded and exact vaccine funding. Maybe it's other, healthcare trials. I have not looked in depth, but do you think this kind of really spread out approach would work? Or more funding in terms of like $1 billion investments are more effective, like the one you mentioned in your slides?
Yeah, I think there's definitely ways to do it. I'm not familiar with the precise kind of initiative that you mentioned, but one of the issues we have right now is if you're testing a vaccine, you testing a coronavirus vaccine, that is, you need to go out and try it out on a bunch of people, and then you're kind of hoping that half of them need to then catch coronavirus in order to prove that your vaccine was efficacious. And the issue is, well, what if the pandemic's died down in your area? At that point, you're going to vaccinate loads of people. None of them will get coronavirus, and you don't know whether your thing worked. So I have seen initiatives where particularly young people are signing up and saying, I don't mind getting infected. And then we can do a kind of what's called a challenge study, where you get a volunteer group who don't mind being infected. And they do this for malaria studies all the time and other vaccines. And then you can use that as a control group. And that's one way of massively speeding up whether or not your vaccine is going to work. But to fully answer your question, I think vaccine R&D is always going to be expensive. I think we can't kind of shy away from that. And there are technologies coming down the pipe which make it much less expensive, particularly like in the slides, some of the genetic approaches, some of the RNA or DNA vaccines are much cheaper, much easier to design. So I think those costs will come down, but really I'm thinking about the cost in a holistic sense. The cost to the economy now versus R&D investment in vaccines is still a huge multiple different. So that's the kind of lens I'm seeing it in.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, for context, Fast Grants is an initiative to fund $10,000 to $5,000 for COVID-19 related projects in under 48 hours. So completely cut the bureaucracy. And so I thought that was interesting. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, there's a lot of questions here in the Q&A box. I had a question with regards to, which kind of relates to some of these here. There's questions about whether or not we should just have a vaccine tax or have a more perhaps publicly funded approach to vaccines, or I mean, obviously, like, public funds do go into vaccine funding, but have a more balanced approach here. And that kind of follows up with my question, which is, tomorrow we're going to have Trista Bridges speaking about impact investing and getting VC funds and investors in general to think more about impact investing. And so with regards to that, what are some of the ways, in your view, I don't know if you thought of this, but that we can sort of change the model where either funding comes more from the public side or really change these mindsets that exist in investing in general, and sort of like, in the startup world about funding these types of things that are seen as, difficult to invest in or like not non-profitable.
Yeah. No, it's difficult. I mean, so if you look at the countries where there's a single payer system, so a lot of European countries, there they consider kind of the economic aspects of health on a more holistic basis. And that they are the countries where the big vaccine players are located. So I think there is a kind of historical link between those two things. I think until there is a more integrated notion of healthcare, it's going to be very hard to finance these things. And we're seeing it now with other highly efficacious therapies that are coming through, like gene therapy. There's one or two just been approved. And this is where you're kind of correcting a whole genetic variant in someone, and once you've corrected it, it's done. So they don't need a top up. And what you're seeing for those therapies is, in order to recoup the R&D costs, they're incredibly expensive. But then you'll be paying. One of them costs up to $2 million for essentially a curative or a very efficacious product. But then you end up paying that back over the lifetime of using it. So I think you could see more of this kind of almost subscription model, where you if something does provide that much value, you kind of recoup the costs over a longer period. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, it does. Just reading through some of the other questions we have. Wow, there's really very many questions. Once a vaccine is available, do you expect mandatory vaccination, or will it be voluntary? Obviously, this may vary from country to country, but what is your sense of the voluntary or mandatory aspect once we do have a vaccine?
Yeah, I think it's a really hard one. Obviously, we're living in a time where kind of governments are imposing things on their populations that have not been done for 50 or 100 years. So we've seen a kind of big, almost invasion on privacy and remarkable kind of acceptance of some of those curbs on freedom. So I would not profess to know what the stance is going to be when something becomes apparent, becomes available, but I can imagine it being highly controversial if there's a policy that everyone has to go and get vaccinated immediately, especially if there's a time lag with distribution, and a time lag with scaling up a product, which there almost certainly will be. So yeah, I think everyone's right now head down to kind of focus on R&D and just getting something that works. But obviously, there's tricky things to deal with after that.
So those who are asking questions, I don't know if you would like to ask these questions directly. I think it would be great if people were to also interact here. So if you'd like to ask your question directly to Lachlan, just raise your hand, and I'll give you the microphone. There you go. We got one here. Hi, Rasmus. You're on the air. Just unmute yourself.
It was actually an accident. I was gonna.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, no problem. Here we go. We got another one here. Hi, Bart Stevens.
Yes, hi.
Bart.
Good afternoon and good morning to wherever you guys are on the world. This is Bart Stevens. I'm calling in from Belgium. Coming back to Lachlan's remark on personalized medicine, yeah? Do you see models where new types of insurance companies could pop up, where, as you mentioned, I will give my child an insurance policy for the rest of his life. So once he gets ill, he gets some sort of personalized treatment or personalized gene therapy or whatever. Do you see something happening like this?
Yeah, I'm not sure I fully understand the question, but I don't doubt there's going to need to be new models for paying for some of these very recent next gen therapies that are coming through. But I haven't seen anything along the lines of kind of a from birth personalized kind of insurance policy.
No. I mean that's something which could happen maybe in the next couple of years, where at least that's how I envision it, that you see insurance companies come up with models to finance these types of expensive treatments, which could potentially harm you.
Yeah. What I think is kind of interesting about this is that in the context of vaccines, it's kind of the issue with vaccines is that they're actually quite cheap. So it's kind of hard to recoup R&D costs, given the fact that they're given prophylactically. So I think we need to be careful with what we wish for. I think if vaccines were priced more appropriately for the value they provide, then there would be more VC R&D investment in them. So sorry, I haven't really answered your question there, but just to kind of take it back to that topic.
Okay, thanks.
Seb, are you going to introduce the next?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Daniel, you have the microphone.
Hi, this is Daniel Witte from the Netherlands. I had a question regarding the way you can fund these developments. In the past, governments have also worked, and that's the distant past, with prizes rather than funding. So promise enormous prizes for the first team or the first set of teams that can demonstrably achieve a goal, like, for instance, the latitude problem in the 17th, 18th century. And do you think that that funding model would work, or that we do need sort of public funding to be project-based and approved? Because in my view, that sort of approval-based funding will not really lead to big projects, or projects that are big enough to reach a result quickly.
Yeah. No, I think no, this is an instance where it's happening right now. There's several kind of both public and charitable organizations committing huge amounts of capital to this precise challenge that we have. You've got the Gates Foundation, the Wellcome Trust, another organization called CEPI, which is funded a lot by Gates. And yeah, they are kind of bridging that shortfall. But I think, yeah, there's been some consideration in the past about almost nationalizing pharmaceutical R&D. But the issue is with pharmaceutical R&D is it's incredibly difficult, and it requires that kind of competitive, almost that competitive force of capitalism to push projects along and make sure that the winners do get there. So I think there's a real conflict between the kind of the public health benefits that can be brought along by new products and the way that they're discovered, which is very much favored by this kind of capitalist-driven, market-driven R&D process, which has admittedly the R&D productivity has slowed in recent years, but it has been successful in innovating.
But I think to your point of the capitalist, the competition element being necessary, I think you're right on that. The prize model would say we won't distribute money for the groups to work with, but we'll, at the end, the group that first shows that it's effective wins the prize, and effectively can recoup the whole investment. The other groups don't. So then investors can evaluate which team they think is most likely to be first and win the prize, and fund the day-to-day expenses of those teams.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting model. Yeah, where you're just kind of essentially offsetting the, you're kind of tilting the playing table in favor of investment, and keeping the competitive element. I think we're going to see the need for stuff like this with in antibiotics and in herbicides, where the business model for those is really difficult, but where the societal benefits will be huge if we can keep up with the pace of resistance across both. So yeah, I think there are some initiatives considered exactly in that format.
Great, thank you.
So there's lots of other questions here. I would actually prefer it if people were just asking their own questions rather than me trying to word them. So just raise your hand here in the participant chat. There's a raise hand button. If you raise your hand, I will give you the microphone. Anybody? All these questions here in the Q&A box? Okay, we go in here. Anatoly, go ahead.
Right. So I asked a question about the ability to use different metrics for developing vaccines. And by metrics, I mean that if you play the computer games, there is always a competition between different kind of resources. And it's impossible to balance the economics in the games if you just optimizing for one resource. If you're optimizing for money, basically you got into the problem we have with the vaccines, that vaccines are not profitable. So is it possible to make some kind of metrics or indexes that will be calculated different than the money, so that the companies could optimize for that. And there could be some kind of public funds for health that could distribute, somehow convert those indexes into the money that are necessary for research and future investments. That's the question.
Yeah, no, I think it's similar to the previous question. Like, how do you make these things which have overall benefits financeable in the context of how the world works? Yeah, I think things like guaranteed pricing upon development is one. Prizes, as was suggested, is another. And then really integrating with how the things are delivered within a health system to think about the holistic benefits of developing something. And if the vaccine saves the health system money, then that surely should be recoupable in R&D costs. But we just lack the mechanisms to connect those two things together. And I think with my favorite idea on this is with climate, where if you think about the trajectory we're on, the most likely one is about 4 degrees of warming by 2100. And it's relatively easy at a big level to calculate that that's going to have a huge impact on GDP. And the estimate is going to be roughly 10% of GDP will be compromised by a 4-degree warming over the century. And we're on that trajectory. That's the kind of most likely one, as recently defined. So so the money lost there, 40 trillion, which is 10% of global GDP. Surely that should be some way available to finance climate change solutions. And to me, the most dark one is tree planting, where the cost to plant a tree is almost nothing. There's plenty of space on Earth to plant the amount of trees required to absorb CO2 since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. We need about 500 billion trees. And so the cost to plant those trees is far, far less than the potential costs of climate change. But we lack the mechanisms to connect those two things in a financial context. And it's the same with coronavirus, where we've just lost, like, the global stocks lost like 25%, and they might not recover for a long time. And if that money had been put into vaccine development, as I said, to create this idea of a perfect vaccine that's immediately available, efficacious, manufacturable, then we would, we'd be able to avert that. So there's all these kind of failures with, as you suggest, where we're optimizing for the wrong thing in the short term.
Thank you.
So I think we have time for 1 or 2 more questions. Oh, we got another one here from Max. Go ahead, Max. Max, if you want to ask your question, just unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi. Go ahead.
Hi. Sorry, I was muted. So I had a question around the ability for for these viruses to mutate, sort of evolve to circumvent the immune response, because surely that has an impact on the economics of any vaccine producer, but also the ability for us to get out of this current crisis. And I was wondering if it can be drawn from kind of similar viruses, similar coronaviruses, and being able to predict whether this one will effectively mutate or whether it won't.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting question, and it cuts across politics and the investment landscape as well. So obviously, if it's the case that you can only get coronavirus once, and then you can never get it again, and then everyone gets it, they can never get it again, it kind of goes away, then there's not going to be a vaccine market for this long term. So it kind of, the extent to which it mutates intersects with the R&D market. And if you look at the flu vaccine, there's a seasonal flu vaccine because it comes back in slightly each year, and that drives quite a vibrant flu vaccine market, and it's actually it's a big product for some companies. And then there's diseases which have been eradicated, for which there are no vaccines anymore because you don't need them, and that clearly is not a big vaccine market. And so that's the kind of industry side of it. And then based on other coronaviruses, it is an RNA virus, so that its genome is kind of less stable than the DNA virus, so potentially more prone to some kind of mutational drift or evolution. What generally happens though with kind of novel viruses is they obviously, if they're too dangerous and they kill all their hosts, then they're going to they're going to de-evolve themselves to being safer. I think it's too early to say with this one how it's going to go. And then the final thing is that it looks like, if you look at the spike protein on the surface of the virus, it is very specific for the human ACE2 receptor. So that's a very, very specific interaction that I think people suspect is required for entry into cells. So if that bit of the virus mutates too much, then it will, there's not going to be much selective pressure on that based on the kind of specificity of that interaction. So yeah, I think it's obviously an important question, both for and policy and how this goes on over time. I think it's a little bit too early to tell.
Okay, I think we have time for one last question before our next speaker. These are really great questions, everyone. There's lots of questions in here. There's Sergio, Gary, Kibitz. If you want to ask your question, just raise your hand. Okay, well, perhaps we can end it there then. Any final thoughts you want to share with us, Lachlan, as we?
Yeah, I think, well, really good questions. I think, yeah, like fingers crossed we can find a solution on a time frame, that allows us to go back to some, normality. And I think I think this conference has a great topic, which is what can we do differently next time, and how can we kind of do things that are more preventative than therapeutic. I think is a big theme in general, and definitely this kind of pause period gives us a chance to really think about that. And to me, I hope the lessons really learned for climate, and that the biggest reflection comes and focuses on that going forwards. So yeah, thanks for listening. Great questions, and yeah, feel free to reach out to me separately, and happy to engage further. Cheers, guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, so up next we have Jeff Jarvis. Jeff, are you there?
I'm here, but I think you have to do something for my video.
I think you could probably now.
No, it's not letting me.
It's not letting you allow participants to allow panelists to start video. Let's try that again. What about now?
Nope. Last time you made him a co-host, I think.
Yeah, I think I'll just go ahead and make you a co-host.
It's pretty damned amazing that you can run a whole show on this platform, so.
How about now? Can you turn on your video now?
Nope.
Why not? Would you mind would you mind re-entering the Zoom call with the link, with the participant link?
Participant link, or the whatever link you sent me? Okay.
Yeah, the big long one that was in the invite. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, hold on. I will say goodbye.
Need some hold music. This all worked fine when we were rehearsing beforehand. I don't know why there are these little hiccups, but it's all part of the show, I guess.
Still not.
Okay, so I don't even see that you have a camera.
Hold on. Oh, you know what? The problem is I think I joined from the calendar, not from you, well, from your calendar invite.
Okay. you should have a big long link.
I did. Can you,
yeah.
can someone in the staff email it to me again?
Sure. Or yeah, I think, or I can
right
just hold on a second. Hold on a second. I'm going to get that link for you right now.
Yeah, this is the one you sent to me. Oh,
yeah, you're a participant, so you should have access.
Yeah, I think that your camera icon is off. That might mean like a hardware problem.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's something that has to do with the computer itself, because there's no little camera next to your name when everybody else has a camera.
This works on Zoom 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for the mess up here.
So like Claire Pride, who's in here, would you mind just, or Gwendolyn or anyone else who's a participant, would you mind just testing out your camera, see if it works?
Email me a new link and I'll do that.
Yeah, okay, Claire's working. Okay, so the other participants, yeah, we can see you.
Yeah.
Here we go. Okay, I'm gonna say goodbye and say hello again.
I'll send you the link again, Jeff.
I just got it.
Okay, great.
Awesome. Super excited by the conference and this talk, and stay tuned for talks on privacy, journalism today, and then tomorrow about venture capital and other topics. Super happy to have you. And thank you, Seb, for organizing this. He was the lead of this event. I'm Alex Mesmej. I work in crypto as well. And super glad to be here with the App Global and Seb.
Hey, it was a group effort. So
I'm back, but also can't do the camera still.
This is weird. I don't even see you now as a panelist. Hold on a second, Jeff.
Well, I guess we can still go on that way, and maybe screen sharing will still work. If you want to do screen sharing, Jeff.
No, I'm not doing any screen sharing.
Okay.
It's just me.
Okay, cool.
This is.
Do you see me?
No, I mean all we see is a J. I don't even see you in the participants anymore. I don't know where you are. It's just really strange. Alex, can you see Jeff as a participant?
No, I can't. I think, well, Jeff, what we can do is just like you click on your special link and you can go on without a camera.
Oh, wait a second. Jeff, I see you as Gwendolyn Regina. Why? Okay, I'm going to make you a co-host again. I think the links.
I think because I sent Jeff my link.
Oh, that might be it. Okay, hold on a second. No, I don't think that's it. I think it's because there may be something wrong on Jeff's side, because like Zoom doesn't pick up your camera. Just try this, Jeff. Go into your Zoom preferences and see if you can turn on your camera from the video settings
video, there. Camera. No, it's not showing. That's weird. That's never happened.
Well, I guess.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to go to a different machine.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. I'll say goodbye.
Cool.
So I'm curious if you guys could answer this question. I'm going to launch the poll here. Where is it? Zoom is really. Oh, here we go. Polling. I'm going to just launch poll number 2. So poll number 2 has the same questions as poll number 1, but it also has a second question. Oh, there you go.
Okay, I'm here as Gwendolyn.
All right. So our second speaker is someone I'm very, very excited about. Jeff Jarvis is the Leonard Tao Professor of Journalism Innovation at the City University of New York's Craig Newmark Graduate School of Journalism. There he's developed new degrees in entrepreneurial journalism, social journalism, and news innovation and leadership. He's the author of several books that are really great that I love. Geeks Bearing Gifts, Public Parts, What Will Google Do, and one of my favorites, Gutenberg the Geek. He's the co-host of This Week in Google. And actually, This Week in Google is probably one of the leading inspirations for my entire podcasting career. He blogs at buzzmachine.com. Previously, he was the president of Advance.net, and he is the founding editor and creator of Entertainment Weekly. Sunday editor of the New York Daily News, a TV critic of TV Guide and People Magazine, and he's and a columnist of the San Francisco Examiner and the editor of the Chicago Tribune.
That's
I'm
enough.
very pleased to welcome Jeff Jarvis to Reset Everything.
Sebastian, thank you. Congratulations on putting this together. It's been quite amazing. Sorry for the technical glitches. I'm now on a reliable Chromebook instead of my Mac. So I'm here to talk about media and what we've learned in this crisis. And I think that we moved from a period where we were worried about disinformation and Russian bots and Trumpists and all of that, and our enemy was disinformation. Now Claire Wardle, who's the head of the founder of First Draft, says that much of the disinformation we see is coming accidentally almost from ignorance. And we know what to do with ignorance. The cure for ignorance is not fact-checking. The cure for ignorance is expertise. And so in the last crisis, we were worried about not amplifying disinformation. In this crisis, I think we have to worry about amplifying expertise. And as a result, I went and created in very little time a COVID Twitter list. You can go find it at bit.ly/COVID Twitter list, where I have more than 500 epidemiologists, virologists, infectious disease physicians, researchers of all kinds who are attacking this disease with their expertise, with their experience. It has been amazing for me. It's the one thing that gives me hope, because science. And in that, in watching the scientists work on this, I've been fascinated to see how they have adapted their mechanisms to a new open information ecosystem. And I think that there are many lessons from medicine here, not only for our health, but also for media. So first and foremost is that in this open information ecosystem that is the internet, we in journalism, I should say, are no longer the deliverers of information. The information is already delivered. We have to figure out, how do we add value to that? So if you look at medicine today, working in a world of preprints, that is to say, scientific papers that have not been peer reviewed, have not been published, but are being put up on preprint servers. What we're finding is that there is a huge amount of data, 4,000 papers being done so far, last I looked, more than that now. Some of them are crap, some of them are useful. And so I've watched how the scientists have dealt with this, and I've seen 5 things that they had to do. They needed a system for openness, right? They needed an ethic that said that we should be open. And what we're seeing now is that the expensive peer-reviewed publications are, for the good of society, putting papers out in front. And the preprints are putting information out in front for the public to see, for medicine and scientists to see, without high paywalls. So openness and transparency is the first thing. The next is organization and discovery. If you have 4,000, 5,000 papers, you can't find them. I've seen 4 or 5 really interesting efforts so far to try to create a taxonomy around these papers, to try to organize them by topic, to make them more searchable, more discoverable. That's the second problem of an open information ecosystem. The third, which is absolutely critical, is peer review, to separate the wheat from the chaff, the crap from the rest. And what's fascinating to me is that I've seen doctors and scientists use Twitter for peer review at the speed of the internet. They have been coming right on top of papers and saying what they think. Now, there is the famous example now of the hydroxychloroquine paper with a very small N study that got out of a preprint. It was published by the editor of the journal, which itself is a problem. And then it got onto Twitter, and then it got into Donald Trump's brain, and it got out of his mouth. And it got into the bodies of some people out there. And that's the danger of preprints, yes. But let me give you, but even then, the scientists were jumping onto that study saying, don't pay attention to this at this stage. This is not something you act upon yet. It is one tiny, tiny data point. Worth looking at, fine, but not worth acting on. There was another study that was done by John Ioannidis on Santa Clara serology, that is testing the blood for the antibodies. and it got much attention, but it also got much criticism. And Ioannidis is a Stanford professor, so he has credentials, he has respect, but he's also very controversial. Within hours of his study going up onto preprint servers, there were detailed threads by epidemiologists and virologists going through the details of the study and, frankly, respectfully tearing it apart and saying that, again, it was not actionable. Well, again, the problem is media are not doing a good job of following this, but I'll get back to that. My point is that if you want to try to find how this thing is covered by scientists, it is not difficult to find the experts and to listen to the experts and to get into dialogue with them. I feel guilty every time I ask them a question because I'm taking them away from their important work, but they very much want to answer questions. Now, there was a New York Times story about this same study, the same serology study from California. And it took the word of the scientist who wrote the study and left it at that. It was a terrible job. It would not have been at all hard for the writer, a science writer, to have gone into Twitter, to have found 5 threads that I've linked to that criticize the study, to have shown that, as ever in science, it's about dialogue, it's about testing presumptions, not just accepting them. But journalism has a very bad habit of taking the latest word as the last word. And you see that in coverage all the time. Wine will kill you. Wine will save you the next day, because we don't understand how to communicate science as process. Now, I was about to worry about coverage of this study elsewhere in journalism because newspapers are taking their now former sports reporters and entertainment reporters and putting them on the COVID beat. So I went and looked at the San Jose Mercury News just randomly. It had an excellent version of this, going into the controversy, going into the context, saying how this scientist's findings are being used by the "it's only flu" crowd and the "open up" crowd, and giving a political as well as a scientific context. It is possible to do good reporting, but you've got to find the experts. So 1, we have to have openness. 2, organization. 3, peer review. The 4th thing we need is peer review of the peers. Who is qualified to speak on this? Who is has the credentials and the expertise and the experience to do this? What we're also finding in Twitter is it gets a little uncomfortable, but the scientists are criticizing each other. And they've come to me and said, watch out for that one, watch out for that one. And we do see people who are being perhaps charlatans, trying to get a lot of Twitter attention and a lot of traffic on this. We see people who have political agendas, but the scientists are wary of that. They watch out for each other. The 5th thing we need is the skill of explanation. Scientists tend to believe they're not very good at scientific communication, and they think they need journalists. And so they take training in science communications. Well, I think that perhaps they should trust themselves more, and it's the journalists who need to change. So in all of this, what we see is a new ecosystem in which there's open information already freely flowing with the preprints, and we see a social system in which scientists and doctors and people on the front line can discuss this openly. And we bring those together at a very important time where it is critical to have a view of the science as we go. I interviewed 4 scientists in this to understand what they think journalists should be doing. One of them, Angela Rasmussen from Columbia, said that the last time she worked in an epidemic, there were no preprint servers. It took a year for the earliest papers to come out. Well, imagine that today. Imagine if we had to wait that long to try to get the information that we need. So that's one example of a new reality. Now, it doesn't mean that anything is fundamentally new here. There was another paper, and unfortunately, I don't have the name of the author at hand, that looked at the history of peer review recently and said that peer review goes back to Cicero and his own editors. Peer review is thought to go back to the first scientific journals in the 17th century. Peer review is thought to go back to the Cold War as a standard. The word peer review, the phrase peer review didn't come in until the 60s and 70s. But the point is that going all the way back to Cicero, there was a need. There was a need to be able to find and judge information. and judge the judges of the information. And people adapted to the tools available. So now we have new tools available. We have this open system, and the scientists are adapting to it. We in journalism are not adapting that well, in my view. Yes, we're doing videos for the web, we're doing other things, but we haven't really adapted to the idea that we are no longer the gatekeepers. We are no longer the deliverers of information. We live in a world where there is tons of information out there, and we have to help people by figuring out how to add value to that. Now, at the same time, of course, we have a business that was already collapsing. The house was already on fire, and COVID has thrown gasoline onto that fire. We are, not to take this metaphor too far, but we are going to see severe collapse in the news business. We now have a case where every major newspaper chain in the United States is controlled by hedge funds, and we know where that goes. Their interests are, I'm not anti-capitalist. It's just the reality of what hedge funds do. They're going to act like hedgies. They're going to suck money out of these institutions. They're not going to invest. They're not going to improve. And that's where the legacy industry is going to go. Now we see magazines in much the same shape in their industry. We see international newspapers suffering not quite as badly in Europe, for example, as the US, but it's dire, because I know that major chains there that I've talked to, major publications, had digital revenue running about 10% or less, which means they were dependent upon their paper revenue, and the delivery structure right now has collapsed. The advertising structure has collapsed. Subscriptions are up in many cases, but I think that's a COVID bump that, like the Trump bump, will not last forever. And other revenue streams that were out there that we were starting to explore as an industry now disappear. Events were a wonderful revenue stream that a lot of publications were working on, but that obviously is gone right now. Commerce, that was working in small ways as well, but with the collapse of retail, that's a problem. There was also an effort to get philanthropy, but there is only so much charity in the world. There were efforts to get contributions from readers. Stat News, which is a brilliant medical publication out of the Boston Globe, is now accepting contributions, which I think is a great idea. I contributed to them because I value them. I'm not a subscriber because I'm not a doctor, but by God, I need them now and I want to contribute. McClatchy, the newspaper company, just started accepting contributions. That's not going to save us, but we should give people the opportunity to give. And then finally, government support, I'm allergic to, because in the United States, 2 words, Donald Trump. That my British friends have always said, yes, but the BBC works with government support, but now there's 2 words, Boris Johnson. There is no messiah for where we are as media. Nothing is going to save us, per se. All messiahs we've had to date are false messiahs. And I think we're going to see a utter destruction of much of what we value in journalism. And then we've got to figure out what comes next. And I don't think what comes next is trying to save what we had. There's principles that we save, absolutely, but we have to find new ways to work in this new information ecosystem. And I think that's going to start in small sprouts that are going to be failures to a great measure. I've been doing study of the history of printing and of newspapers. And after Gutenberg invented or popularized, we should say, it was already invented in Korea and China without his knowledge, but after movable type became an industry in about 1450, it took a century and a half until 1605 before the first regularly published newspaper came out in Strasbourg. A century and a half to develop that, what we would think is a self-evident thing. Now, I would argue that we're only 25 years away from the introduction of the commercial web in October of 1994. So we're at the year 1475 in Gutenberg time. We don't know what the internet is yet. We don't know what is to come next. And so it's hard to say that we already know what succeeds and what fails. It's hard to say that we know what to invest in and what not to invest in. It's hard to think that we know the rules of where things are. We have to invent and invest. After those first newspapers started, as a development out of news ballads, news poems, news books, news pamphlets, all kinds of things that roiled around until the newspaper came along basically as a printed newsletter, an updated version of handwritten, expensive newsletters that had existed. There was a development that created the newspaper. It depended upon other developments, like a postal service that spread across Europe that allowed both news and news reports to follow everywhere. And so we see that there was this effort at development we're going to have to go through now. Keep in mind that even after that first newspaper in 1605, many of the first newspapers, most of the first newspapers failed. The first one in Strasbourg stayed around for more than 50 years, but most of those that followed were experiments that came and went. We are going to have a tolerance in the news business and the media business for risk right now as we invent and try new things. And I think that those new things will come at a very small level. There are projects that I like, one called Spaceship Media in California by a woman named Eve Perlman, convenes communities into conversation, which I think is the essence of what journalism really is. There are other efforts that I see that try to understand how to do simple service journalism locally or simple transparency journalism locally. And so I think that there are innovators out there who are trying, but the business model is not going to be evident. It is not going to be clear. So we're going to have to start at a small scale. So I want to say one last thing, and then I'm eager for the discussion, having wasted some time with my computer problems. We in media tend to look at the world godlike in our image, and we think everything looks like media. So the internet to us looks like a medium. If you think about it, if I had a PowerPoint slide, and you're welcome, I don't. There's this view of media, a circle that says media. And in there are three buckets. One says print, one says broadcast, and now one says internet. That is the media view of the world. I utterly disagree with that now. I think that there is instead an internet view of the world, a world in which we are all connected, people to information, people to people, information to information, machines to machines. We call it the internet now, but it's a new reality around connectivity and data. So what does that look like? Well, inside that circle is already something called social that was born there. And communications has been utterly sucked inside there. And media is being sucked in there right now a lot faster than it was 3 months ago. Education was almost outside, and now it's being sucked out. As a teacher, we're teaching our classes in the internet. Finance is being sucked into this. Crime is being sucked into this. All kinds of functions, government as well, are being brought into the gravity of the black hole of the internet. And that's the view of the world that we need to understand and think about as we reinvent every segment of society that Sebastian's put together in this discussion. It's not as if we are separate domains anymore. We are now part of a connected world. There's no two ways around that. And as some institutions are tested and fail either because they don't have the moral standing to operate in this world or because they don't have the business models and the innovation to operate in this world, they'll be replaced. They'll be replaced haphazardly with small efforts, but we will try to figure out how to rebuild from those ashes. And the one thing I want to see us do in journalism is not try to recreate what we were. We should never have thought of ourselves as a factory manufacturing a product called content. Journalism is a service. It is a service that helps people improve their lives and communities improve themselves. And that's what journalism and media have to be going forward. So I'm grateful to Sebastian for this opportunity. That's what I have to say, and I'm eager for conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jeff. That was really great. And so I think this is going to be leading right into the panel, which will start in a little bit. So, I mean, I'd like to start this off with one question. So you mentioned at the beginning that the abundance of scientific information is there, and scientists now have access to the public, and journalists have access to those scientists as well. But you know, what do you do about, well, there's a couple of things. So one, like, what do you do about distrust in scientists or distrust in sort of scientific information that is, you know, somewhat predominant in society? And the other thing, and you know, we're being affected by this right now. You pointed out earlier that my YouTube live stream went offline. I presume that's probably because somewhere in there YouTube flagged it as being, you know, against guidelines because we're talking about COVID-19. How do we deal with appropriate censorship because certain information perhaps should and can be censored. And I know that you have some interesting views on that, but how do we appropriately make sure that people get the right information and information that is true and accurate?
It's not an easy answer to your first question. The only answer to how people trust science is education. And right now we live in a time of a lack of trust in institutions, including education, and that can be fatal. I think we're seeing now that if people really believe they can drink bleach because an idiot tells them so, that's fatal. And how do we bring back a notion of trust in institutions and science? I think is by having to demonstrate the value of it. So I think that the journalism now has to demonstrate the value of expertise, the value of science, and bring us back to that all the time, and quote those experts and explain why they have what they have. And we've got to do a better job of explaining. In terms of control in an open, so it's not just we're in an open information ecosystem. We are in an open conversation. James Carey, who's the late professor of journalism at Columbia, talks about how society is a conversation, democracy is a conversation. Journalism should be informed by that conversation so it can inform it back. So we've got to recognize that everybody's talking, right? Twitter is not the New York Times, it's Times Square. And as you walk, well, now you walk through Times Square, you hear nothing. But on a normal day, soon, you'll hear smart people and you'll hear idiots. That's the microcosm that is society. And so I think it's a dire mistake for governments to expect platforms to edit conversations as if they were publications. This is the problem of thinking things are media. If you think they're media, then you think that they can be edited and controlled and packaged. No, it's a conversation that we have to add value to. We've got to find ways to bring scientists and experts and educators into the conversation so that we can try to inform it. Now, some number of people are lost to that. Yes. And we can't try to think in mass terms that we have to get everybody all the same. But in this crisis, I have to believe that a lot of the people who have done things that I would consider ill-informed before now recognize that their lives depend upon reliable answers in science. This is our opportunity to show that value.
Excellent. I'm going to open up for questions now. We've got about 15 minutes left before the panel. So let's open it up. Raise your hand if you have a question. There's lots of questions in the Q&A. And also, Griff Green, you're asking questions in the chat. All right, I'm going to go ahead here. All right, Louis, you got the mic.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, so a bit earlier you mentioned Spaceship Media, I think, as a project which is innovating in the space. I'm wondering if you have other examples of people to follow or projects to follow who are addressing the problems that you've been mentioning and trying to add value to foster, to kind of emphasize islands of expertise on different topics to innovate in media.
Not enough, I don't think. If you look at smart organizations like ProPublica, the City in New York, Texas Tribune, if you look at some of the startups in Europe like El Diario, The Correspondent, you see efforts to reconfigure how the conversation operates and how we interact with the public. And I'm very enthused about all of those. I had the privilege of starting a new degree with my colleague Carrie Brown at the Newmark School called Social Journalism. By the way, we're going to reopen applications because everybody's life has changed imminently. So if anybody's interested, let me know. And its precept is that you start not with content, not with a story idea, not with trying to get an audience. You start with communities that are self-defined. And you observe and listen to and reflect and empathize with those communities before you can figure out what they need. It's almost anthropological more than journalistic. And I think we have to have that view of communities now. One of the fears I have in the COVID story is we're talking in very cold terms about huge numbers of people who are dying. we were looking at excess mortality, which is a very important calculation, but it's a chilling phrase. And we've got to value communities, especially in this time when underserved and underrepresented communities, African Americans, Latino Americans, disabled Americans, and people around the world in places like India and Africa with less robust healthcare are going to suffer. So we've got to figure out how to serve those communities in new ways. I wish I had more examples for you, Louis, but I don't.
Thank you so much. Great. Can I ask a second question, or do I have to pass it on?
You got the mic.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So short question. I'm really like journalism newbie. What is a good peer review to you, or what is good practice in terms of like peer review? You said like we have to peer review what is published and have to peer review the people who peer review. That really interested me.
To me, that was new. When I started the Twitter list, I looked for credentials. Twitter then came to me and asked for help in trying to identify scientists to get the blue check mark. And they were looking at whether they had credentials, whether they seemed to have relevant experience, whether they had a tie to a trusted institution. It surprisingly isn't that hard. You also see quickly who trusts each other. And it became evident that I could tell that here are 5 or 6 epidemiologists who link to each other regularly, who come from places like Yale, so an institution, whom I trust, and I see who they criticize. So social media, which is lambasted for ruining all of our brains, I think does the opposite. It opens up the possibility to hear new voices. I'm worried about amplifying the voices of expertise. The next thing I want to concentrate on is amplifying the voices of underrepresented communities in this crisis.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That kind of reminds me that we do have these systems, like for example, in encryption and with regards to PGP, the web of trust has existed for a long time. And if we could replicate this kind of system at scale, leveraging Twitter or social media, where we could create sort of these webs of trust among smart people and represent that and have it in a way that's easily representable so that people can see, I think that'd be like extremely valuable.
There's a new company called Sage, started by Samir Arora, that's trying to worry about webs of expertise. He did it around the travel industry and destinations. Well, that's been on hold now. But I know Jack Dorsey has talked about how if you open sourced what social media is and then added layers of value on top of that, I think that's going to be the next phase of this. It means making judgments. The platforms and journalists to an extent are somewhat allergic to making judgments because there's this myth of neutrality. Well, no, you've got to decide that scientist knows more than that one and has better credentials than that one, and then build from there.
Harry Halpin, you've got the mic.
Yeah, great to finally see you online, Jeff. I actually left a CUNY tenure track job to work on a blockchain startup on privacy of all things. And I'm interested in how you feel about these kinds of latest technological developments in journalism, the age of Corona. So, leaks are quite controversial. You have, WikiLeaks and Chelsea Manning, and this is kind of one kind of traditional journalism. But also now we're seeing huge fights on Twitter and in journalism over the right way to interpret Corona data. And, can we have more open data? What do you think the future is of data and journalism in the age of Corona and science? Should we allow people who aren't qualified scientists to be doing data work or leaking data? I mean, what's the line there?
Well, what do you say? Once the data is out there, how we interpret it. There was a famous case in the last few weeks of a growth hacker who said, I know data, so I can do as well as any epidemiologist, and wrote a piece on Medium that was full of crap. And Medium, to its credit, took it down. The criticism was widely held. It got put up elsewhere, but Medium said, we're not going to stand for that. In the case of the New York Times story about the preprint that I mentioned from Santa Clara, we should have a simple standard about how we report on these things. And so even though we may not be qualified to analyze the data, we should go to at least 2 or 3 experts who are not the authors of the paper and not related to it, get other perspectives and other views. I'm working on a project we call NewsQ. Full disclosure is funded by Facebook, trying to worry about the standard quality in news reporting, and we're going to start with science, and that's one of the obvious standards we need to have. Third, I would say that we also see cases of papers coming out. There were two doctors in Bakersfield, California, who on the basis of their practice only held a press conference, and they got quoted. Well, the scientists went nuts on that because they didn't release any data. They didn't have any data, and the journalists were just taking this stuff. So the journalists should expect that data is released openly so it can be questioned, which I think is important. So we need to set higher standards for how we operate. I'm not hearing you, Sebastian.
Daniel, you got the mic.
Great, thank you. I think it's a follow-up on this discussion, but on the level of on the issue of expertise, being a scientist myself, an epidemiologist, but not an infectious disease epidemiologist, but a chronic disease epidemiologist. I was so surprised with this wave of armchair epidemiologists, people, physicists, or people in quantitative scientists suddenly making all sorts of models. When I was thinking, as an epidemiologist, I know this stuff from my degree, but I'm not confident enough to jump into infectious disease from chronic disease epidemiology, and all these people are just jumping in and making the models of their own. So. And these are people who may be real experts in their area of physics or quantitative finance or whichever area they normally tweet and communicate about. But then suddenly in epidemiology, they make a lot of assumptions that don't hold, or they make models that and start extrapolating when that's not possible, or don't question the sources of the raw data. So I was wondering what your opinion is on that, how can you separate trust from the person, because a person may be very trustworthy on one topic and that doesn't always translate to other topics.
Daniel, that's the perfect question. When I interviewed the four scientists that I interviewed, an epidemiologist, an infectious diseases doctor, a virologist, and a geneticist, the first question I asked them is, what should we ask you? What is your expertise? What are you qualified to speak to? And I find, as in your case, as you just proved, a good scientist will always say, this is what I'm qualified to talk for, and this is what is outside my realm. And every one of the scientists I've talked to when they've been on media have been frustrated that they get asked questions that have nothing to do with their expertise. And so they have to say, I don't know, you're asking the wrong person. The armchair epidemiology is really fascinating because, like that growth hacker, there are others who think if they can understand data, they can do this too. They can do your job, and they can't. But the danger is the New York Times handed over a major op-ed space to someone who has some epidemiological training, but primarily works in nutrition and defends the sugar industry and is an advisor to the California Walnut Board. They gave this person huge space early on in the pandemic to say, oh, the cure is worse than the disease, and to do that without any basis. All the epidemiologists I saw who understood what they were talking about had fits about this. Greg Gonsalves at Yale has been a trenchant critic of this kind of coverage. And he had a fit saying, why did you hand over this space to someone who's not truly qualified? And the danger is this too went out and into Donald Trump's brain and others who were trying to say it's not so bad. And then two columnists of the New York Times quoted him, including Tom Friedman today, quoted him once again saying, well, maybe it's not so bad. Maybe Sweden's just fine. That is armchair epidemiology. That's dangerous ignorance. And so we've got to have a higher standard for bookers and editors and journalists to understand how to go to people with the right credentials and then test them, right? If I came to you and I asked you questions about this and you said, sorry, I may be an epidemiologist, but I'm not qualified to answer that. Here's why, and here's who you should go to. Then the next time I need a question in your area, I'm going to trust you because you had the honesty and the transparency to say what you're qualified in. And I think most scientists are like you. There are a few who aren't, and most journalists don't understand how to ask that question of you scientists.
Great, thank you very much for your answer.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions? I think we can take one last question before we move to the panel. Any of these people who've asked questions in the Q&A box? Oh, we have one here. All right. Go ahead. Sarigama. Not sure if I'm pronouncing that right.
Hello.
Hi. Go ahead.
Hi. So I'm from India, and with one of my friends, we started this initiative called COVID Wire. We wanted to take information from all the newspapers like Guardian, BBC, and all the authentic sources to people who are not capable of reaching out to these news channels. For example, people like my grandmother who cannot read English. So we wanted we had like a mechanism where we have news curators and then digesters and translators. So we ask them to digest it into small summaries so that we translate them into local languages and then we communicate it to whosoever is possible. So this is in a beta version currently, and we are having a huge trouble in curation of news in the sense that we do not know how to be sure that we are not communicating something that's wrong because yeah. So is there any pointers that you would like to give to us? I am a master's student in research, so yeah, this is our small initiative.
They're great work and important work, and I'm glad you're doing that. I'm also glad that a lot of news organizations are opening up their COVID coverage to make it possible for you around their paywalls. There is some very good work from science journalists who have standards on how this should be reported, and I have that in my bookmarks. If you will DM me, I'm at Jeff Jarvis, JEFFJARVIS, on Twitter. DM me and remind me of this. And I cut through all of the spam DMs. I'll find you and I'll send you some of those links. And please send me back your link so I can look at COVID Wire when it's up.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we can take one final question before the panel.
I see a question here about the conversation, which pairs journalists and academics. And I think that's really more important than ever now. The idea behind the conversation is that universities want to get their research out. They don't think they're the best at communicating. They bring journalists in, and the journalists and the scientists work as partners to get it right. And I think that's a really interesting and productive model for the future.
Great, thank you so much, Jeff. That was an amazing talk. And now let's continue this conversation about journalism and media for our panel. And so I'd like to welcome our panel moderator, who will be introducing our panelists, Gwendolyn Regina. So Gwendolyn has spent the last 15 years living in the worlds of media and technology across Singapore, Paris, Silicon Valley, and Ho Chi Minh City. She spends her time at on questions.com, exploring the question, what is a good question? So Gwen is currently at Spacebook and was entrepreneur in residence at Deep Tech investment fund, Entrepreneur First. Previously, as a founder, Gwen built and sold a tech media startup, SG Entrepreneurs, to Tech in Asia. She was also the founding team member of Themos Capital, an early stage investment firm in Singapore, and is still angel investing today. Gwen spearheaded Mashable's expansion into Asia Pacific, and as a professional host, she hosted a TV documentary on the Internet of Things for Channel News Asia. She speaks 3.25 languages, including French, as I can attest. And you can find her dancing or engaging in other adventures where she joins us today from Singapore. Hi, Gwen.
Hi, Sebastian. Thank you so much for that reading my bio. Thank you, Jeff, for the great talk. You really set the ground for all of us. So yes, I really see this as a continuation of a conversation. So we have all our panelists right here. I see them all. I'll have each of them introduce themselves because we have a very diverse range of people here with academics, professors, obviously, Jeff, you know, and with journalists, working journalists. And Ryan, I don't see you yet. Yes, I see you now. So very in the crypto space, but also call since I was a citizen reporter. So maybe let's go down the line. And okay, Jeff, we heard from you. Maybe just give a one line and then we'll go down.
I'm a professor of journalism at the Newmark Graduate School of Journalism at CUNY.
Heidi?
Hi, I'm Heidi Tvorek, and I guess this is the first time I get to say publicly that I'm now an associate professor of history and public policy at the University of British Columbia. So for those Thank you. And I work on the history of media and communications. Particularly, I did a book last year looking at how Germans tried to control world communications and how they didn't necessarily succeed in some ways and succeeded in others. Now working on communications, the history of it, and current policy.
Thank you. Claire? Claire, you're on mute.
Great start. So I'm Claire Pride. I'm a news anchor for the English language version of France 24, a news channel based in Paris. And I also work as an executive producer here in Paris, but also in Bogota, where France 24's Spanish language channel is based.
So like, I know that Sebastian joked about my joking about I speak 3.25. Claire literally like, anchors in 3 languages. So it's not comparable at all, but hi Claire, welcome. Thank you. And Ryan?
Hey there, Ryan Selkis. I am a prolific internet troll under the pseudonym 2-Bit Idiot. In my spare time, I'm the founder and CEO of Masari, a data and research platform focused on crypto assets.
Perfect, thank you. So this panel today, just kind of set the ground and why I'm personally interested in this panel. So as Sebastian kind of roughly introduced myself, I really have lived across both the technology startup investment world as well as media. And for me, it's really important when I started the tech media blog, like back in 2005 in Singapore and Southeast Asia, it was really, really new. And I know this is media at large, but when I started it, I saw it's really important for media to be a pillar in society, right? So today, obviously media, we have many more form factors, many more platforms. And in this crisis right now, just some first figures have been out, which is that since COVID-19, it's pushed up internet use by 70%, streaming more than 12%. Some of you may have more accurate data than I have, but this is some of the initial data coming through. So obviously, just from numbers wise, media as a whole is more important. And as Jeff kind of roughly talked to, kind of like the journalism and stuff like that, journalism also is important, arguably much more important. And there's a whole lot of to kind of a piece there. And so today with the diversity of the panel here, I really want to start first with kind of a more of a meta conversation. I know the audience here was maybe preaching to the choir, but hopefully like this recording will go live and we can kind of spread the word a little bit more. But really starting with the meta question, which is that why should someone care to watch the next, 1 hour of this conversation, a meta conversation in the media, on the media? Anyone can start. Okay.
Well, I'll kick off. I think, and I say this with love. I've been an independent analyst. That's how I got into the crypto industry to begin with. Masari publishes quite a bit of content. I used to run CoinDesk, so I'm very familiar with the media landscape. But the fundamental model is, I think, irreparably broken, and the coronavirus accelerated a number of trends towards individual citizen journalism. I have a good deal of respect for Jeff. I respectfully disagree that we should be deferring to experts and even epidemiologists in a wildly uncertain environment like we've seen with COVID-19. Now, do I think that we should be taking the Tide Pod Challenge and listening to some other authority figure like President Trump? No, not necessarily, but I do believe that in an environment like this where no one really knows what's going on, some of the best information came out from non-traditional sources. Now, some very good information also came out of traditional journalistic outlets like the New York Times, like the Washington Post. But that's not to say that the traditional authority figures could be widely trusted. We had instances where the World Health Organization had information parroted from mainstream media about how masks didn't really matter, how there was no human-to-human transmission, and generally speaking, was asleep at the wheel along with most of our other, governmental authorities, who were often deferred to when it comes to the mainstream media outlets that were parroting, much of the content that they had put out, which was then in turn, reliant on a handful of epidemiologists. Time and again, those figures, those facts have been wrong, or there have been earlier, more reliable sources of information. And I think the challenge going forward is going to be, how do you suss out absolutely fake news in a distributed manner versus relying on appeals to authority, which gives you a different type of error, type 2 error maybe, where you're talking about false positives versus false negatives. And I don't think that many people would have been quite as prepared to deal with this pandemic if they were listening just to the traditional sources as they would be if they were listening to macro traders, to probabilistic thinkers, and folks outside of the mainstream, at least political health establishment.
So maybe I'll jump in there and say, I think one of the reasons why this is an important conversation is because pandemics reveal the weaknesses in our societies and in our structures and institutions. And it's been exactly the same for media, right? It has revealed the weaknesses of media and the strength of it as well. And I think the reason why this conversation is so important is that there have been contradictory things that are happening simultaneously, right? So Gwen pointed to the huge amount of internet usage that is up, but so is the amount of time that people are spending watching TV news channels because they want to know what's going on. So we have these two trends happening simultaneously, that both people want more from what we might call mainstream media, but also they have a deep distrust of it. And I think it's worth us trying to figure out what exactly is happening at this moment. And maybe I'll layer on top of it that it's also accelerated a broader crisis in the world of media. If we look at the number of journalists who've been laid off, even in the United States alone, it has been tens of thousands over the last month and a half. So that the trend of losing local news, for example, has been massively accelerated. And I think it's worth talking about then how much data we lose. So there's, I think, a distinction between, in many ways, the data we can get from journalism and the opinion we get from it. And so one crisis that I'd say has been accelerated that we should definitely talk about is, how do we get the data on the ground in different places about what is happening versus the kind of opinion aspect of journalism? So I'd throw that stuff out in the mix, because I think how we get to that kind of data is a big question moving forward, and how we organize it.
Actually, that's a great topic in terms of the data, right? And Claire, maybe you can illuminate us on this, because Claire, you're with a big traditional organization, right? And do you mind kind of telling us a little bit more about this data collection aspect of it, and how do you get local news and it filter up to yourselves? You're muted.
All right, sorry, I'm gonna have to get the hang of this. So we obviously get a lot of information from a variety of news agencies, AFP, AP, Reuters. We gather information ourselves with our teams of reporters. And we also work in collaboration with France Télévisions, the state broadcaster. And on the French channel, we often broadcast reports as they were made there directly on the channel. And then on the English channel, we often what we call adapt a report, which is more or less translating it. So we have this variety of sources, our in-house reports, reports sent from our correspondents around the world, and then information we're getting from news agencies. And our job really is to sift through all of that and decide in the morning meetings what we want to cover, what we want to bring to our audience that day, which stories we believe they should be informed about that particular day. And then we think about our particular perspective and what our strengths are, and where perhaps some of our correspondents can add something that our viewers might not have heard before. And earlier Jeff was talking about underrepresented populations, communities, and I think that's something that international news channels can do well when they have correspondents in all four corners of the globe who really get out there, even now, even in these difficult circumstances of getting out and social distancing and having to use boom mics when you're talking to people, so you don't necessarily have that proximity. But it's important to go out there and tell the stories of people, and not just relay information. Jeff touched on this as well before, but really put it into context. And as an international news channel, I find it's particularly important because to a viewer in India, a viewer in the US, a viewer in South Africa, they have their own domestic situations going on. And that's what's fascinating about our situation right now, or this particular pandemic is that we're all affected in some way or another. And so I think it's interesting to bring our viewers a story from different countries, different perspectives, and but for all of us to feel like we are in this together. And that's what I find is a particular challenge, but also an opportunity for us.
Jeff, do you have anything to kind of respond to that? You're muted.
I'm not now. Well, I have to respond to Ryan. Let me be clear here that I've been a renegade in media. I'm a blogger. I believe in the voices of the public and the people. I celebrate the fact the internet enables voices who were long never heard in mainstream media and mass media to now be heard. They were always there. However, to dismiss expertise is frightening, absolutely frightening. To say that it's part of the sickness of a false balance view that media itself have, that, well, it's okay to hear other things. That's how we got in the mess with climate change, because we didn't listen to science, because we didn't value their expertise. And just because someone can have an opinion doesn't mean that they're not full of shit. And we need to judge more than we have been. And so I celebrate more voices. I celebrate the cacophony that is democracy. I celebrate the open information ecosystem. But in that, the only way to make that work is by valuing data, facts, experience, tests, research, expertise, and to dismiss expertise as an institution is exactly what got Donald Trump in the White House.
Yeah, so to be clear, I am advocating for a market-based solution and for a free speech solution, and trusting that people will ultimately be able to think for themselves and do a better job of curating information and picking the sources of information that they ultimately rely upon. So you mentioned Medium deleting one of these fake news posts. I think it's a slippery slope, because I would say the most dangerous organization in the world right now in terms of the proliferation of this pandemic was the World Health Organization. And the false narrative that they perpetuated and the beholdenness that they showed to the Chinese Communist Party in the early stages and the most critical stages of preventing the spread of this pandemic. So, you can't have it both ways. And my general point is that if we're going to censor on one side, I think it's just as bad as if you're censoring on the other. The idea that we should all be default beholden to some authority figures, whether they're the Chinese Communist Party, whether they're Medium and Facebook, doesn't really matter. Whether they're the Trump administration, doesn't really matter. I tend to believe that in an emergency situation like this, the best ideas will rise to the top, and ultimately, people are harder to fool than we often give them credit for. So let's have people take personal responsibility and let high signal, reliable sources of information rise to the top. There's a reason that Joe Rogan is the most popular media personality, the most influential media personality right now. There's a reason that John Oliver wins Emmys every single year. They are non-traditional media sources, but what they deliver in terms of satire is more truthful than most of what you get in an otherwise broken media model. So I'm not saying we should throw out epidemiologists. I'm saying we should throw out the middleman and bring more competition to the curators of that information, because the current crop was asleep at the wheel.
If I could just pick up on something Ryan said. Ryan mentioned choosing media, and I think that's a really interesting point that I would encourage our viewers to get their information from a variety of sources, as I myself do. And I think you're right that we should also trust people to be able to form their own opinions based on the variety of media that they use, be it TV or newspapers, online, radio. And on the point of expertise, I think what's interesting about what's happening at the moment is that there are very few people who really know what's going on, because I mean, this is a constantly developing situation. Every day there's new information. Every day there are these different facts coming in from different studies, and a lot of this is really just being investigated right now. And so it's difficult to call yourself an expert. And I think it's interesting that the French Prime Minister, Edouard Philippe, when he addressed the National Assembly, the Assemblée Nationale yesterday, to talk about the next few weeks and how we're going to come out of lockdown, he said that he was flabbergasted, I think disappointed to see that there are so many people going on TV shows, going on 24-hour news channel plateaus, we call them, sorry, but and giving their opinion as if they were experts. So I think us as news broadcast, we have a responsibility to be very selective in who we speak to, and asking them, Jeff mentioned this before, we have bookers, they're the ones who bring in the guests. And yes, their job, as they do every day, is to talk to the guests and find out what their area of expertise is and what they bring to the table. And that step is crucial. As a news anchor, if I only have the name of the person and what they do, and it could just be doctor, that's not very useful to me. I need to know really what it is that they do, what their area of expertise is, because that'll make not only for a better interview, but also it'll be better for our viewers, obviously. They will get the most out of this interview.
Yeah, so maybe I'll
just
come in.
Sorry, Heidi, just a 5-second thought. We already have a model for this in Wikipedia, right? When there is contentious breaking news, you will see in the banner of any Wikipedia entry whether something is currently contentious or is rapidly developing. So one way to mitigate fake news, if you're a platform, is to make it very easy to show people what is being disputed and how vigorously it's being disputed from other trusted sources. You can tick and tie that without necessarily censoring. So one general thoughts, and I think ultimately you'd be able to quantify that and ultimately come up with more reliable curative sources over time. Heidi.
But Ryan, the thing about Wikipedia as well is that sometimes some mistakes or jokes happen and it stays there for, say, a few hours, right? So when you think about it in media, if a quote unquote mistake or a joke is amplified, it goes around the world like millions of times already. And so that fake news is amplified. So how do we deal with that then?
Well, I mean, I think the leading source of fake news globally currently coming from the White House and Beijing. So, you know, if you're just relying on any institution on any side of the political spectrum to be the single source of truth, I think is problematic. So for high stakes issues like this, I think it's perfectly fine to have a number of sources of information that people can filter through, and ultimately you can get a sense for where the consensus opinion is and what should be relegated to the conspiracy theory bucket. Although some conspiracy theories ultimately have been proven true with this particular virus. So I don't want to get, you know, obviously everybody's focused on the coronavirus itself, but this applies to the economic repercussions. This applies to the, you know, financial system repercussions, the second order, third order effects that are downstream, and we're just starting to see the impact of. I don't think it's healthy to have a democratic system where some of the leading tech platforms are playing judge, jury, and executioner, because today it's about health, tomorrow it's going to be about financial information, and the day after that will be about political information. And it's, I don't think that this slippery slope argument is premature, given the stakes right now and given how fast everything has been accelerating and what we consider normal now versus what we considered normal just a few months ago. And even before the crisis, the year-over-year change in the behavior of these major platforms.
Yeah, so maybe I'll jump in and say that in many ways, what's so interesting about this is when I put my historian hat on, we're kind of rehashing debates that happened around the period of the interwar period, right? So after World War I, the sort of first moment where the US government is really involved in creating propaganda and various types of information. Some of the people who are involved in that, like Walter Lippmann, in terms of having government steer information. Lippmann is the person who invents the word stereotype as we currently understand it. And his argument is, we need experts because people filter the world through their own stereotypes. We can't expect people to be able to be informed about all things at all times. And so we need experts to do some filtering. But his sort of sub-argument is the problem with media, and he's writing this in the 1920s in a book called Public Opinion. The problem with media is that they pretend that they can inform all people about all things, and they take on this role that it's impossible for them to fulfill. So he's the sort of one version of this where he says, actually, experts are really important. And the other side of this is, it wasn't really a debate at the time, but we now in retrospect construct it as one, is a sort of John Dewey view, which I'd say is kind of your view, Ryan, which is people can educate themselves, and this is how they're going to be able to filter information. So I put that as sort of broad brushstrokes out there that we've been having these kind of debates for quite a long time, whether people are able to filter information for themselves or whether it's really up to experts to do that filtering for people because most people don't have the time or interest in some way. Maybe I'll just add a kind of another element to this debate that I think is quite useful to think about historically, and that's that I think it's really important for us to distinguish between news, so learning about new things that happen in the world, and journalism, which is a particular way of reporting on news. And journalism is an incredibly young phenomenon. As someone I write with a lot, John Maxwell Hamilton puts it, professional journalism is younger than professional baseball. So all of the standards and ideals we associate with it, objectivity, neutrality, along with all of the problems like false balance, these things emerge basically a century ago, really valorized in the post-World War II world. But of course, people learned about new things long before professional journalism, and all of the other kind of contextual factors, the technology, economic situation, the way the world worked in the period changed so. Yet these weird things, journalism should stay exactly the same. And I think the more interesting conversation is to say, what actually are the ways that we want people to report on news in a 21st century environment? So rather than saying, we want the 20th century back, let's instead have a conversation about what does this exactly look like in a 21st century world? It's not that news goes away, it's that we find new ways of reporting on it. And I think, Ryan, that's part of what you're pointing towards. How do we create a new environment? What are the new ways in which we report on news? Doesn't mean journalism completely goes away, but it's not going to be the dominant form anymore.
Thank you, Heidi. For those who didn't see the chat, I wanted to hear exactly her historian's view on this. And just to be clear, I sympathize more with Dewey by far than with Lippmann. Lippmann believed we weren't capable of learning. I believe we're capable of learning, but from whom do we learn? We learn from those who study and those who have data and research.
I would love to go to Claire now to kind of shift tech a little bit and kind of go to on the ground kind of point of view again. So Claire, can you just describe to us kind of like for a piece of news that comes in, take us through kind of the journey when you mentioned earlier about going to the sources and stuff like that. But really my key question is that how do you deal with, how do you make a trade-off between fact checking and the speed of publication? And also because like France 24, you're a 24-hour news organization. So I think with that, you have your own challenges as well. So could you just take us through the entire journey, please?
I think that's a very important distinction to make, because as a 24-hour news channel, and I have to say at the moment, we're not broadcasting 24 hours because of the lockdown. We don't have a shift overnight, but normally, yes, we are broadcasting constantly. And so it's a very different way of working, I'd say, than if you're in the UK preparing something for the 6 p.m. or the 10 p.m., or if you're in France preparing something for the 8 p.m. bulletin, the one I would say most people tune in for. So in the sense that, yes, because we're constantly live, then we have that time pressure that I think is different if you're working on an article for something that's going to be published the next day, etc. So it's a very particular working environment, which is important to, I think, highlight. But of course, we still have to be rigorous and go through that process of checking the sources and when alerts come up, because when I'm in the studio and there's a computer in front of me, I have alerts coming in from the various news agencies. I have an earpiece, obviously, I'm speaking to my producer, and then there's the executive producer who's in the newsroom speaking to my producer. And so if something drops, if an alert pops up, then I'm not just going to read it and obviously just give it on air, unless it's, for example, something we've been waiting for, an election result, and I know that it's a good source, and we discussed previously when we were going to give it, and depending on who gave the information, then I'm going to go through that process of perhaps during the broadcast of a bulletin, a report, sorry, when I have a minute, I'll speak to my producer. What do we make of this? Are we going to give this? And then that's the process. You speak to a producer who speaks to the exec producer, and then we make a decision. And also, like you said, there's the speed issue. How important is it to get it out very fast? So I think what's interesting with us is that locally there are 24-hour French news channels, and they're very much in competition with each other. And sometimes the pressure gets too much, and you might put the information out without going through all those checks of calling someone on the ground, calling a correspondent, double checking, triple checking. And I think perhaps maybe an advantage we have is not having that direct competition. Of course, there are other big broadcasters, CNN, BBC World, etc. They have very different budgets. So we have a different way of working, but obviously we have to be vigorous and I think rigorous. And what's difficult at a time like this is doing that when there are fewer people in the newsroom, when it's harder to coordinate because a lot of people are working from home. So you're having these morning meetings virtually, and you're wanting to double check everything that's being sent in, because we have our science people, culture, sports, no, there's not much sports going on, but various what we call editors with their areas of expertise, sending us information, sending us 1 or 2 minute reports, and then the executive producer has to check them all before they go out on air. But in reality, how are you going to be able to go through every little detail of that report and every single one of them that's coming in from all over the world when you are also in charge of putting out bulletins on 2 different channels? Because that's what executive producers at France 24 do. They're generally in charge of 2 different channels, the French and the English. So it's these time pressures that we're under. And I think as news presenters, everything that I say on air, I've written. So I do have that advantage, and it's something I very much enjoy, that I'm not just writing something that's been prepared by someone else, but then there's obviously the issue of copy editors. So my producers check my copy, but obviously at other organizations where they have bigger means, there are more checks. So it's a constant effort that we have to make sure that obviously what we're saying is accurate and balance it with how quickly does that information need to get out there really.
Thank you. And I want to link that to kind of 2 topics, right? One, which is something that Ryan has said earlier regarding his point of view about certain big public figures, kind of false information. So as you know, in this world right now, media is super global, right? I can watch France 24 from here in Singapore. I can watch wherever, CNN from wherever. Someone else can watch Channel News Asia from Singapore and Asia. And we're also interested in finding out what's happening globally. And so for France 24, you cover global news. So when it comes down to kind of covering what happens in other geographies, how do you then filter the information? Because there's a lot of live streaming happening and all the press conferences and stuff like that. How do you deal with kind of real-time editing and perhaps, are you doing any real-time censorship, for example?
So we have a team in charge of forward planning, and they gather all the information of upcoming news conferences, etc. Sometimes, of course, we only find out 2 or 3 hours before, sometimes less, that there's going to be a big briefing. But we do have a team in charge of that. So in the morning, we know what we can expect in which country. We all get this email, the fil rouge it's called, with all the information about all the main events, obviously not everything, the main events happening around the world. And then we decide who we're going to put on that particular story, if it's worth sending the correspondent, if we're going to make a report in-house. And then I think what's interesting about what's happening at the moment is that we don't want to focus too much on just Europe and the US. We want, like you say, we're an international news channel. We want our viewers in India, Iran, in the US, in various parts of the world to be able to hear what's relevant to them, what's interesting to them. But at the same time, with this particular story, of course, there are the most cases of COVID in Europe and in the US. So we're going to focus more on those countries. But I think it's important also to look at it from all the different socio and economic perspectives. So, for example, I think that's something we do really well when we think about India, for example. I mean, massive population, and then all these migrant workers finding themselves not just out of work, but with no food, that they're not able to eat. I mean, the very basic things that those of us lucky enough to be in France, if you're unlucky enough to have been made redundant, you can hope for some sort of social security. So I think it's important when we talk about these stories to look at the different repercussions. So not just the number of cases or the number of deaths, but how it's affecting people in their livelihoods. And so I think that's something we really think about, and we encourage all our correspondents to get out there and to speak to people from different areas, industries, about how they're impacted.
Ryan, you do a lot of citizen reporting, right, as you call yourself. What's your process like?
Well, I don't really call myself a citizen journalist. I think that's a fancy term for people that are active on social media, have a following, and employ some common sense. But I actually do listen to experts, a combination of experts and data. And early on in this pandemic, it's epidemiology is pretty black and white in terms of the inputs, at least, even if there's quite a bit of chaos and uncertainty on the other end. So a lot of the loudest voices were folks raising the alarms in January about things like R0 and about the pervasiveness and deadliness of this disease and the impact that it has on all ages, particularly vulnerable populations. But there was another common sense element to it, which is the Chinese government will lock down 500 million people if this is just the flu, right? So any immediate dismissals of the pandemic, you can look at in two tiers. One, looking at the science, looking at the data that's coming out, and trying to trust some experts and curators of that information. So, for instance, former FDA Commissioner Scott Gottlieb, who is one of the most persuasive, concise, and thoughtful curators, also not beholden to the administration because he is a former commissioner. He was a very high signal outlet, and many of the folks that I ended up following were thanks to his recommendations or retweets, and ended up being able to put together a pretty compelling list based on his thoughts, the New York Times frequent sources, and Washington Post frequent sources as well, along with some journalists that were actually on the ground in China reporting on what was going on in real time. So my point is when it comes to all journalism, you can make the argument that journalists are just curators of information. That is journalism. You're either telling a story and you're creating a narrative by curating certain opinions and curating certain data sets, or you're making some type of argument. And you're kind of weighing the relative merits of different data sources and the integrity of different opinions based on their background, like Jeff would say, and Heidi would say, I'm sure. And then you're putting the puzzle piece together for yourself as the individual journalist. Whether you're at the New York Times and have an editor, whether you're an individual blogger, whether you're just someone that puts together a tweet storm by threading together some insights that people hadn't seen previously, it doesn't really matter. The process is the same. So one of the things that I encourage people that are looking to break into crypto to do, particularly if they're not technical, is produce content. If you're not producing content and you're not an engineer, you're probably not going to get a job. Well, I would say that the same skills that are relevant for people finding jobs and adding value and gleaning insights are relevant en masse, particularly in an era where the major social media platforms have hijacked our attention and basically spoon-fed information in a way that is most digestible and ultimately leads to some of these worst instincts. So how do we teach people to be journalists is as or more important than figuring out how to identify the right media outlets, right? And actually trust any one source of information. How do you help people develop this skill set themselves? And maybe you call it a citizen journalist. I just call it being an informed citizen, period. in a world where these institutional barriers to information have come down, and some of the smartest people in the rooms might have day jobs that are not journalism 101.
Yeah, I just quickly wanted to jump in and say that the question of data, I think, is a really important one, because it actually is completely intertwined with the question of media, right? I mean, if you think about the very basic question in the US of how many COVID-19 tests were being done, when you aren't getting information from the places you would expect, you look at the projects that pulled that together, and it was things like The Atlantic in a pretty crowdsourced project. So I think what we see is no longer this distinction between there's the journalism outlet, there's the citizen journalist, and then there's the institutions. There's in fact a melding of all of these things. And what's been so interesting is to see how actually journalism itself has evolved incredibly, which is a combination between The Atlantic sees there's a problem here, we don't know how many tests, combines with some people who are experts on the ground, and then a bunch of citizens in different places, such that in this very bizarre world in which some institutions are failing to provide basic standard data, it's actually now on some media outlets that are helping to create that. So I would say, just to push back a little bit on the idea that data is black and white. In fact, what we've seen here is it's very difficult to even know the basic questions of how many tests are being done, et cetera, without input of media outlets combined with citizens. And that's something that I think neat to see has been that evolution, that actually at a moment when some of our institutions aren't functioning as they should be, that are picking up the slack.
So with all the media that's been consumed, should journalists try to be entertaining? Are we competing with entertainment for eyeballs and kind of mind share? Claire? Oh, Jeff, yeah.
Yes, I was just going to say, thanks, Jeff. No, I don't think our job is to entertain at all. Our job is to inform and to give people context, to go to our correspondents, to go to guests, because we as newsreaders, for example, are seen as figures of authority, but we're not experts, so we do need to go to the expert. And I don't think we can tell a story in as interesting a way as possible, and in TV, obviously, images are very important to that, but we also have to be sensitive and show empathy, and so I think entertainment is especially particularly with a story like this one, where we're talking about people dying, people suffering, people losing their jobs. No, I think to try and make it entertaining, or to have sassy straps, what shows up on the screen at the bottom of your screen when you're watching a news bulletin, you don't want to alarm people. Our job is not to speculate. And I think there's a lot of talk, and perhaps it's to be expected on 24-hour news channels where you sometimes have to fill the time. You end up talking a lot about this future, this hypothetical future. We don't really know what's going to happen. And there's so much going on right now that I think we should focus on that. So not entertaining. I think challenging the authorities, and reassuring people if we can. And I found that was very important during the Paris attacks, for example, as well, that we shouldn't worry people any more than necessary, just concentrate on giving them the facts. And then also just one other point I'd like to make is that I think when it comes to neutrality, no, I don't think we should necessarily be neutral. I mean, I don't give my opinion, of course, that is not my job. We do have commentators for that. That's not my job, but I will call out racism or sexism. For example, this was a little while back, but you might remember when Donald Trump was talking about the squad, those 4 congresswomen in the US known as the squad, and said something along the lines of they really should just go back to where they came from. And I know that some media outlets were saying, these comments are considered racist. And I had a conversation with my producers and my team about this, where I insisted on saying he made racist comments. I don't want to say some people would consider this racist. I mean, it is. And so I think that's when journalists have to be brave and sometimes just call it as it is. And when you're dealing with people not telling the truth, you shouldn't necessarily always give their point of view. You balance things out, obviously, as much as possible. But I do think this whole neutrality question is a very interesting one, perhaps for another debate.
I would just add to your question. The problem is that we imported the mass media business model based on attention into this new world. It led us down a path to cats and Kardashian and ultimately Donald Trump. And now that advertising is imploding, then that might go away. But then we have the next danger of becoming a stratified media world where those who can afford news will get it in paywalls, and those who can't won't. And that's not good either. And so we need to reinvent the form of journalism and the business models around it, and it's going to take time.
Before I'll ask one more question, but just giving a heads up, we'll open up for Q&A, and Sebastian and team will moderate the raising hand. So if you're listening in, you want to ask a question, feel free to raise your hands, and we'll call you out in a bit. So just kind of related to business models, right? And that's a very important topic, and you kind of gone through a little bit of that during your talk earlier, but kind of using that as well as the change that's happening and going back to the theme of the entire conference about reset, right? So what changes are we seeing now? Slash what changes related to that, what changes do you think will persist? Let's start with business models, Jeff, and then other people can chime in regarding changes and paradigm shifts.
I think it's too soon to know. I think right now everyone's in panic mode, as they should be, because it's dire circumstances and people are being furloughed and laid off and advertising is going away. And so I don't think we're seeing any changes now that are lasting. I think we're seeing changes now that are desperate. And again, I say that with empathy.
Yeah, so maybe I can just jump in on this business model question, because I think there's a misconception about how news is funded that I really want to clarify, because I think it will help us as we think into the future. So one thing we have to sort of remember about news is that news has never paid for itself. There have always been different kind of subsidies in the news business, and I use the term subsidy really widely, right? Like there's the subsidy in the sense that half the newspaper in the 20th century was ads. That's a kind of subsidy to all the news gathering. The classifieds are another type of subsidy. So too, of course, if governments place ads, we think of the more kind of classic government-led subsidies, but there are many varieties. And the final one was people used to buy this thing as a bundle, right? I wanted to know about sports, but I bought a paper that also did international news. Sports was cheaper than international news, so I effectively subsidized all the other readers. That model had a kind of golden age, you could say, for about 30 years until the 1980s. Then it starts to decline even before the internet. And the internet, this thing is just on steroids, right? The ad market collapses. What has happened with COVID-19 is that the whole thing is on double steroids, right? Like the worst kind of opiate, because the advertising market has just collapsed. So what I think we need to contemplate in the moment of moving forward is, if we want a kind of international news, et cetera, there's got to be a new subsidy. I'm not saying this because I think subsidies are the only way that we can produce all types of news, but because history tells us that certain types of news just don't pay for themselves. There aren't enough readers, viewers, whatever, who are willing to pay for it. It's an essential type of news, but what the subsidy will be in this moment, that's, I think, a very open question, and how you maintain independence when you have a type of subsidy is the second question there. So I'll throw that out because it helps me at least to think about what is happening.
Ryan and Claire, any thoughts regarding kind of paradigm shifts that are happening?
Ladies first. I've been speaking a lot, so I want to.
That's how I feel as well, actually. I thought I've spoken lots, so.
Well, let me just jump in here. Why don't we open it up for questions from the audience? There's a lot of questions here. So if you'd like to ask a question, please raise your hand and I'll allow you to speak. Go ahead, Louis. Sorry, go ahead, Louis.
Yeah, works now, I think. Yeah, quick question. We've had the debate between, pointed by, I think, Heidi on should we rely on experts to issue and organize information, or should we let people curate and filter information? Something that I think has been coined as citizen journalism. I'm wondering how I mean, not everybody has the time to, you know, go on Twitter, select and create different sources of information, you know, establish their legitimacy and the people who are behind it and stuff. Like most people go on, I don't know, Fox News, or in France, like things like BFM TV and you know, fast-paced, not that good quality of information channels. Yeah, I'm wondering if if there's a hope in citizen journalism at scale, because it's like, yeah, it necessitates some you know, some degree of education and resources to be able to put into this, and it certainly has limits. I'm wondering if you have thoughts about that.
Ryan, perhaps?
I'm wondering,
Right.
yeah, I'm wondering if I have used the term citizen journalism in the right way here, but mostly the question was like, can we hope that, you know, at scale, people will be able to create their own information? Because that's kind of what Ryan was inferring as the way to go. Yeah.
Did Ryan disappear?
Does anybody want to take that?
Yeah. Does anyone want to take that? Heidi?
Yeah, I can try and take that one on. So I think one of the things that we're seeing is obviously just a differentiation of the landscape, right? Different people going to different channels. But I think the point of time is a key one. You know, it goes back to Lippmann, right? One of Lippmann's points was we place on people this burden to know about all things at all times. And what we have to recognize, he would say, is, you know, people have half an hour on the tram to read the news, and that's all they've got. And now we might say, okay, people have half an hour to check their smartphone, etc. So I've thought for a long time, one of the points here is about curation, which I think Jeff was talking about as well. How do you get the lists that are already curated for you? So it's not necessarily that everybody is a citizen journalist. It's more a question of who are going to be the curators at this point, because we have to recognize that not everybody, we're the people who have the time, right? We're the ones who have the several hours a day, and it's our day job to filter through information. So the question is, who are going to be the curators for others? And I think the point is just that that's become much more distributed. Different people are going to different curators. And maybe the final thing I'll say about that is there are lots of ways in which that's a really good thing, because just feels, in fact, pushing out a whole bunch of voices, right? I mean, if we think about the experiences of COVID-19, it's very clear that it disproportionately affects certain groups of people, not just in the US, but also in the UK. When we look at the doctors who are dying, basically all of them are Black or otherwise from people of color. And so if we have different types of stories that are being told that aren't necessarily filtered through just a few channels, that can be really essential in these moments. So I think it's more maybe thinking about who are the curators rather than who are the producers, which can be a helpful way of thinking about how to deal with people who have too little time.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Oh, sorry. I think I will give Louis. Sorry, go ahead, Louis.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, curation is definitely important, and I really like the fact that we can have multiple different sources of information, different voices which are legitimate in their own ways and kind of like bring their own value to the table and stuff. One thing I'm kind of also like a bit worried about though is when we have like multiple, you know, sources of information legitimate in their own way, like we're seeing increasingly in like this kind of like postmodern or whatever world that we're living in. I don't know like if it's going to help at the like more like higher level to move the debate forward collectively, because like increasingly like we're seeing this fragmentation. So hopefully I think it would be an improvement to have like different voices who are creating actionable and valuable information around different products in their own styles, so people can actually move around these new stories and new narratives and all these things. But kind of questioning the fact that on the other hand we kind of losing the advantage that traditional media and newspapers had in the past, which was like federating, being the voice of for example, a whole nation or a whole political party. I mean, we're going down to a much more granular level. So I don't know if this makes sense.
Yeah, maybe I can just say 20 seconds on that, which is, I think this is, as an academic, I'm going to say this is complex, but I think it's really presented a whole party, whole people, etc. Always relied on excluding a whole bunch of people, right? I mean, a newspaper in the 1960s was composed of, in some places, mostly middle-class white guys writing stuff, with maybe the rare woman if you were lucky. And so, yes, they seemed to speak for a nation, but in fact, they did by excluding a whole bunch of people. And even now, if we look at who are journalists, there are huge numbers of people who get marginalized from telling their story. So I think we end up with, yes, it seems like a greater fragmentation, but on the other hand, part of that is because people who didn't get to speak before now have a voice. So I'd kind of caution against nostalgia for what we had before, because it relied on a bunch of people not being able to speak and voice their opinions.
Okay, if there are any other questions, raise your hands. I think there's William Gunn, you've got a question. Karthik. Go ahead, William.
Sure, I had a question, and I think my question was generally around the balance of responsibility and reliability. So Jeff made a point earlier that paywalling journalism is exclusionary, and only some people would have access to it, and other people wouldn't. But on the other hand, ad-based business models allow outlets to just swamp people's attention, and that it is de facto exclusionary if it is not in fact exclusionary. And so I just kind of wonder how the people on this call think the industry, the media industry overall, because I'm a source, I'm not a journalist, how they see themselves balancing like their duty to speak the truth versus the pressures that they face to be fast and to be catchy and so on and so forth.
So we kind of talked about the topic earlier, but anyone, Jeff, I think you unmuted yourself. Do you want to give that a go?
Yeah, and I want to combine it with a question that Hazel had in the Q&A, which you like, Gwendolyn, is what's our obligation here? Heidi and I have both been talking about the business models, and when I talk to my students, we go through, I say that every single revenue source has conflict built in. Every single thing you can do has conflict. Subscriptions are not pure because then you start playing to the audience and their desires. Advertising is not pure because you're just trying to get attention. Government is not pure because he and she who give can take away, and so on and so on and so on. So you have to be aware of that. And it's our job in journalism to try to stand back from that and stand up for intellectual freedom and intellectual honesty. So that leads to Hazel's question, which is, do we have a moral responsibility to change public opinion? Which I think is a really, really interesting question. Because if that public opinion is that vaccines are bad for you, then yes, we have a moral obligation to change that. And I think that the myth of objectivity and neutrality that we had in journalism has hurt us over time, because it meant that we haven't been honest enough about where we stand and where we come from. We still have many obligations in journalism toward being factual, toward intellectual honesty, for saying basically uncomfortable truths, for fairness. There's a lot of doctrines we have, but I think at the end of the day, we like the platforms today have been too allergic to making judgments. And if dangerous anti-vaccination talk is out there just because the market might like it, doesn't mean that we don't have an obligation to try to find its source, which is often propagandistic, and to try to counteract it.
Well, could I have just a little follow-up then? I guess my question is, since I work with a lot of researchers, what do I need to do to feel comfortable? The current advice I give to researchers about speaking with the media is, in general, you don't want to do that because your incentive is to get it right and their incentive is to be first or to be catchy. So unless you know the person and you know their reputation and you know that they are reliable, and have a few people that I can point to for that. I like Stat News, for example, a lot of their stuff. Then you generally shouldn't be talking. Like, do people have a better, guidance for me to give researchers?
I'm probably going to try to do a video with some researchers and some journalists to try to answer that. So stay tuned. DM me if you want more at Jeff Jarvis. I haven't scheduled it yet. Yes, it's difficult. The researchers I've talked to have had a decent experience with media, have found out what the questions are. If they don't like the bent of the reporter, they hang up, they stop, they say, no, you're headed the wrong way. That's okay. They tell the reporter what they're capable of answering, what they're not capable of answering. In American journalism, we tend not to show quotes beforehand, but in European journalism, especially German journalism, they do. I think it's probably a better method, especially when you deal with science. So you can ask to say, play this back to me. We both have an interest in accuracy. And look at the track record of the journalist. And if they are full of crap, don't answer the call. But if they seem to be somebody who you think is trying to get it right, and don't be afraid of telling them they have the story wrong. They often come out with an assignment that says, I want to do this story. And you can tell them, well, no, actually the evidence says the story's over here. And if they're not listening, then get off.
So we have one more question from Karthik. Go ahead. Karthik, you have the mic.
Yeah. So I was thinking about these oral cultures like stand-up comedy and cultures like Harikatha in India, where the storyteller becomes the story himself. It's a performing art. But now, because of this whole pandemic situation, maybe we need to move towards smaller societies, individual units, where trust becomes very important between the stakeholders. I mean, is it a viable option in the foreseeable future, where we don't have to depend on objective data or information, but move towards subjective stories like Gonzo journalism by Hunter S. Thompson? Like underground press during the Vietnam War in America. Maybe towards more of let the people who are able to do it, let them do it, and the society will choose which one is better. So that's my question. Hello?
Any other panelists want to?
I can jump in quickly, maybe just to pick up on some of the things that you're saying and throw in some of the research that has existed for a long time on this. So one is this question of trust and who do we trust? So there's been for a long time the idea put forward by a researcher called Elizabeth Noller-Neumann about there are basically two influences here. So it's called the two-step model, where in fact, people who we trust. So that rather than an institution, we might think about, okay, do we trust more our neighbor, social media, et cetera, et cetera. And there are lots of surveys that also tell us this is very generational now. So who people over 60 trust is actually quite different than people below the age of 20. So maybe I'll just throw that into the mix. And I think a lot of the questions that we ask about who is more trusting, et cetera, et cetera. Someone asked in the chat about Fox News, for example. That's a generational question of people mostly over the age of 60 or 70 in the United States. People below 30 are generally quite skeptical of all of these different types of information. So I think when we think about trust, you've got to be a lot more differentiated. Think about this sort of two-step model where we tend to trust information more from people whom we already trust, but the people whom we trust really differs depending on our ethnicity and especially our age, which I think is really crucial at this moment, particularly in COVID-19, when the people who are most susceptible are the ones who are likeliest to be watching Fox News. If we think about this in the American context, there's a horrific overlap here between the channel that was telling people don't worry about it and the type of people who were watching it who were the most susceptible. So I think it will help us in this moment to just really differentiate when we talk about trust, who exactly we're thinking about.
Can I just add something to that? I think there are certain broadcasters that, I mean, I'm not going to list any, but that I would trust all of the time. But I think you still have to watch with a certain degree of, you know, not necessarily questioning everything, but just thinking, for example, there's one particular story that I found quite interesting recently is how people have covered Sweden. Sweden having introduced very different measures. I think some foreign media have, and not necessarily consciously trying to get a buzz or trying to turn it into something sassier than it is, but there's been a lot of coverage of this particular, they're doing things so differently. But even the trusted broadcasters are perhaps not covering the story as they should, just because it'll make for a better headline if we say that they are doing things so drastically different. So I think there's that issue as well when you say there are certain broadcasters and papers that we can trust. And then I think something that I'd just like to mention as well that I think has been a positive development, and just adding to the what happens in the future element, that I think it's really good that we've been taking a lot of questions from viewers live, because that's reflecting that change that is happening now, that we're all getting information on our phones so quickly, that I think it's very important at a time like this to be able to interact with viewers, readers, listeners, and take their questions and make them a part of the conversation.
We're going to have to leave it there, but that was a fascinating panel. I hope that everybody who's listening learned a lot, and I certainly did. I would like to thank Jeff, Heidi, Gwendolyn, Ryan, and Claire for participating in Reset Everything and for making up this amazing panel. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for having us. Thanks for all your questions.
Take care.
On now to a very different topic. We're going to switch gears a little bit here, and we are going to talk about healthcare and wellness. So our next speaker is Cécile Monteil, I'm sorry. She's an entrepreneur and physician, and she advocates for the beneficial use of technologies applied to health and medicine. She's a physician. She works part-time at the pediatric emergency room at Robert Debré Hospital here in Paris. And she regularly speaks about the topics of digital medicine. She's the founder of an NGO also, Hippocrate, and they're devoted to bringing, to bridging the gap between the French physician community and the digital healthcare ecosystem. And she joins us from just down the road here in Paris. Hi, Cécile.
Hi.
So yeah, we can hear you. Thanks for joining us. So you've been in really on the front lines here since for the last several weeks and even going into months now, working in hospitals. And so I wanted you to come on to sort of tell your story and give the story to our viewers about what's actually going on in hospitals and the way that you see it.
Okay, so hi everyone. I'm very happy to be here. It's a bit awkward to not see my audience, but thank you to each one of you who's behind the screen, because it makes me feel less alone, I guess. So what I chose to do today is to share my experience as a story. So I'm proposing that I tell the story. It's not very long. It's probably like 10-15 minutes max. and then we can open up the conversation, if that's okay with you. So I'm a physician. I live in Paris, France, and I'm an ER pediatrician, which means that I treat kids in the emergency department. Sometimes we save their lives, but many times we see runny nose, blisters, and bruises. So when the COVID-19 epidemic started back in January, we all thought it was some sort of a flu. All we had were China's number, and we had no idea that they were totally flooded. They were reporting at the time about 80,000 cases and about 3,000 to 4,000 deaths. That's a mortality rate of about 3.9%, which we thought was very much overestimated because that number did not take into account the many cases of asymptomatic people. Then the numbers of infection and deaths outside of China started to skyrocket. And we realized that it was not just a flu, it was a tsunami, and it was going to be a catastrophe. We saw it hit Italy first. We were hearing that they were asking ophthalmologists to learn how to use a ventilator. We were hearing that healthcare professionals were dying and that the healthcare system was just not holding up. That's when it became really scary. And we were wondering what was in store for us. So because at that time, with what we knew, we saw that children were very rarely affected by serious forms of the disease. Our hospital started to fully reorganize to welcome adults. In France, we were far from having enough ICU beds, and we had to open new beds as fast as possible, anywhere and everywhere. So what we did is we stopped all non-urgent activities, and we postponed every consultation, surgery, and exam we could. We moved our pediatric ICU unit to transform it in a 20 adult ICU beds. So an ICU is an intensive care unit. It's where patients can be sedated and artificially breathe through a ventilator while being intubated. So we had that ICU adult unit, and we also transformed our ear, nose, and throat department in a step-down unit of 14 beds. So step-down units are typically for patients who are getting out of the ICU, but they're still very unstable on a medical level. And it can also be used for pre-ICU, for example, for patients who require oxygen, but they don't need yet to be artificially ventilated. So as for me, I was appointed to share my time between my usual job at the ER for kids and in that new step-down unit. And I can tell you that I did not sleep well for the few nights before taking on this new job. I mean, I did learn how to treat adults in my studies, and I did work for sometimes with adults at the beginning of my career, but this is not my daily job. So what I did is I tried my best to read everything I could about COVID-19. I did online courses, MOOCs, which had been made available by my hospital. I downloaded all the healthcare adult smartphone apps that I could find about medical scores and tips and tricks. But still, it was a very difficult transition. And my first day was a nightmare. So we were welcoming both adults that were getting out of the ICU, but we were also welcoming pregnant women who were too unstable to stay in our hospital maternity. And we had one kid who had just underwent an operation for a peritonitis and who happened to be COVID positive. And it happened that in the pediatric surgery departments, they were not equipped to receive COVID positive patients. So I am used to making the diagnosis of peritonitis, but I am not used to care for it after the operation. I'm used to treating babies. I'm not used to treating their moms or their grandparents. And so in 24 hours, it's like I had to do this huge brain upgrade from retrieving all the knowledge that was deep down somewhere in me to acquiring a bunch of new informations. It felt like going from the iPhone 3 to the iPhone 11 or something. But the craziest in all of that was that we were treating a disease we did not even understand. Every day we were learning that like this new skin symptom had been reported, or that neurological effect had been noticed. And we were analyzing chest CT scans that I had never seen before. And we were like, wow, like how can those people even be breathing? I was so shocked by how smashed the patients were. Before you actually see it, I mean, you hear from it, right? You hear that like sometimes it's a runny nose or it's like a big flu for 10 days. You know that some people are dying of it, but it seems quite far, you know, abstract. Well, on that first day, it became very real. It felt like a bulldozer had rolled over those people. They were out of breath all the time. They were talking was becoming this huge effort, and they looked like zombies. And then right when you would think that they were doing better, in just a few hours, they would just worsen up and we had to resend them to the critical care unit. And then there was this big deal about the chloroquine. But the few studies we had showed no scientific evidence of improving the disease. So our patients were on trial for different drugs, and chloroquine was part of it, of course. But in our department, on a small scale, we saw more adverse effects from those drugs than real improvements. It seemed that only time and oxygen seemed to heal those patients once they had managed to get out of the ICU and after they had passed the first 2 to 3 weeks after the first symptoms. And then I remember we had so many discussions about, you know, how to treat those patients, and we never had a final answer. So do we give this drug knowing that it has not shown any medical evidence with the risk of harming the patient with adverse effects, or should we not? What if the patient dies and the family sues us for not trying the drug? But what if the patient dies from its adverse effects and the family sues us for giving him a medicine that was not considered appropriate at the time? What's the answer? And then at the same time as everything was happening, everybody started to glorify the doctors and the nurses. In France, people clap at their window to thank us every night at 8 p.m. Every single night, still now. And it's very comforting and we really appreciate. And I'm sure you've also seen all those cartoons where we have superheroes like Batman and Spider-Man, and they're bowing down, you know, in front of healthcare professionals. And it makes us feel good, but it also makes us feel, you know, funny and a bit awkward because we try our best. I mean, that I promise, we give everything, but we're also out of our usual competence scope. To me, it's like we're sailing like in a sick fog, you know, and we make mistakes and we learn on the go. And some of us have to make hard choices. So I'm not in a critical care unit. I'm not in one of those ICU, but I have many colleagues who are, and they've been telling me that they've been facing with having to decide so many times who might live and who won't. You know, when you know that their ICU unit is almost full, and they know they will be asked to take on new patient every few hours or so, they know that if they accept that 70-year-old grandma, then they're saying no to the next 55-year-old dad. It's horrible. And I don't think that it would make anyone feel like a superhero to take one of those decisions. And also, I mean, you see Spider-Man and Batman, they have like capes and like super outfits. We were lacking everything. Medicines, medical equipment, rightly trained physicians and nurses, personal protection equipment, which we call PPE. And to me, it's kind of like, you know, you're sent to wars, but you're wearing like shorts and flip-flops. All the masks and hydroalcoholic gels that you can usually find in, you know, regular consultation rooms when you go to the hospital, it was all stolen within the first week of the epidemic. So we had to reuse everything to be minimalist to the point where, to be honest, we were just blatantly exposing ourselves. Luckily, after a few weeks, we've had massive help from the general public and the industries. 3D makers made a 3D printed face shields. Chanel donated like a whole bunch of disposable gowns, like Chanel, you know, the fancy fashion brand. And L'Oreal made us fancy, you know, hydroalcoholic gels. And it did help. And like, you know, thank you, we felt the love. But as fancy as it got, I mean, the situation was still quite precarious. And I think that for the first time in my life, I felt that I was putting myself in danger for treating other people. And I mean, it wasn't about my own life that mattered. It was the life of the people I live with. My husband is 43 years old. And there are men who are 43 years old in ICUs. I have a 2.5-year-old daughter. So long story short, my husband was in the US when the border started to close down. And then in France, the daycare closed down and I had to work. So I had to let my daughter go with my parents far out in the French countryside. And I haven't seen her since March 15th. And her hair and legs are growing way too fast over FaceTime. And I have that nurse friend. She lives with her mom. And every day when she comes back from work, because she's exposed, she puts her own mother's life at risk. And her mother, that could be that grandma of 70 years old that I told you about earlier, is just like, wrong place, wrong timing. But then again, like, how can I complain when I look at the pain that I was seeing out there? In the unit, we had that mother who got separated from her baby at birth because she was infected. When we got her right out of the ICU, she was still very much out. But as the days went by and she got better, we saw her pain increase by the second. And here it's a happy ending. She got to get out and hold her baby after 19 long days. And she sent us pictures and we were all so moved by it. But for some people, it's not a happy ending. Dying patients are being isolated from their families. Visits are not allowed in ICUs. And there's the pain of the families, there's a fear and the sadness of not being able to properly having a funeral for your relatives and friends. So all of this is hard, but at the same time, I could not have pictured myself anywhere else. And our step-down unit closed down last Thursday. It's good news. I mean, it means we've reached the peak and the wave is going down. But somehow we felt guilty to feel sad to leave the unit, because for 1 month, our team bonded so much, sailing through the dark, holding on tight to each other, and we cry and we laugh together. And every day we took time, to look at all those funny jokes that you can find on the internet. And maybe also we got probably a bit addicted to that adrenaline. So now we are preparing for 2 waves. The first one is a second wave of COVID patient after, the confinement ends. And the other wave is a wave of patients who need to be treated, but have been put on hold for 2 months. Those are a ticking bomb and it's going to overflow our system sooner or later. I haven't talked about the situation in the pediatric ER while all of that was going on, but it was dead calm. As I said, the COVID-19 is not serious in children. And with the confinement and the fear, people just stopped coming in. So in a way, it showed that many ER consultations are quite useless, right? The runny nose, like the bruises and mosquito bites. But we also saw that the fear was blinding parents when their kids really needed care. The kids who did come in were much more serious than usual. We saw broken bones that had been broken for like 3 days before they arrived. We saw critical peritonitis when usually kids arrive, they're at the first stage of appendicitis. So the fear is a positive driver for social distancing, but it's also contributing to patients getting more serious and not receiving the care that they should. So yeah, I think that for the next few months or probably years, it's going to be a lot of work for us. But I'm telling myself that I have a job security, and for a long, long time. I mean, I currently belong to a group of people with the best job security in the world, when so many people do not have the same security. I remember, like, when I was at the hospital, we had people baking for us, restaurant delivering super nice food and Easter chocolate eggs for all the staff. And at the same time, I mean, I have friends who lost their job and, they don't even know how they're going to pay the next rent. So I think today that I'm really worried about how we will bounce back from that crisis as a society. I mean, still now, thousands of people are likely going to die from the coronavirus, sadly. But how many more may die from losing their jobs and paychecks? To me, the consequences are so far-reaching. And I feel that we have so many questions now with so little answers. So to finish my story, I will say that like through all of that, I still saw a glimmer of hope in the general public. I saw everyone calling and trying to find out how to help. I saw everyone becoming more caring. I saw everyone being a little bit less individualistic and a little bit more altruistic. So I think it's a good time also to step back and recenter our society around what truly matters. With good health, there is life. With a healthy planet, there is a home. With kindness and love, there is happiness. So now it's up to us to pick where we stand. And that's the end of my story. And now we can have a conversation. Thank you.
Wow, that was amazing. That was touching, and I'm sure if we had a clap feature here, my speakers would explode because that was such a great story. So yeah, I want to open it up for questions. If anybody has any questions or things that they want to say here, raise your hand. And just a small anecdote. So Cecile and I know each other here in Paris, and I texted you maybe, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks ago asking you if you want to be part of this, and I was like somewhat reluctant. I knew you were busy. I knew like this is not the right time, but and didn't hear from you for a while, and then finally you reached out a couple of days ago, and so I was really happy that you reached out, and we're available.
Yeah, that's because the step down unit closed down, because before it was quite a rush.
Any questions from the audience?
I have a question actually. Hi, Cecile. Really nice talk. I'm Alex Mesmej. Actually, my dad is a surgeon at APHP, actually, which is pretty funny. So I wanted to ask you a question about the next wave you are anticipating post-quarantine. So yeah, I get this because there will be lots of people outside, and another wave. Do you expect other waves? I've seen Tyler Cowen, which is like a pretty public intellectual, say that he expects 3 or 4 waves in the next year, because as soon as we don't have any vaccines, it's still going to go on and on forever. So what is your thoughts about this? Is there anything else beyond the next wave, or is the next wave the end?
So, I mean, I don't have like superpower to see in the future. I think nobody knows really what's going to happen. I mean, I think that it's we can say that yes, there is going to be a second wave, because when the confinement ends, of course, people are going to go out, and the transmission of the virus is going to keep going on. We hope that that second wave is going to be smaller than the first wave, because people have been, even though they go out, we can see it already in the streets. The social distancing is pretty much respected. So we will see more patients infected, but hopefully less than the first wave. The second good thing is it was very difficult to open all those new ICU beds and get the ventilators and get the human resources. But now the hospitals are pretty organized. So hopefully if we have a second wave, the healthcare system will be able to cope with it. And so less patients will die. And then after, it's going to be a matter of how the government open or not the faucet. It's like we let people out. Oh my God, we have too many new cases of infection. So, we're gonna turn it off a bit, and then on again, and then off again. So we're probably gonna see more waves coming in. Hopefully every wave will be smaller, but there is so many things we don't know. I mean, in the past, we've seen some epidemic and we thought it was going to be that huge epidemic, and then boom, it disappears. Or maybe it's going to stay for 2 years, 3 years, all the time. Like, we don't know. But what we think is probably there will be a few more waves, and probably the COVID-19 is here for at least like 6 months, a year, maybe 2 years. That's what we think. But really, how can we know? It can only be prediction, and we cannot know what's really going to happen. If that answers the question.
Yeah, thanks. Actually, I have just a very quick follow-up, which is, do you think, is summer going to enter the transmission of COVID-19?
So we don't think so, because the virus has been ongoing in areas where it's hot. So we don't think that the virus is sensitive to the heat, unlike other viruses like the flu. And actually summer is when everybody's getting out. So we're also very unsure about that. I think the best hope is to find a vaccine. I know you had a talk earlier and I had to be on another webinar, so I'm sure you had a lot of information, but I think that's our best chance and to find a treatment. But for that, there's still questions, you know, like, is the virus mutating so much that if we do a vaccine, you know, it's only going to be valid for 1 year and we're going to have to change it every year, and it's going to be like the flu, it's going to be very poorly working, or is it going to be nicely working? And so far it appears that the virus doesn't mutate too much. So if we have a vaccine, it should be pretty efficient. And how long is that vaccine going, how long is the immunity from the vaccine going to last? That also we're not really sure. We think that it would be at least for 6 months to a year, because that's what we typically see with the immunity. Maybe it will be for much longer, but probably at least for 6 months to a year. And people are also working on treatment, but I think that if we can't get the epidemic low enough so that the virus doesn't really have anyone to, you know, enough people to infect and make an epidemic, then the best chance is the vaccines are a treatment.
Okay, thanks.
Hi there. Hi, Cecile.
Hi.
Thank you so much for sharing all of that. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing the work that you're doing. A question that I had was, you know, you were sharing that, you know, you've got your family, your husband and your daughter. You know, is there any care being given to healthcare workers that, you know, and especially their families? You know, I have a friend who basically, I think he has to separate from his wife because his wife works at a hospital and they have to kind of be apart during this time. Like, are there any measures like that for healthcare workers and doctors like yourself?
So I think in France, we're very lucky. There are a lot of things that are organized for healthcare professionals. Everything is facilitated for us, like, because, you know, there is no subway, I mean, or very few subway anymore, and trains, like we can have cabs if we want. We have like food at the hospital. Daycares and schools are open only for children of healthcare professionals. So I think that's, I mean, the country really put everything that they could to help us do our job. After, what happens inside the house is it's more personal to every individual. I have friends who, yes, like they live with their husband and they, you know, they one sleeps on the couch and one sleeps in the room, and you know, they eat with like social distancing, and then they don't touch the same things. And some others, we just share everything. I mean, I think it's really a personal choice. With my husband, we're like, well, you know, I try to protect myself the best I can, and I hope to not give it to you. And after, I don't see the rest of my family. But it's up to each one of us to decide how we do it at home. But for some people, it's very complicated. Like I said, my friend who lives with her mom, where is she going to put her mom? So the government did put a few hotels room at our disposition. So if some of us want to go live in a hotel next to the hospital, it's possible. Usually it's just for a limited amount of time, but it's possible. But after, yeah, I would just say that it's more up to our decision, the way we behave with our family.
Yeah, wow, that's really interesting. Thanks for sharing.
And of course, that's the situation here in France. It's not necessarily the same situation in the US, and I'm sure it
Exactly, yeah.
You know, the sort of like assistance that governments give in forms of hotels and things like that. But I mean, what's been really great to see is the tremendous, and you mentioned this in your talk, is the tremendous solidarity. You know, hotel owners have been opening their hotels for care workers, and that's been absolutely, yeah, great to see that. Very touching. Are there any other questions from the audience?
Well, there are some questions on the Q&A box.
Yeah, sure. So if any of these people would like to ask the questions, just raise your hand and I will. So we got Gary, Ben, and William.
So I see there's a question about access to PPE, oh my God, and other medical equipment at hospital. And mental health. Okay, so I was just on a webinar with which was like worldwide with emergency pediatrician from all over the world in all continents. And France was not the PPE situation in France was not, and with the test was not the best. So what happened is France has exported abroad most of its industries. So when the COVID crisis hit the country, our only resource was to buy outside of the country, except, I mean, everybody was keeping, you know, their protection equipment for themselves. So we found ourselves with like not much. And every day the hospital, I mean, I was in contact with the pharmacist of the hospital, and every day it's like, we don't have any more disposable gowns. We don't have enough masks. So they ask us, I mean, every day when we come in, we have like this little pouch and we have 3 simple masks in it, and one N95, which is like FFP2 in Europe, and that's it. That's all you have for 12 or 24 hours, and that's how it is. And then after, you go walk in the street and you see people with N95 and they're walking alone in the street and they don't need it, and you're like, why does he have one and I don't? The gowns, we had to keep them, you know, for several patients. Basically, they were telling us, okay, you put the gown one time and then you go see all your COVID patients, and then after that you can remove it, and then you have to write down everything you saw with every patient, which is just not optimal. So that was quite a problem. For a long time we did not have a face shields, and it's only when the 3D maker shipped the face shield that we actually got some. The goggles, most of them were broken. So yeah, it was a bit of a fiasco, but I don't know, sometimes I don't want to look like I complain, because you also make it work. Like, sure, it's not optimal, but you know, you make it with what you have, and yeah, I think the most important was really trying to protect ourselves. When you really have a patient who's coughing loud in the room or things like that, then yeah, then we would be really careful. So that's for the PPE equipment. The other medical equipment, yeah, we were lacking pump syringe and ventilators. That also was a big mess, because France only has one constructor of ventilators, which was not able to make that many new ventilators, because it was relying on smaller companies who weren't working anymore and who needed pieces that came from China anyway, and that were not available. So that was also a bit of a mess. We were lacking human resources also, and that's why a bunch of people like me just had to take on like a new job, you know, adapt yourself. So yeah, I mean, I do have to say there was the good side to it. So my hospital is just a pediatric hospital, and so we welcome adults. But I don't know if it's because we're pediatricians, but we really took special care of our adults, and I'm happy to say that we had no deaths, because we had all those pediatricians available. We were enough doctors to treat the patients, and we took care of them like we take care of them like babies. So that was the good side of it. Is I think we did quite, even though we had to go look for the competence and the knowledge, you know, all of the time, call our friends, you know, who are doctors with adults. I think we took the time to really take care of our patients. On the question for access to mental health counseling, a lot of stuff have been done in France. I mean, people can call free numbers. We've been having like free apps for meditation. A lot of shrinks have been available to give free consultation. So I don't know if I mean, maybe I'm not the right person to give, you know, the right answer, but I feel that access to mental health was really encouraged. So I think France has been doing a pretty good job about that.
I think William has a question he'd like to ask. I've given him access. Go ahead,
yeah.
William.
Hi, thanks, Cecile. That was a really amazing and moving story, and matches a lot of what we're hearing over here in the US. But one thing, I have been hearing from some colleagues at the American Heart Association is that they're picking up some evidence of coagulopathy secondary to COVID. And I was just wondering if you are seeing, or is there a discussion about kind of an increase in these strokes kind of secondary to infection?
So there's a lot of publications on topic, and I don't want to get ahead of myself, but yes, we did. So, I mean, it looks like the COVID-19 has an effect on small blood vessels, and that they increase, yes, the coagulation. And in the treatment, we recommend to give anticoagulants to most of the patient in quite high doses. In my department, we saw a lot of pulmonary emboli. I don't know if it's the same word in English. And we're seeing also probably vascular effects in children. So, but it's stuff that we're learning along the way. And before you can say that's how it is, you need to study, you need to have strong numbers, you need to have like a, you know, the numbers need to be statistically significant. So I'm not the best expert in physiopathology, but yes, that's what we've been seeing. And the treatment is going in that direction also to prevent coagulopathy in those patients, yes.
Thank you. It's just a nice confirmation of what we're hearing, although I take your caution that it's just your own personal. We will wait for further controlled studies to make any definitive decision, but that's nice to hear this considered.
And we have another question from Sarigama. Go ahead. You have the mic.
And I have this question that I heard that the infection level is sort of proportional to the exposure that people have towards this virus, in the sense that frontline workers are affected more severely as compared to people who get it through maybe contact, direct hand-to-hand contact or something like that. Is this true from your experience? And my second question is more of a confirmation, just some simple question. So one of my friends was telling me that currently she's working with COVID patients, but later on she'll be shifting to another ward, which is not dealing COVID patients. But she's worried that, of course, people who will be coming in could be infected with COVID as well. But right now there is so much lack of PPE that she cannot be expecting PPE in that ward at all. So in France, is that the same case, that they are not being provided PPE in the other wards, or how are they trying, or are they not even, like, what is the current case?
So to answer your first question is the same. I mean, I can give my personal opinion, but again, it's the numbers which are going to talk at the end of the day. What we did notice, I'll give you an example. Like, so we've had some pretty young patients that were in the ICU, you know, like men around 50 years old and not much risk factors. And for example, they were dentists. And yes, like dentists, you know, they are really exposed to the people coughing and sending them droplets. So we might think that, yes, there is a correlation. We know that to be infected, it's not, you don't get infected by just touching a person or touching, you know, like a desk that somebody else with COVID touched before. Usually you get infected when you received droplets from another person who is next to you for like a few minutes. It's not just usually a few seconds. So it might be correlated with some serious forms of the disease, but we're not, I mean, that might not only be the, it might not only be the only factors. There's probably like many more factors around it also. And I mean, I feel sorry because I feel like I'm a physician, so, you know, I should have like all the answers to your questions, and it's hard because there are so many things that we don't know, and there's already a lot of publication, but I don't know all of them, but I'm trying to answer with what I see on the field. And for the second question, yes, of course. I mean, I remember before you had like a definition of what a suspect was, and now you don't. Anyone is a suspect. Anyone can have it and have absolutely no symptoms. So of course, when you go in other department in your hospital and it's non-COVID departments, of course you can be exposed. So in France, in departments that are not typically seeing COVID patients, everybody just have a simple surgical mask. And then when you have to do a gesture which puts yourself at risk, like a throat swab or something like that, then you can go and get a face shield and goggles and a disposable gowns. Otherwise, you don't. My personal opinion is what I try to do is, well, if I don't have to do any gestures that will really put myself at risk, next to the patient's face, I try to stay away. I try to not put my hands on my face. We wash our hands all the time, like all day long. And I mean, in my hospital, like, of course, you have healthcare professionals that have been infected, but it's not the majority. We don't have the exact numbers yet, but we think it's 10%, maybe less, of healthcare workers who would be infected.
And we're going to open up just to one last question before we move on to the next panel. Are there any other questions? Well, I had a question. So, I think we were going back and forth on Twitter about this. Could you tell us a little bit more about all the initiatives that have just sprout out of nowhere, seemingly, around like 3D printing, building like 3D printed ventilators, or maybe not ventilators, but like parts for ventilators, the masks, the shields and everything and all that stuff. Like how do we, and this kind of relates to some of the questions we've had here in terms of, our access to materials from, from China, et cetera. Do you think that this will accelerate this kind of maker economy that so many people have been heralding for some time, saying like, okay, at some point we're going to be 3D printing all of our things kind of like locally? Do you think that this will accelerate that trend?
I hope it will, because it's showing that we can do great things at much lower costs. So I was part of an initiative in France at the beginning of the epidemic. And like what I tried with a group of people is to federate the 3D makers initiatives, because because I'm also in tech, makers were writing to me, and I saw 10 different groups working on the same, face shield, but they were working at a different pace with like different material. And I was like, well, it's too bad. They have to, the first one who gets it right, then everybody just make it and distribute it to everybody. It's people shouldn't be working on their own, separately. So I did this with a group of people, and we also had the APHP, which is like a group of all the hospitals in Paris. We had them to buy 60 3D printers, and we were able to print some of the medical equipment that we were missing at the hospital. It wasn't that simple, because something can be printed quite easily that are not medical device, but when you try to print a medical device like a syringe pump, you can't just print it and start using it, because if it doesn't work, you're going to kill the patient, So it was not that easy, but what we saw was the 3D makers could print, for example, all the PPE, the masks, the face shields, but the medical devices had to be printed by either industries who are able to validate the medical device side of the medical equipment. So there's really two sides of the story. It's not anyone can print a ventilator. If you want to print a ventilator, you need to make sure that ventilator answers to norms and is certificated, because otherwise maybe then you're gonna kill the patient who would have lived with a correct ventilator. So, but all of a sudden, I think that everybody saw that those 3D makers could do things and could help, and for a much lower cost. So hopefully that will stay. Hopefully.
Are there any other questions?
Yeah, so I saw a question.
Go ahead.
I saw the question. Do I think that the government's institution will be better prepared for the next epidemic? Has your organization, for instance, started talking about preparedness based on lessons being learned, or is it still too early? I have a problem with politics. I get disappointed all the time. but I hope that they will have learned the lessons. I think it's difficult because probably the next epidemic will be very different. I mean, what are the chances that it's a virus, that's in the air, and it might be something very different for which we need very different medical equipment. But I do hope that they will have a plan on how to coordinate better, how to go get the experts, and really try to move fast and get the resources, and not wait. I mean, that I saw what I saw happening a lot was that, it looked abstract for people. So, and everybody was like, yeah, I know it's like so difficult in Italy, but with us, it's going to be different, like it can't be as difficult with us. People always think that it's not going to fall on themselves. So I hope it will give them a good lesson. But yeah, I'll try to say I'm optimistic.
Well, thank you, Cecilia. Thank you so much. I think on behalf of all the people in here, I want to just thank you for also, the work that you do and just being so courageous through this entire episode that we're all living here. And so to you and all your colleagues working on the front lines, kudos to you guys and keep it up.
Thank you.
And we'll continue clapping at 8 p.m. every night, at least here in France we'll do. Thanks. So our next panel is the preserving privacy and geopolitical stability. And so I'm going to hand it over to Alex, who is going to be emceeing for next little while. I'm going to take a little break.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Sebastian. Taking over from Seb, thank you so much again for your efforts making this conference amazing. So next up, we're moving on from healthcare towards a privacy and geopolitics panel called Preserving Privacy During Geopolitical Instability. And I'm super fascinated by the trade-off, between government interventionism and the privacy of citizens. And so I'm not going to name all the panelists. I think they will do, but I will introduce the moderator of this session, which is Ben Powers. Ben is a privacy researcher at CoinDesk. He focuses on data and financial privacy, from cryptography to public policy debates. His work has been featured in the Wall Street Journal, the Daily Beast, and Rolling Stones, amongst others. So handing it over to you, Ben, if you're here. Are you muted or?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you so much, Alex. Awesome. And just quick correction, I'm the privacy reporter over at CoinDesk, but no worries. So we're going to be covering kind of the state of privacy right now, what people are thinking about, and then certainly going forward, in the idea of resetting everything. And I just want to take a moment to let our panelists introduce themselves. And I think that's a great jumping off point. So I think Steve and Harry and everybody, if you want to start out and just introduce yourselves, what your work entails, and then talk just a little bit about how this pandemic has affected you personally. I think we're all kind of struggling to figure out how to answer the question, how are you these days?
Hey, Ben. Hey, everybody. Thanks for having me. I'm doing well under the circumstances. I'm doing remarkably well. We are doing well in Australia. It's a good place to be. And I say that with great respect and self-consciousness. You probably know that Australia and New Zealand are doing well at the moment. Look, I'm only going to say at this stage that I'm a digital identity and privacy and data protection analyst, commentator. I run a small business here in Sydney, where it's the middle of the night, you can probably see. And I'm affiliated with Constellation Research in Silicon Valley. Great to be here. Thanks.
I'll go next. My name is Greg McMullen. I'm a lawyer based in Vancouver, Canada. I started out doing class actions, mostly involving privacy, but moved into the blockchain world as chief policy officer with BigChainDB, now Ocean Protocol. Since then, I've moved back to Canada and I've been doing freelance legal work, but with a focus on researching police use of artificial intelligence and geolocation information.
And Harry, over to you.
So I'm Harry Halpin. I'm a CEO of NIM Technologies, which is a privacy company, and we basically are using the blockchain to enable a next generation privacy infrastructure similar to Tor or a VPN, but that's resistant against global passive adversaries. So that would be someone who's monitoring the entire network. And we've also been involved, and our advisors are leading the European effort to build privacy enhancing Corona tracking apps. And just before that, I worked at INRIA, MIT, a few other places, and I have a PhD in computer science.
Great. And again, thank you all for being here. So I think let's just start out this panel. I'll lead off with a really general question, but I think it's important, how has this pandemic made you what has it made you start thinking differently about? And has it shifted any of your priorities? This can be generally, but also within the context of privacy and the work that you're doing.
Yeah, look, Ben, I'm the first to admit that this really has shifted my priorities. I'm in my 50s. I think I've had a long life to date. I thought that I'd seen a lot around the world, but this is the sort of thing that you don't see outside of the movies normally. My mother's in her 80s. She lived through the Great Depression and was a child in the Second World War, and her perspective has been interesting to me. And we ran out of toilet paper in Australia pretty early on. My mother said that she never saw toilet paper until she was in her 30s. And so her perspective was, we don't know hardship. But my God, we do now. We're very lucky in Australia. I have to pinch myself. I think, coming off the back of the media discussion that we've just had as well, I think that we are so dulled, our senses are so dulled about disasters, tsunamis and fires and true catastrophes, that the numbers become unreal. And I have to pinch myself at the scale of death and destruction around the world and remind myself that, shit's getting real. Now, I want to come back to some things shortly about compromises and about how the way that my values have changed as a privacy advocate. They really have changed in recent weeks. The one observation I want to make, and I don't want to make this about Australia, but we are doing very well. We have been shocked. I have been shocked as a libertarian, well, quasi-libertarian. I have been shocked at the shift in our conservative government. We have a fiscally conservative, socially conservative government that has done an amazing job with an economic rescue package. Australia has gone from a neutral budget to going into significant national debt now overnight. We have taken on 10 to 20% of GDP as national debt, and we have done that off the basis of a very fiscally conservative government. So this government has actually, without any pomp and ceremony and without a lot of politics, has backed away from deeply held ideological positions. And I want to talk later on in this session about the compromises that I think are involved with privacy policy and privacy philosophy. And I find myself in the middle of that. For the first time in 25 years of working in privacy, I have held highly principled positions. And look, I'm going to use some really filthy language on this session. I'm going to use the word pragmatism.
No, I think that's definitely going to be a big part of this conversation, is the trade-offs that people around the world are having to make right now, and particularly in relation to privacy. But Greg and Harry, I want to turn it over to you in case you want to jump in on that initial question about how this has, shaped your priorities, maybe shifted them, or made you start thinking about things within a different framework.
Well, I think the first half of my professional and my entire adult life, I guess, has been shaped by 9/11. Drove my interest in civil liberties. It essentially pushed me into studying law. And I think this is going to shape the second half. But the commonality, I think, is that right after 9/11, we saw this massive increase in state power, like a grab for new surveillance technologies. This is where the bulk surveillance programs really took off in all the English-speaking countries around the world, and I think in other countries as well. So I think that's something we really need to watch for here. Any crisis like this is definitely an opportunity for people to push certain agendas. And when people are frightened like this, they're more likely to agree to something that seems like a sensible temporary emergency measure that then just sticks around for decades. So that's kind of what I'm watching for. And I can see it in myself. Like, I look out the window, and when I see police or bylaw officers, my first instinct is usually, I don't want them to be here. But now it's, why aren't you talking to those 4 people who are not obeying social distancing? So I think we all have this sort of rising authoritarian voice in our minds, and we need to be really careful guarding against that.
Yeah, and I would go maybe for a contradictory opinion, which is that I don't actually think the Corona crisis basically means that due for our own good, we should destroy our civil liberties. I think that's a very dangerous viewpoint. And the reason is, as such, is that I think a lot of us, including people who are born in this, in the 1900s at least, which is everyone who's currently alive, often assume our civil liberties are to be taken for granted. But actually, they were the process of a long historical struggle by people from all around the globe, and this involved revolutions in many countries in order to give people these civil liberties. And a lot of people died in defense of those civil liberties and those fundamental freedoms, which most of humanity since, didn't have for thousands of years. Only the privileged and the few have them. So I think it's a historic achievement. And that I think to roll those back because we believe that there's a pandemic which is killing a lot of people, which is true. But then if you look at it in contrast, like historical pandemics, like the plague of Justinian or whatnot, bubonic plague, it's a bad, but it's not end of the world. I think it's a bit of a panicked overreaction. So it's better that we preserve our freedoms than not, because once we roll them back due to concerns of coronavirus, I think it's very unlikely they'll ever be given back. Everything we know from 9/11 and also from larger historical circumstances show that whenever there is some sort of emergency, the government basically says, oh, it's a state of emergency. We're going to enact these laws, which basically let us choose who lives and who dies. And they never give those back. And I think it's very dangerous to just assume that we today are so special, that our crisis is so special, that we should roll these back. I think we should obviously respect social distancing and do sensible things, but to actually the sort of surveillance-based proposals we've seen coming out of the French government around Stop Co-IVD, the relatively the dangerous things being pushed forward, recently revoked in Israel with Shin Bet, and the other sort of very silly schemes for corona tracing being put forward by MIT and whatnot, using cell phone data. These are all incredibly dangerous, or God help us, facial recognition to track corona. And I think these should all be pushed back against very heavily. I think we can defeat this virus without basically throwing our civil liberties out the window.
And I think that's a really good lead into kind of our next question. Obviously, there's a lot of things that we're grappling with, and the specter of 9/11 is obviously still with us. I'm based in New York City, so obviously here, and we see things like the Patriot Act that are sort of legislative mechanisms that kind of directly led to the enabling of things, like the surveillance by the NSA of metadata and other things that Edward Snowden sort of revealed to the world. And looking at that, the idea of contact tracing is one that I think that we're all becoming more familiar with and maybe weren't previously, but the idea of tracking who comes into contact with who, and if somebody is ill, who have they talked to, who have they interacted with in the last 2 weeks. And that's quite a wide array of people for most people. And our memories just don't cut it quite often. That's traditionally been done through interviews and things like that, but we're people, we forget things. And so we're seeing the rise of digital tools to do this. And Harry, as you alluded to, we're seeing that through Bluetooth on our cell phones that ping other Bluetooth on people's cell phones and keep a log of who we come in contact with. There have been other proposals for using geolocation data for these mechanisms. And then those have been coupled with things like facial recognition and large-scale video surveillance that can be used to detect elevated temperatures to varying degrees of accuracy and these sorts of things. So looking at this wide array of proposals that are going into effect throughout the world, and contact tracing in particular, where does this intersect with privacy? And what are some of the concerns that you all might have around this, as well as what are some of the benefits? What is sort of the best worst outcome of the options on the table here?
Should we vary the speaking what order?
Yeah, everybody feel free to jump in, unmute. You know, this is a conversation, obviously.
Okay. So I'll just give my quick opinion on the tracing. So, I mean, historically, manual tracing has been very useful. It's particularly useful. It's done very early on in the process. Now, it's unclear if, just to be very, very upfront, it's unclear if digital contact tracing even works. Like, we may be beyond the point where we can realistically identify and then trace the patterns that cause people to isolate. And a lot of the problems aren't very digital at all. The problems are ones of enforcement. So, for example, and ones of testing. So, for example, you know, I thought I might have got Corona after a blockchain conference in Paris and Ethereum CC. I couldn't get a test. A lot of people couldn't get a test. And I may have been positive, I may not have been. It's hard to tell. And the tests for immunities don't seem to be working very well. And what you've seen in countries which have actually used contact tracing successfully, it's unclear how big of a deal contact tracing has been versus, I think, a much simpler criteria, which is isolation. So the corona symptoms usually appear after about, you know, let's say max 2 weeks. So in countries which you think would be being hit very hard by corona, such as Iraq, you know, they force everyone coming in the country out of the airport to go to a hotel. They basically keep the hotel guarded and force them to isolate. And so far, Iraq has had very few corona crises, very few deaths and very few infections due to this very strict quarantine situation they put new travelers in the country on. Now, compared to Europe, where, you know, I was told self-isolate for 2 weeks, right? So there's no one enforcing it. Who knows if I'm going to do it or not? I did it, of course, but a lot of people may not have done it. So I think there's these very basic things which the West is missing. I think it's kind of a little bit crazy to sort of say, oh, we'll just install an app, no, like fixed contact tracing. And then fixed corona via contact tracing. And then I think another problem with contact tracing is that a lot of the designs put forward for contact tracing are, I think, even if it did help, which I think the jury's still out if it's even feasible at this point, are not so great in terms of privacy. In fact, some of them are absolutely terrible. So there's basically two families of designs. One is centralized and one is decentralized. And by centralized, it means that whether or not you've met someone who has corona is calculated on your phone, that's a decentralized version, or your machine. In a centralized version, your social network and your graph of who you've met is kept on a central server, and they determine if you've met someone, if you're at risk or not. So inside Europe, the French and German governments were pushing a sort of centralized solution with what's called the PEPPT consortium. And a lot of researchers, including here in Switzerland, put forward a decentralized solution, and so far the decentralized solution, while is what's supported by Apple and Google, it has not been viewed as obligatory, but is being rolled out by Austria, Estonia, Switzerland, maybe a few other countries. Germany seems to recently switch from centralized to decentralized. And it's not like it's entirely perfectly private. So there's a good critique of the decentralized systems where if you use a decentralized system, maybe like ad tech or surveillance tech, Google and Apple themselves could figure out if you have corona or not. And so the French government, due to concerns over this, produced their own protocol, just centralized, because they say, well, you shouldn't trust Google and Apple, you should trust us, the French government, with this database of who's contacted who and who may have corona or not. But there's a law that's, I think, even maybe more dangerous, because historically, a lot of the big dangers we've seen in terms of violation of privacy have not actually come from Google and Apple. I mean, they do ad targeting and whatnot, and they're vulnerable to like letters, NSA letters, not NSA letters, FISA warrants, which basically do allow the NSA to collect their data on the government's behalf. But what we've actually seen in terms of privacy surveillance is that the main bad actors historically been the government itself, and who abuse these data to track down dissidents or whatnot. and that's kind of where the French government's going, and that there seems to be increasing strong pushback against that. So I think if you did do contact tracing, which I'm not even sure you should do, it should be decentralized and privacy enhanced and not obligatory. Because the problem is, even if it would be more effective if it was obligatory, but if we made it obligatory, we would enter a world where it becomes normal that the government tracks our, for our own quote unquote good, tracks our movement constantly, and makes it illegal to go outside without your phone or an app. And I think that's a world that's very dangerous and we don't want. But I can see reasonable people disagreeing.
Yeah, my understanding too is that the decentralized approach, the idea is that it's private by design, right? It's not just a matter of laws or regulations or these sorts of things which can be broken or potentially subverted in times of crises. But, you know, even if a government wanted to overstep in these ways, they wouldn't be able to. And maybe, Greg, I'll kick it over to you there to, you know, given your background with GDPR and the legal aspects of this, and, you know, just kind of point that question to you about what are some of the concerns that you might be having, or what are some of the benefits that we're seeing around these areas, particularly contact tracing. I think you're on mute, Greg.
There we go. I think the first question Harry hit right on, which is, does it even work? There are huge questions about the effectiveness of contact tracing digitally. Like for the reasons that he mentioned, like not everyone has a phone. You have to enforce people bringing their phones. What if people forget their phones? You get a whole lot of inaccuracies that way. For the more decentralized versions, the Bluetooth enabled ones, well, I live in a pretty small apartment. I'm sure my Bluetooth device is talking to my next door neighbor. There's no way for a coronavirus to get through the wall, but there certainly is for Bluetooth signals. So you're going to wind up with a whole lot of false positives. So I think after you've addressed that question of whether it works technically, there's also the question of whether it improves public health. And then you get into the legal questions of how do you actually do it? So I think in order for it to have any effect whatsoever, it would need to be mandated. Because if you've got only a small chunk of the population using it, or multiple competing apps, you wind up with this incomplete data set where people feel like they're safe, but they're actually not, because they have no idea who they talk to.
And trust
so
is
if you are
in all of these, right, in terms of the downloads and stuff like that, you know, I believe it was in Nature, you know, there was a paper that was putting forth that we would need 60% adoption of these apps to make them effective. And so you're right, it is a really big question.
And this is somewhere where platform monopolies might actually be a good thing. I don't usually like to say that, but in a case like this, it might be a good thing if there is one protocol that everyone is using. Now, hypothetically, I don't think it should be mandated, but if it were, I think there's a few things legally that we'd need to think about including. The first would be a really strong sunset provision. So we know that it's not going to just be the new forever, where there is a database wherever it's located of everyone's location information. It should self-destruct at some point. We should go into this planning to delete the data that we do collect, and that should be built into the technology, because once government has a data set like this, it will not want to give it up. There needs to be really strong oversight of how it's used. There's always feature creep with these things. So we collect the data set for one thing and we use it for another. We do surveillance and like bulk metadata collection to stop terrorism, but then we start using it for immigration enforcement and drug enforcement. So we need to write into the law that this cannot be used for other things. And there needs to be oversight in the sense that we have public reports on how it's being used. So if we were even going to consider mandating that people do this, those are the things that would need to be there. But I think it's very dangerous territory to even begin to mandate that.
Yeah, and Steve, you know, we discussed sort of the trade-offs, and you brought up pragmatism initially on this, and so I'd love to get your perspective on this this debate right now. I believe you're on mute, Steve. There, oh, back on mute. Great. Nope, back on mute.
Steve, you're still muted.
It seems to be switching on and off, such as the trials and tribulations.
That is really strange. I wonder if I've got
now
a...
now you're here.
I will come back to pragmatism a little bit later if you like. The main thing about pragmatism for me is that I want to get people to the table. There is this tremendous polarization at the moment. In Australia, for example, there are privacy advocates, well-meaning privacy advocates, but friends of mine who nevertheless are retreating to their corners, and they will not talk to the government. They don't trust the government. Now, like, you know, Australia, like the UK, like the US, horrible overreach after 9/11. And there are elements of police state, surveillance state creeping into Australian polity, and it's ugly. But with lives on the line, I just want to get people to the table, and that we will at least meet people halfway, especially given that our government has, against all odds, been incredibly pragmatic economically. But look, right now, hearing some tremendous points, and I agree with almost everything from Harry and Greg. I just thought it might be useful. I've just recently blogged about why I'm actually using the contact tracing app in Australia, which is something I never thought I'd do. You know, to be clear, I am allergic to Facebook. I am allergic to ad tracking. I usually use a burner email address for my fitness trackers. I'm pretty obsessive. But the way that I think about it is like this. There are dimensions of decentralization. The starting point for me is that this is a notifiable disease. This is like measles and HIV. And if you catch coronavirus, if you test positive at a clinic, the doctors are required to report your positive test with a whole lot of information to the public health unit of the state health departments in Australia. Our system's broadly very much like the NHS. So that's going to happen. And then you are going to get interviewed. You're going to be called and you're going to be asked to talk about where you were, etc. Now, this is done by nurses and healthcare professionals. And I don't know of any sort of reasonable person who objects to this. You know, it's a bit of a price that we pay for the social compact that we're in. That process is very difficult. And there are well-known problems going back to HIV 25, 30 years ago, where people who did not want, obviously, their sexual status was incredibly sensitive. There were people who did not even want to be gay, who were being asked to talk about their sexual practices and what clubs they were going to. And of course, the incidence of sex was incredibly high and embarrassing. And contact tracing was very, very difficult. Now, I don't think coronavirus is going to be as hard as that, but we're still going to be finding people who are being asked to explain the clubs that they were in last week, if you know what I mean. And so person-to-person contact tracing is very confronting. And there's a very good chance with public health professionals that I talk to, there's a very good chance that anonymous proximity tracing can be a great adjunct. Now, I want to talk about decentralization for a minute. I think this group knows that there's a difference between tracing and tracking, but journalists and policymakers and the public, I think, are still confused about tracing and tracking and surveillance. And there's clearly a spectrum. I think most of the intelligent people and informed people don't want to do tracking, don't want to do GPS, don't want to do surveillance. But the idea of using Bluetooth beacons for proximity tracing is really interesting, because all it's going to do is say, I was close to somebody for 15 minutes, not even checking the date. I mean, I'm working with solution providers that aren't even keeping the date. They're just saying some point in the last 21 days, which is the incubation period, plus or minus, I was close to somebody for 15 minutes. So I think that is broadly good enough. I think it's providing some really cool privacy enhancing features. Then the question is, you know, and this data has all been kept on my phone. Then the question is, how do you upload the data and make use of it? There's broadly two approaches. There's the fully decentralized approach, which says everybody's app that's participating in this optional process, let's admit it's optional as well, like Greg was saying. I test positive, I tell my app to publish my list of Bluetooth logs, and then every other app is every now and again going to poll that and find that, hey, I'm in the same place at the same time as somebody who tested positive. Hell, I better go and get myself tested. There's a semi-decentralized approach that says when somebody tests positive, instead of publishing that log publicly where people can look at it, send it to the government and put it into the existing contact tracing process, where a nurse is then going to call those people and counsel them to go and get tested. Now, I personally prefer that for a couple of reasons. One, it can do a lot to eliminate the false positives that Greg was talking about. Secondly, it normalizes the technology. There is a question about technology on its own. Is it even going to work? There's no question that contact tracing works. So if you take a proximity log and give it to a trained contact tracing professional, you've got a much better chance of working. The final thing I want to say is that I don't want an app telling me, hey, you've just been near somebody who is positive, go and get tested. That's a really confronting, difficult thing. It takes a lot of healthcare literacy to even know what that means. I think it's much, much better for a nurse, a professional public health unit person, to call people respectfully and in context and give them the counselling that's implicit with a test. And we're good at this in Australia. We've got the New South Wales, state of New South Wales, it's a population of about 7 or 8 million. We have 150 contact tracing professionals full time. And that number has just gone up recently, because normally what they do is that they spend all their time tracing measles. And they've boosted that workforce to deal with COVID. So, you know, I like the semi decentralized approach. Absolutely keep these pseudonymous IDs on your phone, purge them after 21 days. Make the app voluntary, and do what we can to encourage, you know, the public participation in this thing to get those numbers up to 60 or 70% participation.
Yeah, and I think even in New York City, you know, we're seeing more of a focus right now on sort of the in-person contact tracing. They're hiring, you know, 1,000 in-person contact tracers as a way to augment these sorts of things. But these digital tools certainly are a part of the conversation for contact tracing in terms of augmenting, you know, what those humans are able to do. And so, you know, Harry, Greg, if one of you all want to jump in here, feel free to. Otherwise, I can take us on to what might be the conversation after contact tracing, because there are going to be issues that we're facing over the next, you know, probably years.
I mean, I would say I agree that it would be better to say call a professional than not.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, I'm still a little bit skeptical, mainly because I think contact tracing works when you have some idea of what the infection, like a smaller infection, and you're tracing all the contacts. If a large percentage of the population is already infected, then it's kind of going to be relatively infeasible to do contact tracing.
Yeah, I agree.
Particularly when things like, you know, testing isn't even set up properly, which is, I think, the situation at least we're in the United States, and is also, to be honest, the case in most of Europe as well. It's kind of surprising. I mean, it's amazing that this lockdown has happened, basically put everyone on hold for multiple weeks, and we still don't have decent testing, and we still have these capacity issues. Like I mean, what government should have been doing, had they been responsible, is they should have been increasing capacity in the hospitals, increasing the protective equipment, increasing testing. And they've all, you know, instead it just seems like people put a pause button on and assume disease would magically disappear, which I don't think.
Well, some of the leaders expressly said that it would.
Yeah, I mean, Trump's obviously a moron, but I mean, even in countries where they seem to be kind of responsible, they're not, it doesn't seem they're really carrying through with like a lot of the basic measures. And so like in France, there's, you know, this huge debate. They want to have this mandatory or quasi-obligatoire, as they call it, app to install in like 2 weeks. But you've just heard the situation in the hospitals is not, you know, so great. So it's not clear. I mean, I feel like there's still this underlying kind of, I would say, desire for like magic, like the app will magically solve the crisis. While that's, I think that's, I'm pretty skeptical.
Yeah, could I riff on that for a minute? I hear you.
Sorry, I'm
Harry.
going to jump. I'm just going to jump in for a second there. I think we also have to be aware that for these obligatory state-run apps, there's a difference in participation based on where you are in society. So people with tenuous immigration status don't want to have any sort of state data collection. People in racialized minorities don't want to have any sort of data collection. We already mentioned the HIV epidemic. People who haven't come out don't want to have their sexuality exposed that way. So it's one thing to talk about this will only be used by healthcare professionals, but it feels different to different people in the population. And the impact of any other use is different to different people in the population. And I think that has to be kept in mind for all of this.
And Steve, feel free to jump in. Yep.
Yeah, look, I think those are really good points, and I think that the trust problem that we have is exactly that. Like, how do you get people, minorities with chaotic lives, and absolutely. I wanted to preface my comments before by sort of acknowledging what Harry was saying. Every jurisdiction's different, and my support or even my enthusiasm for contact tracing technology in Australia is about Australia. I'm persuaded, and I absolutely cede the floor to epidemiologists and public health officials who I speak with. But senior people in Australia are talking about the key to normality. So it's a pathway, and it only makes sense when A, you're trying to get back to normal. B, you happen to have the good environmental parameters. So the community incidence of this disease in Australia is really low. And therefore, the contact tracing is not going to get flooded. You're not going to get a whole lot of false alerts. The other thing is that the testing is luckily, touch wood, is widely available in Australia now. So, you know, when you call somebody to get them tested, that's a piece of advice that they can act on. They can also act on it because we have a free public health, universal free public health insurance in Australia. There's not a lot of stigma attached. Well, things being equal, you know, this is still a generalization. And I know that just free public health doesn't mean accessible public health in all cases. I know that. But it's a numbers game, and in Australia, it is much more accessible than other parts of the world. And so people can act on that advice. And if they get a call out of the blue saying this is the public health unit, by and large, Australians understand that people are here to help. There's not a huge amount of suspicion. There's certainly not a lot of stigma in being able to go to a public hospital and get a lot of free treatment. So yeah, we're lucky that way. With all of those things in place, then I think that the technology can be a useful augmentation.
Yeah, and I think that's a way to maybe lead into the next round of this. Obviously, you know, economies have been shut down kind of across the world. People are under lockdown. People have a really strong desire to try and get back to some sense of normalcy. It's hard to be locked down. It's especially hard, you know, for people who have lost jobs and others like that. And so a number of governments are considering, you know, to varying degrees, the idea of immunity passes, where people who have gotten the virus and have recovered, having some level of antibodies in their systems, which, you know, the hope is that that conveys immunity for some point in time. There's still a number of research and scientists working on trying to get to the bottom of that. But I'd be curious about putting to you all, you know, what maybe some concerns from a privacy perspective, what kind of the downstream effects might be of issuing people potentially digital passes that would grant them and afford them a level of movement throughout, you know, the economy, but just even out in the larger world when other people might not have those same advantages.
Look, I'll make a couple of technology neutral preemptive comments about this, because I know that we're going to get into some certain tech fairly quickly. The technology neutral position I've got, again, is to try and embed this in existing protocols. Now, there are workplaces where the idea of immunity pass books are absolutely normal. So every year, nurses, allied health professionals, school teachers need to show that they have hepatitis B immunization, that they have measles, that vaccinations are up to date. So the idea of a vaccination passport, and obviously international travelers will often have to show certificates and pieces of paper as they cross certain borders, depending on your job and depending on circumstances. So the idea that we would all suddenly have an immunity passport because COVID is somehow universal and we don't want people returning to work with the virus, that is a step change. That's a quantum change for most people. And it doesn't matter what technology you use, there's all sorts of problems with that. It's diabolical. But look, I think I don't know whether we use this as a test case to ease our way into this or not, but I absolutely think that where there's a workforce and where there's a substrate that expects people to be immunized, then I can easily see COVID being added to that in terms of protocol and in terms of workplace expectations. And then if we can use smart data carriers to produce verifiable proof that I've got a digital evidence that that I've got a certain particular health status, and if I know where that's come from, and if it's tamper resistant and user controlled in some sort of cool data carrier, I think it's certainly worth trying.
I think we also have to consider what we're talking about. If we're talking about an immunization status, that's one thing, because anyone can go and get an immunization. Hopefully that'll be provided for free by governments everywhere. We'll see how it plays out in the States. But it's a totally other thing to base it on antibody testing. Effectiveness aside, we don't know if that will actually work, but basing it on that gives people who need to get back to work an incentive to go and get infected. I think it's a very dangerous thing to propose that we would give people a passport for having an antibody. I think for vaccination, it makes sense. For antibody testing, it's very dangerous and creates this two-tiered society.
We get into those mumps parties, and there were SARS parties, weren't there, 10 years ago, where people would go around deliberately infecting each other for that reason. Do it yourself public health? I don't think so.
Yeah, and I think it's what incentive structures, right, are being put in place and to what effect, and looking at these downstream, concerns and what's going to be playing out, not just right now, but also in the immediate future and then further down the line. And so these are all questions that we need to be answering and thinking about. Harry, do you want to jump in on this one?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the immunity passport issue, so I have at least from the United States, you get this yellow book, basically, which says that I've been, I've taken, hepatitis B, for example, vaccinations. And so that, I think, actually, to some extent, paper book, I'm completely okay with. It could be very useful. I'm nervous about pushing that forward any further. I do think we should encourage people to get tested, but what I think is really dangerous is some of the things I've seen come out. So first thing, it's not clear medically, we still don't know if antibodies really are developed after infection. We don't. I think there's been some cases where people have been reinfected. So I think the entire premise of like an immunity passport is based on knowing facts about corona that we're not quite scientifically sure of. Even if it was the case, I think, and there's some really dangerous technical proposals. So I'm going to bring up one particular I think is just the dumbest idea ever, which is the COVID 19 credentials initiative, which basically says everyone should put their credentials on a blockchain using this W3C verifiable credentials standard. And, a bunch of companies, Evernym, I don't know, Georgetown University, et cetera, they mostly seem to be small and relatively scammy, are pushing this initiative. And I'm going to tell you, that's a terrible idea. No one should ever do that. It's the only people I know that back the decentralized identifier initiative. I used to work for W3C, and we internally, way before the standard happened, everyone inside W3C who knew anything about privacy, including our lawyers, were like, please, in the name of God, don't standardize this initiative. But fact of the matter is it did get eventually standardized. And whenever you have essentially an identity system that's put on a blockchain, it's just such a privacy nightmare. And they say, oh, it's not that, don't worry, it's pseudonymous, the personal data is kept off chain, et cetera, et cetera. But all of these things we know based on very basic facts about machine learning can be easily, pseudonymous things can be easily de-anonymized. Even access to documents off chain, pattern can be basically figured out, and patterns of access can be figured out. And often the metadata is more powerful than the data. That's why, as a company, we're working on solutions at Nemtech to prevent metadata analysis, the analysis of who's talking to who and when. But none of this stuff is built in. It's all pretty hard, and it's definitely not built into public-facing blockchain. So there's these initiatives that kind of sound good, like decentralized identity sounds really good. It has this kind of tone of liberation. And decentralized identity to stop corona sounds even better. And it's self-sovereign, somehow I'm in charge. When you realize, when you look at technically what they're asking for, it's I want to put my corona test results on a document whose access control is ran by a public blockchain. That's just a privacy nightmare, hands down. So even
terrible idea.
Yeah, even though it sounds really good, it's one of the worst. It's like almost comically bad idea that I thought was a joke when I first heard about it. And I was like, oh God, it's true. And if you look at the people who actually are using these kinds of technologies, look at who's using decentralized identifiers. There is one major client right now is the Department of Homeland Security, right? So why does in the United States, and their main goal is to track immigrants, and we've seen how Trump has abused that. Why would we assume that it's going to be any better with Corona? And then I honestly think there's a lot of difference between between various governments. Like Australia seems to be doing a pretty good job. Switzerland, I have a lot of trust in the local canton. But then it's really funny when I hear like these I don't know, how do you say, like this recent article about, how do we stop Corona disinformation? These Harvard professors say, oh, we should put the government in charge of controlling information. I'm like, have you seen in the United States who the government is? It's Trump. Like, it's not like, maybe under Obama, like a reasonable person could say, oh, well, maybe the NSA is not that bad. Maybe surveillance isn't that bad. But then when your government's ran by these like people who are not very bright and have very clear authoritarian tendencies, if not dangerous authoritarian behavior, you don't want to hand them infrastructure. So
I'm going to jump in with a thought about disinformation. I think that's going to be, you asked what happens after Corona. I think that is going to be the focus, or one of the focuses. And it's going to be used as an excuse to ban end-to-end encryption. We don't see what's going on inside these encrypted chat networks. Governments are going to add this to the usual anti-terror, child protection. Now it'll be disinformation prevention as an argument to ban strong encryption. And that's going to be something we need to watch out for.
Yeah, and I think these are all definitely things, Harry, you covered a lot of ground there, and Greg, you bring up a really good point around end-to-end encryption. These are all tools, and these are all issues that we're going to be talking, in the months to come. I'm going to keep reporting on them. Y'all are going to keep working on them. I think right now we need to hit the pause button, though, because we could do panels on each of those separate areas in some ways, and pivot to attendee questions just to see what, they would like to hear from you all about. So, Alex, I'm going to open up this to you, and feel free to coordinate what we might be hearing from attendees.
Sure. Thank you so much for this discussion, Harry, Steve, Ben, Greg. It was really awesome. So yeah, stay tuned. We have 50 minutes of Q&A. So everyone, please ask your question in the Q&A box. I know there's a few already. If you want to talk, please raise your hands and I will unmute you so we can carry on this discussion. No, does anyone want to ask a question? Otherwise, I can read the question. Oh, someone wants to talk. Okay, Martin. Let's go. You're muted. Hello? Martin, can you hear us?
We can't hear him, that's for sure.
Oh. Okay. Well, we can wait because we've got a few questions actually. So the first one is from Kibitz, who's allowed to talk if he wants to, but his question was, historically, security and governments aren't successfully combined with whistleblowers, identities of agent, physical location of leaders. Is there truly a way to protect ourselves from ourselves when there are already laws in many countries that have been broken with regards to identity security with no repercussions? Does anyone want to take that question on?
I mean, I'll say one thing really quickly, which is this is why I really do push for strong encryption and decentralized technology in terms of blockchain solutions. So, at the same point, like I'm not going to pretend these technologies are going to be used for nice things. Obviously, if you're going to develop, for example, a decentralized end-to-end encrypted social network, you shouldn't be surprised if like the first people to use it are going to be like 5G conspiracy theorists or Nazis that are banned from other platforms. That being said, you never know what the future is going to be. And you do need these platforms in case there's surveillance and censorship of yourself. And, you never know, someone who's viewed as very crazy might be using these platforms, but you yourself and other people who you view as very rational will also possibly have their free speech repressed. And ultimately, I think the solution to these problems of free speech is not to say free speech itself is a problem, but to have technologies to basically make free speech invulnerable to government repression, even well-intentioned repression. And that's ultimately because even the most trusted government can change in the future. So you need to have decentralized technology essentially as a backstop to prevent kind of 1984 and authoritarian kinds of solutions. Even if they seem like, it seems like an overkill today, it's probably not going to be overkill.
Makes sense. Right, so other questions. Does William, who's there before, maybe I can admit you so you can ask your question. William, you can talk right now.
Sure, I've heard about this proposal, and it sounds nice in that, well, better than some sort of centralized government proposal for these apps. But my concern right now isn't so much to do with the app or the technology. It's to do with the biology. The market is totally flooded with a lot of really crappy antibody tests, and it's good to have something like this, waiting in the wings right now. But I'm not sure that there's enough understanding on the technology side of just how bad a lot of these tests are in how they work in the lab. They have poor sensitivity, poor specificity, and released into the public, you could have orders of magnitude more false positives than you do true positives, and of course for some people that would be a feature, not a bug. So my question is really, how much visibility do you think there is on the side of the technologists working on these protocols about like how good the tests actually are clinically?
So I'm happy to jump in here briefly. I think what's key is I've been talking to a lot of technologists that are working on these sorts of things, just about the process, and a lot of them, almost all of them, are in touch with epidemiologists and working closely in concert with them, particularly if they are coordinating with governments or on regional levels and things like that. In the US, where I'm based, the FDA did, kind of speed some tests to market or allow that. And so we are sort of dealing with some of the fallout. Some of these tests are accurate. Some of them might not be as accurate. That's something that's continually being updated and debated and played out. And that's going to be the case, for months going forward as well. So everybody I've talked to, they are working on the medical side and they do have those insights, but I think you do raise a good point in the sense that, the idea of contact tracing, like if you don't have a reliable test that can alert somebody to the fact that there has been contact or that somebody was infected, it just becomes another form of de facto tracing. And that's something that, people I talk to are quite concerned about. And just keeping that in mind. That being said, I'm certainly not a doctor or a scientist in this regard. And so I'm hesitant to comment on, anything directly in terms of test accuracy. Those differ from country to country, and there are people that are better placed to speak to that than myself. But, from the tech side, happy to comment on that. And then, anybody else that wants to hop in, feel free.
I mean, I would like to say, there is the possibility these tests don't seem like perfect. And there's no clear route to vaccination. So some people said, oh, we've done a lot of work on SARS, but then also like none of the vaccines being tested so far with human subjects seem to have worked. And there's some evidence that maybe vaccination will be difficult. The virus will probably mutate and become less dangerous over time. But the underlying cause of the virus, which is, in China, there was destruction of natural habitats, bats mated with a pig or whatever, and at least the virus jumped from bat to pig and then got into the human ecosystem. There was a letter recently by ecologists saying this thing's going to increase. Maybe not corona, there might be many, many more viruses as the destruction of the natural world increases over time. So even maybe while the corona pandemic might on some level get under control, there might be a new one next year or later this year or in a few years. We don't know. And I think we might have to just get ourselves used to a world in which case there are pandemics, maybe with incurable diseases. But this is not, it sounds really scary, but it's a world that most of humanity lived in for a very long time, up until, maybe the early 1920, 1930. It might be a kind of world we're going to return to, where there just are pandemics. And I think the question is there a way to prevent death from pandemic? And I would actually say it's really unfortunate, but I think probably no, that we may just enter a world where there are more incurable diseases. And the question is, what are we willing to sacrifice to kind of make people live longer? And I think we should obey scientific advice, and we should work with scientists. But then at the same point, there might not be a return to normalcy. And I'm actually more worried about the authoritarian over-response to pandemics than pandemics, because I think as such, humanity's survived a bunch of pandemics, and they're going to, and you know, it could be really bad, and it's probably going to get worse. But that's just something that, you know, is outside of our control. It's a biological reality.
Awesome. We actually have room for a few more questions. So one question is by Philip Long on the Q&A box. Philip, do you want to talk right now? You are permitted to if you want. Or maybe it will just be, I guess it's on brand with the panel of privacy that people just keep asking questions anonymously. So that's fine. I guess everyone can read that question. It's about the dismissal of verified credentials in this panel, given that the primary approach being advocated is a peer-to-peer exchange with unique private public key pairs with zero knowledge proof. And he just goes on to explain multiple blockchain technologies. And so that how is this exposing or making anything available to a corporation or government? He's missing something there. That's what Steve says. Sorry, he would like Steve to answer that question. So if Steve, if you want to take it on.
Yeah, hey Phil, good to hear from you. Thanks for the question. Look, I don't dismiss verified. Look, I certainly don't dismiss verified credentials out of hand. There are some ideas in verified credentials that are actually very sound, very actually technology neutral. They've been around for a long time. There's two things. I think if you're trying to make a claim about something, whether it's, you know, where I live or how old I am, or whether I've got a corona vaccination, I think everybody agrees now, one of the weird things about self-sovereign identity is that we don't want people to attest to these things themselves. Almost every single thing that's important that you need to know about somebody is a fact, right or wrong, that is vouched for by somebody else. Now we can get into all sorts of arguments about hierarchies and authorities and where do you get your facts from, and that, you know, but the point is that if you need to know if somebody's vaccinated, then don't trust me, trust my doctor. So for 30 years, there have been ways of taking a fact about somebody and recording who's vouched for that fact. So that's one thing. And you know, we talk about provenance. It's one of the new ideas in blockchain, but it's actually a very old idea. The second thing is control proof of possession, for example. Like if I'm going to present the fact that I have a vaccination certificate, how do I control that? And you want some geometries, you want some topologies where that's presented peer-to-peer, where there's relatively little leakage, there's relatively little breadcrumbs. I mean, we all know that as well. Now that to me is actually also an old problem, and to me it's about smart data carriers. There's lots of technologies out there, and if you look at the evolution of credit cards from stupid pieces of paper from the 1950s through magnetic stripe technology, through to chip technology, and now through to not just chips, but things that are wrapped up with geolocation sensors and history and all sorts of metadata. What we've been doing for 50 years is getting smarter and smarter about the way that people control locally in their own self-centralized way. They control the facts that are known about themselves, and how do you make those facts known to other people? So this pattern, I mean, the pattern replicates all over the place. So what I'm trying to do in my storytelling there is to talk about the objectives and the patterns, and to get away from the idea that anything in the last 5 years offers any magic spells here. When you try and get a chain of custody or a chain of provenance, like who says that I've got the vaccination certificate, once you've got that under control, and once you've given me a smart data carrier where I can control the release of that data, and it's called a wallet in blockchain technology, the blockchain itself becomes fairly uninteresting to me. And maybe Harry and I could be talking about the way that certain ledger technologies, new ledger technologies, non-public permission technologies, they can provide some useful additional security outcomes. But By and large, I think that this comes down to endpoint technology, and there's lots of ways of doing it. So, Phil, I hope that's adds a bit of nuance. I don't dismiss. I think the idea of verified credentials, I think the W3C work is producing some new protocols that are basically a new version of what used to be X509. I think the DID specs that W3C are also working on, I think the DID spec is just a new lightweight public key certificate. And as such, it's pretty cool. And if it becomes a widespread technology capability, great.
Yeah, to jump in and then, sorry.
Yeah,
to jump in and
okay. You want to go first?
Over.
Sure.
Guys, we've got about 2 minutes left on this, so let's keep things a little bit short if we're able.
Yeah. So I just want to jump in and answer Phil's additional question there. I don't think a blockchain adds anything to this, and I don't think a blockchain is a good idea for this. You don't want to have the data around forever in whatever form. You want to have it while we're in this form of crisis, and then you want it to go away at some point. If we need a longer term infrastructure, we need to think about that in another way. But while we're building an emergency response, we should plan for it to be a temporary emergency, not a permanent emergency.
Yeah, and I mean, as former W3C staff, zero knowledge proofs sound great on paper. They rely on network transport. I'll be talking about this at Ready Layer 1. Network transport, even if you're quote unquote anonymous on chain, you can be de-anonymized by looking at network level transports and the correlations. That's what de-anonymized Zcash with Kenny Patterson's ping reject attack. W3C DIDs carry along a lot of luggage, like the sort of dead W3C semantic web stuff is embedded in it. Personally, like I find, I wouldn't want to give IBM any of my personal data for processing from a European perspective. And I think it's dangerous to do so. So I think there's a lot of advertising, which is dubious, particularly around verified credentials. And I understand the desire for them, but I wouldn't recommend anyone actually use them. I think I would actually say that the technology should probably go to an actual functional standards by that knows about privacy and crypto, such as the IETF, and be reworked there with the people that, rebuilt stuff like TLS and other standards, which have been improved a lot since post-Snowden, do have staff that understands cryptography and do have widespread participation, as opposed to like a fly-by-night operation, which is how I view the W3C DID initiative.
Awesome. Yeah, Steve, Philip just replied as well in the comment section. So there was a question on zero knowledge proof and how it relates to the privacy debate in the questions, or also there's the classic question about WhatsApp and Facebook end-to-end encryption. What about the backdoor access that the US government wants, even though the tech giants are pushing back against it? Anyone wants to reply to that question?
Greg, you want to jump in on that one? I believe you were talking about that initiative.
Yeah, I think we are seeing stronger and stronger pushback against strong encryption from certainly the Five Eyes countries, the English-speaking countries, and increasingly from other European countries. Germany and France are now kind of on board with this idea that we can't have strong encryption. So it's not just the US. So I really do think that disinformation is going to be kind of the new arrow in the quiver of the people who are fighting against it. The first message was going dark and law enforcement can't see terrorism planning. I think now it's going to be, we have conspiracy theorists and misinformation being spread in encrypted chat groups, and we need to get in and stop that. And I think these are really dangerous arguments, and they appeal to our desire for safety in times when we're afraid. And I think, yeah, it absolutely is a huge problem. It shouldn't be tolerated, and we need to be very aware of that going forward. We can't be distracted by coronavirus. There was this initiative that was launched immediately before kind of the crisis called the Earn It Act. I can't remember what the letters in it stand for, but essentially it's taking taking immunity for content posted by users away from providers that use end-to-end encryption, that don't provide this backdoor access. And I think these pushes are just going to get stronger. It's ongoing throughout the crisis, so we can't take our eye off the ball.
Awesome. Yes, so I mean, this can go on. There's a 15 minutes break before the next panel on mental health and psychedelics, which will be really interesting. But if anyone wants to ask more questions, we actually have another question. Anonymous attendee saying, does the digital immunity pass directly enable things like the non-traveler digital identity? Anyone wants to
Can you
answer
say that again? They make the...
Does the digital immunity pass that we touched on before directly enable things like the non-traveler digital identity, which might mean like enable things like the government's knowing every citizen's locations and journeys?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to make a high level standpoint here. So I think there is true. There's a long-standing desire, which I think, can be enabled to some extent by zero knowledge proofs of what's called selective disclosure. So that's, I disclose certain facts of myself to one party and different facts to another party, and I control those facts. And I generally agree with that approach. It's not clear if current standards, I'd say they don't, really enable that approach without centralized authorities, without leakage of dangerous metadata. And I think the real problem is that there's been this huge hype over identity, which predates blockchain. It goes back to OpenID and this really crazy system invented by the same people behind verifiable credentials called XRIs. And a lot of this comes down to how the web works. So on the web, in the web, you have to have a website name, www.reseteverything.events or whatever. And so you buy that name, and that's a lot of money, right? There's a lot of money going around the domain name system. And I think what originally motivated a lot of people that were interested in digital identities, they said, well, why can't I be the guy that sells identities? Or why can't I sell identities for my company or whatever? Then I make that money, right? So I think even though there's this rhetoric of self-empowerment around digital identity, a lot of the early technology, I have a long paper on this I published, I'll put the link in the channel, was really about this kind of desire to compete with ICANN. You see stuff like Handshake still trying to do this. I'm not even sure, it's fine, why not? But then at the same point, I don't know why I should trust Handshake more than ICANN in terms of like a domain name and a web browser resolving to a server that I want to visit. I think where the fundamental contradiction comes into play is essentially the conflict between identity and privacy, that people want to resolve this conflict, but I don't think you can. I think you can basically build systems which enable privacy, enable some form of selective disclosure, but you don't want to build systems which, based on a rhetoric of empowerment, enable digital identity to such a case where you have to be identified, that you are identified, and that even maybe you can sort of say, oh, well, I can disclose to who I want. You still have some sort of digital passport. And I think the digital passport notion is something that a lot of governments want, a lot of immigration agencies want, a lot of people want, and a lot of the reasons are based on efficiency. And it's crazy how many databases your traditional government has, and they do cross-border stuff. It gets even crazier. That being said, I think it will almost certainly be a step backwards. And in the age of Corona, I think that the likelihood of it being abused or outweigh the gains that, and maybe efficiency, or allowing more people to make money than currently make money off identity. I think it's really dangerous. And
could I add to that?
Push back.
Could I add to that, Ben? Very, very simply, I realized some time ago that identity, the art and science of identity management, is about what do I need to know about you, Ben and Harry and Greg, to be able to deal with you. And privacy is about what do I not need to know about you guys to still be able to deal with you. And privacy is about restraint. The thing that's not technological about privacy is that it's about restraint, and all identity technologies are fundamentally in tension there. Now, I don't think the tensions are fatal always, but there's always this pressure, literally like an osmotic pressure within identity that is necessarily going to go against privacy. It's an uncomfortable truth, but I think Harry's called that out really neatly.
And I think from a policy perspective, when you create a credential of some sort, you create a need for other people to ask for it. So I can say that no, Steve, no, Harry, I'm not going to show you my digital passport or one of the credentials in it. And you say, fine, I'm not going to deal with you. So by creating this thing that exists, we create a need for companies, for governments to demand that we have it and to demand that we present it in order to interact with them. So if we are going to create these things, we need to make sure that there are protections built in that limit what people are actually allowed to ask for and create actual enforcement when they do demand it.
And I think that's definitely a good point. I'm just interjecting because I have to move on to my my next thing in the rest of my day. So I wanted to say thank you, Harry, Greg, and Steve for obviously joining us, and Alex for hosting this. And everybody enjoy the rest of the conference. And thanks so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Ben.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.
Thanks. Fascinating. Cheers.
Yeah, like we went way over time, actually. It was supposed to be a 15 minutes break, but that's really amazing that we had discussions going on. So yeah, feel free to still ask questions. Attendees, you can raise your hand. You can reach the Q&A box. And in a bit less than 10 minutes, we have a panel on mental health issues and treating them with psychedelic-assisted therapies, which will be super interesting. So yeah, in the next, I guess, 5 minutes or so, we can still answer privacy-related questions from the previous panel. So someone asked, Q&A box, there's an immense push coming for ID 2020. It is obviously tied to a big business, mass vaccines, Microsoft, Gavi, thoughts? Yeah, you may or may not have to reply to this, I'm not sure.
I don't think big vaccine is actually a very profitable industry. I think
yeah.
I think this idea that there is a huge profit push from pharmaceutical companies to create vaccines is just patently false. I do wonder if it's a good idea to have passports for vaccinations if they're not being offered for free to everyone. But if they are being offered for free, I think it's maybe a good way to show that you are vaccinated and you can return to work.
Right. Yeah, we touched on this actually earlier in the day with a vaccine being a non-repeatable business, right? Because you get vaccinated once and then it's forever. It's a really bad business model. And there's also actually privacy-wise, there's a question about whether we should, once and if the vaccine will be available, will it be perpetrated by governments via voluntary cooperation or mandatory cooperation, meaning the vaccine has to be done to everyone. And so that kind of maybe crosses the line of privacy to people. What do you think about this? So voluntary versus mandatory rules for the vaccines for public health concerns.
I'm for voluntary vaccination as long as we have enough uptake that we create effective herd immunity. I think when you start getting a situation where you have outbreaks of diseases that have been thought basically eliminated, we have a problem with people not getting vaccinated. So I think I don't have as much of, well, I don't think it should be mandatory on a population level, but for certain professions, certainly, for people who are going to be dealing with the public in any capacity, I think nurses and doctors, teachers should probably be required to be vaccinated.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, makes total sense. And probably those people are the ones willing to do it voluntarily anyway. Cool, awesome. Is there any more questions?
I think that I just want to make one point, which is there is this herd immunity question, and I think there's a lot of the desire for mandatory vaccination identity systems come from the desire that we can track and control these diseases. And I'm not sure if that will always be the case. So I'd like to question the premise of that, particularly when, with Corona, at least maybe outside Australia and a few other lucky places, it's already probably fairly widespread. But then at the same point, it's also clear in countries where it's widespread that there's no herd immunity, that there's still the majority of the population probably doesn't have it. So that's why I think it's a little bit depressing, but I kind of feel we may just have to get used to these biological pandemics, and that a lot of desire for technology to shortcut this may not work in the long run and in the short run. So that's why I'm very nervous about sacrificing civil liberties and privacy in general, is because I feel uncomfortable. I mean, in the beginning, I think we might be able to have pulled it off, but now at this point with Corona, I'm pretty sure that's not the case. That the sacrifice that we make for the future generations may outweigh the benefit for the present ones.
Awesome. Nice. So, oh, a couple more questions popped up. No, just thank you messages. Okay, cool. I guess we can slowly start to wrap up. Thank you so much, Greg and Harry, for the discussion. It was really interesting. I saw Stephen Ben left. So yeah, amazing. And we'll look forward to what you do in the privacy industry and space.
Thanks, Alex. Thanks, Harry.
Thanks. So next up, so we have a panel on treating mental health issues with psychedelic-assisted therapies in the wake of COVID-19. And so there's multiple panelists here. I'm going to hand it over to Jesse Hudson, moderator. He's the partner at Vine Ventures, a VC fund focused on psychedelics for self-improvement and entertainment. So Jesse, over to you. I hope everyone is here. Maybe we are missing some people, or nope. It seems like there's people popping up. Okay, cool. Over to you, Jesse.
Hi, everyone. You can hear me okay?
Hi.
Hey, I see Henrik. I see Anna, Anne, and I don't see Genesee yet, but I assume she'll be joining in just a minute. Oh, hey, Genesee. So we actually have 3 people listed as Jesse here and 1 Hendrik. So Henrik, we outnumber you.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe you should rename yourselves, but
Yeah. I think it was because people joined through my link.
Oh.
But at any rate, I initially titled this panel Psychedelics as Tikkun Olam. And the reason I did so is because that meme of Tikkun Olam it's part of my own personal memetic framework with which I approach the world. Because the concept itself, I think, is super relevant for right now. And Tikkun Olam means repairing the world. And the idea is that each of us is born into this earth with this obligation of Tikkun Olam, repairing the world. And it's an ancient Jewish concept, and I think that's relevant now because today is the last day of the 10 days of the remembrance of the Holocaust. So in psychedelics, and people who are in psychedelic circles, or anybody who's been to an ayahuasca ceremony, you may have heard this concept of Tikkun Olam referred to as the work, as in, shit, I did a bunch of work last night in the ceremony. And that work is what we're here to talk about today, the work of repairing the world. So I'm very pleased to introduce you to my 3 esteemed panelists, Henrik from the Mind Foundation, Genesee from Sage Institute for Psychedelic Therapy, and Anne Wagner from Remedy. So starting with you, Henrik, who are you and what does your organization do?
Hi, I'm Henrik Jungabede. I usually live in Berlin. Now I'm in the south of Germany. My background is in public health, psychotherapy, and drug research. I had been working at the University of Heidelberg for 18 years and started the Mind Foundation together with a lot of interesting people 3.5 years ago. Last week, we received the first, probably one of the highest government grants for psychedelic research ever. That was 2.2 million for a psilocybin depression study that we're about to start in summer. And beyond that, I consider myself a thinker and researcher, bringing together different disciplines from cultural studies to biology.
Wow, congratulations, Hendrik. A huge grant, 2.2 million. And you guys are a nonprofit, is that correct?
We are a nonprofit, yeah. But of course, this grant was not granted to us only, but to a group of 2 universities that we brought together, we're happy to bring together. And the 3 of us, the 3 organizations are going to start that in the German cities of Mannheim and Berlin.
Well, that's really interesting, especially in light of this week, Compass Pathways, a for-profit psychedelic assisted therapy company, based in the UK, but working in the US, announcing the closing of an $80 million Series B round for their work on psilocybin for the treatment of depression. So it'd be interesting to hear your thoughts on that after the introductions. Moving on to Genesee. Genesee, who are you and what does your organization do?
Hi, so yeah, I'm a psychologist. I practice in Berkeley, and I currently work with two different organizations. One of them is Sage Integrative Health, which I founded in June of 2018, and we're an integrative health clinic where we also offer psychedelic assisted therapies as they become legal through a holistic approach. And then just last year, I co-founded Sage Institute, which is a low-fee psychedelic assisted therapy clinic. We're currently offering ketamine assisted therapy and training center. So we train therapists who are working towards their licensure in psychedelic assisted therapies. We plan to start a research arm of Sage Institute as well in the next year or so. We're still getting that together. And then I sort of have a third hat, which is that I'm a therapist on the MAPS MDMA for PTSD team in San Francisco.
So you guys are actively doing the work.
Yeah, we are. Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. In full disclosure, I have the privilege of being involved with Sage Institute. I sit on the board of directors, which is an absolute honor.
We're really lucky to have you, Jesse.
And Anne, coming from Canada, could you please introduce yourself and what your organization does?
Sure. I'm Anne Wagner. I'm also a clinical psychologist. I'm in Toronto. And I would say I'm predominantly a researcher. So I'm the founder of Remedy, and I'm also an adjunct professor at Ryerson University in Toronto. And so Remedy is a center for mental health innovation. And so right now, it's interesting, we're actually a little bit of the flip of Sage. So we've started with our research arm, and then we are going to be, we're in the process of creating a charitable arm as well. So right now, we're structured as a for-profit, but we run all of our research in collaboration with Ryerson University. And so that's in a not-for-profit framework. And the work that I specifically do is I'm focused on treatment development research. So I've run studies with MAPS in the past. We did a couple study for the treatment of post-traumatic stress disorder with MDMA. And I recently received Health Canada approval to run the first investigator-sponsored MDMA study in Canada, looking at cognitive processing therapy, which is an individual evidence-based treatment for PTSD with MDMA here at Remedy. And we have a few other projects in the works, but my real love is working with relational aspects of healing when it comes to psychedelic work. So we have a whole program that's going to be happening in that regard. And right now at Remedy, we do both the research as well as preparation and integration work. So we aren't offering psychedelic work outside of a research context yet here, but we plan to in the future when it becomes legal.
So that's so interesting. So you ran a couple study for the treatment of PTSD using MDMA. And I'll speak for myself and probably for many people watching, most of my initial introduction to MDMA was from that angle of interpersonal closeness in a couple's kind of context. Could you speak a little bit to the results of that study?
Absolutely. Yeah, it was really interesting. So I came to this work as a PTSD researcher. My background was not in psychedelics at all. And so when I started to learn more about MDMA and learning about its properties, both for couples work and for PTSD, it seemed like a really natural fit. And we are not the first people who have thought about this idea at all. This work with couples and MDMA has gone back from the first uses of MDMA in terms of a psychotherapeutic tool. So Anne Shulgin is someone who's pioneered this work, and she was, I think she gets the credit for being the very first person to ever do dyadic work with MDMA. And it's a really amazing tool to be able to not only have people feel like they're able to communicate, and especially communicate sensitive and emotional information that they may not otherwise feel comfortable or able to access. And when we're looking at folks with PTSD, this is tenfold, right? They are often very avoidant of their internal emotional experience. And so that has massive ramifications on your intimate partnerships as well as the rest of your interactions with people around you, your community, your world. And so what we found from that pilot study, so we ran that pilot study in Charleston, South Carolina, with our colleagues, Annie and Michael Mithofer, and we found some incredible results. So they're still under publication, but we've published a case study so far. And we found that 5 of the 6 individuals with PTSD no longer had PTSD, and 5 of the 6 had improved relationship satisfaction as well. And it was interesting. The ones that still had PTSD were the ones who were still struggling with their relationship, but saw some change in movement as well. And so it was really compelling, and we're really excited about bringing this out to a larger study.
I think those results are astounding. And governments around the world have seen results from studies like that and given breakthrough therapy designation, at least here in the US, to MDMA for the treatment of PTSD in 2017, to psilocybin for the treatment of treatment-resistant depression in 2018, and then just at the end of last year to psilocybin for the treatment of major depressive disorder, which is basically generalized depression. And as a result, we now have this framework for regulation that looks like to be pretty progressive, at least in the US. But I'm curious about what it's like across the pond. Henrik, what does the regulatory framework look like? Do you have breakthrough therapy designations for psychedelics that are being issued in the EU? Or how are you operating on the research side of things?
Thank you for the question. So Europe is working in a very different way. We have the European Medicines Agency, but the European Medicines Agency is not the FDA of Europe. We have like 27 states that have regulatory bodies of their own. So it's more like a body that is bringing regulations together. We in Germany are one of the, of course, we are the largest country in the European Union, very influential, and are one of the largest the last to start entering psychedelic research again. The last study with psilocybin was done here in 1973 about. So a long time, nothing has happened on the university level here in the clinical space. So there have been like animal studies, but not in the clinical space. We deliberately decided not to move forward with MAPS here in Germany because MDMA didn't sound like the substance that would make the progress that we are now trying to make with a psychedelic, mostly because of non-scientific, non-rational reasons, the reputation of MDMA. And so that's why we went for psilocybin. There is something like the breakthrough status that you can get in Germany through the EMA. It's called PRIME status, and which is actually helping you to go through to the phase 3 study phase of your research much quicker with less money. At the moment, we are not going into this direction. Our study will be a phase 2B study. We are also not thinking about competing with the players you have been alluding to, Usona and UK-based company. So I think the major message of that government grant is that you can do it now in Germany. Have a reputation. Your reputation will not be lost simply by doing research in that field. You can talk to the medical community. We had an amazing, after our own conference, we had an amazing meeting with about 1,000 medical professionals on their yearly conference. And there was something like a voting being done on should that research being done now in Germany or not. And 80% of these 1,000 doctors said, yeah, let's do it. We need to collect the data. And I think that was possible because of the progress that had been done in North America, and also by Compass in the UK. Yeah.
Well, it's great.
Can I add something, because you didn't ask me what you wanted to ask me before? The nonprofit and for-profit side of things. Probably we'll have a debate about that a little bit later too, but that's a very North American debate in the polarization that I see there. So just to drop one thought, I think for-profits did very good things and very terrible things, but I also know a number of nonprofits also in the psychedelic space that have big power issues going on. So it's more about the ethics of the players. It's a plan you're following. And maybe we can later talk about how to get these therapies out into the health system at all. I am not sure that we can do that on a nonprofit model.
Well, let's talk about that right now. I mean, I think this is a perfect segue into what I wanted to ask Sage Institute, prefacing the question with this. In 2006, when Muhammad Yunus won the Nobel Peace Prize in economics, he devoted his acceptance speech to redefining capitalism for the purpose of solving social problems. He said, if we want to make capitalism work for us, for the future of humanity, we have to make money solving social problems. And he came up with this term, social enterprise, that has been adopted since then. So I think a lot about this issue of how do we do ethical capitalism? How do we redefine capitalism for the purpose of solving social problems? And I dare say that Sage Institute has thought about it even more than I have. Janice, could you speak a little bit to how you're addressing the problem of access to psychedelic medicines in this new form of capitalism, hybrid nonprofit for-profit model?
Sure. Yeah. That's something we thought a lot about, having started Sage Integrative Health as a for-profit, not because we wanted to make a big profit from the work that we were doing, but because we wanted to get some sort of reimbursement for all of the time and energy that we put into the business. But we did run into an issue that we were really kind of stumbling with finding ways to make the work accessible, particularly psychedelic assisted therapy. If you're doing it right, in my mind, there's a lot of human contact hours that go into the therapy itself. So it ends up being quite pricey, at least at first. The initial investment is quite pricey, where in the long term, it's arguable that it's actually less expensive than, other modes of treatment. But so we ended up thinking through, the various options and landing on a nonprofit model as our kind of sister organization to help us to increase accessibility. So that's why Sage Institute was formed. And there are two ways really that we're bringing in revenue at this point. One of them is through our sliding scale services. The model there is that we have intern psychotherapists who are still gaining their hours towards licensure, and so don't expect to be paid at the same rate as licensed psychotherapists. And meanwhile, we bring in donations through grants and other modes of fundraising. And this isn't perfect. Ideally, we would like to have a sustainable model where we're not needing to constantly seek out grants and donations. We do have a plan to increase our sustainability through creating a training center. As many people in the field know, there's a bottleneck around training psychedelic therapists. Right now, there's a really limited number of us out there, and many, many more that will be needed as legalization unfolds. So we hope to support the field in training more therapists, and through that bringing in more revenue to support the sliding scale services.
So this really opens up the discussion of access. Like Henrik said, will the for-profit model or the nonprofit model be more effective in ensuring access? And so now I just open it up to all of you as to your thoughts on this subject and how we can make sure that in the wake of this COVID-19 crisis that has exacerbated mental health issues all over the world, we're going to have first responders dealing with PTSD, people dealing with anxiety and depression from sitting in their homes all days, and looking to psychedelics as a remedy. How do we ensure access? For-profit, nonprofit, hybrid models? What do you think?
Can I ask my colleagues back, just to make it more of a dialogue? Don't you think that comparing, we have the United States, we have Canada, we have Germany here. Germany never had that form of capitalism that unfolded in the United States, and Canada is also not like the United States. Would you agree that there is also a need to adjust the models to the health systems that you have nationally, maybe even in certain areas. I mean, we have a working health insurance system here, a state health insurance system and a private health insurance system. They somehow, in a confused way, work together, but actually it works. It works. So we have to come up with different solutions.
Absolutely. I think it's a completely different system and question really in the United States, where we don't have universal health care. If there was insurance available to pay for these treatments, then we wouldn't be struggling with this question. So yeah, I agree that we're going to need to think about it on a country by country basis, at least until we in the United States update our systems to catch up with yours and Canada's.
Yeah, I think we're thinking through a number of different models of what this is going to look like in Canada. And one interesting component here is that mental health services, so accessing a psychologist or a social worker outside of a hospital setting, is not covered by our insurance, our provincial and national healthcare insurance. However, physicians are. So the interesting component of when we're thinking about psychedelic assisted work as we go forward will be this team model that we are hoping will be able to be billed under physicians. And so we'll be able to at least be able to fund portions of it through this intern physician type model that would allow greater access. And then also within this idea of this hybrid model that we're also using, we initially started it here at Remedy with the idea of funding research. And not being reliant on philanthropy or grants always to be funding the research going forward, because we're never sure if there's going to be the next grant that's available or someone who's wanting to fund the next study. And so our hope was to create a sustainable model to keep research going, to be able to provide the evidence base, to be able to use these treatments. Because one thing that I always am thinking about is we have such enthusiasm for the use of psychedelics and what's going to happen with legalization, but we know very little actually about their effective use with various different populations and different times and spaces. We draw a lot from anecdotal experience and from the limited trials that we have, but that's very, very like a small slice of what will happen in larger expanded use. So our model that we're using so far is that the profit from the for-profit component of Remedy, where people are paying for their psychological services, and they're often here actually paying through their insurance for their psychological services. So it's actually not coming out of their pocket, but we're receiving payment for that the profit there gets invested into the research. And so that way we're able to keep it going over time. So that's one way. And then also we are intending that we will be receiving donations for people to be able to access services when they're not covered by this hybrid physician intern model that we would hope for in the future through the charitable arm.
And I'm really glad that you mentioned the fact that the research at this point is focused on a very limited population. That's a big concern to us as well. And it's one of the things that we hope to contribute is to expand that scope and look at how this work impacts a number of different people and populations from diverse backgrounds.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Basically, a lot of the studies that have been done have been catering to the middle class standard patient, and that's really a hard problem in science to get in more diverse populations. So with the 144 patient study that we're beginning with, we're hoping to get a bunch of people in that are not so close to psychedelic use like they had been in the first studies in the field. Now, actually, also the MAP studies are more diverse than they had been in the beginning. But that's an open field for researchers all over the world. Does it work for people who don't have a certain form of education, who come from different cultural and social backgrounds? That's still an open question.
Absolutely. And, I think in the research fields in general, and in psychedelics in particular, the psychedelic field is inordinately white. And, you know, I'm not sure exactly what the sort of racial and ethnic composition looks like in Germany, but in the United States, we're quite diverse and, you know, about 50% white. And when you look at psychedelic research, it's something like 86% white. So it's a real problem. And I'm really glad to hear you're both thinking about this.
Here we
That's
are,
something-
four white people talking about it.
Exactly. And this seems to be particularly the case when we're talking about it. I notice on, you know, many conferences, many panels, it's many white faces. And, you know, living in Toronto, that is not what is exemplified here. And it's not the clients we see on a day-to-day basis at Remedy. So we're really hoping that by running our research here and working with our community organizations with which we have contacts and relationships, that we'll be able to really put a focus on diversity within our work.
The data that probably all of us read in the newspapers and in scientific papers, we know that a lot of people in the United States from Black communities, Asian communities, a lot more people died than the percentage in the population is. That is actually not the case in a lot of European countries here. Different reasons because of the different varieties of health insurance model. Also, the Swedish model is completely different from the German model. So there is nothing like a European health insurance model. But I also think that an interesting question is it really about ethnicity and social or racial backgrounds even, or is it about the networks that people need to make sense of psychedelic therapies? There seems to be some research in general psychotherapy research, but also in psychedelic research, that we shouldn't think about individuals going to a therapist only and then going back to wherever they come from, but it's actually this opportunity, this network of opportunities around them that helps them to recreate or stabilize a therapeutic experience. And that, of course, is a very vulnerable thing. How can you help people to recreate networks? Maybe in the future, we have to rethink how more community-based aftercare or even preparation networks have to be built so that people who don't have the skills to make use of it can get better.
Yes, thank you for naming that. That's also very important. Both the question of, you know, it's not really about the psychedelic ultimately. Those experiences are important, but it's about the integration, how we make use of it afterwards and are able to make sense of it and integrate it into our lives. And such a big piece of that is the community that holds us when we come back and the people who are able to either to help us integrate as opposed to either not wanting to hear about it, not being open to these kinds of experiences, or just not being available. There's so much isolation in our world right now. So yes, I think that focusing on our communities and expanding community support is an integral part of this work.
These keywords, community and networks and culture, speak to me as an anthropologist. Before I came to where I am now, I trained studying the anthropology of shamanism and indigenous peoples. And it gives me pause to think about what's happening here in psychedelic culture through the lens of that. Because we focus so much on psychedelic therapy in the clinical setting. But if you look at the landscape, most people outside of recreation are accessing psychedelics through a religious landscape, a quasi-religious setting of shamanic ceremonies where they drink ayahuasca in the Amazon or in a city with a group of people in a ceremony. And it's in those religious groups that you can find recurring community, perhaps integration. So I want to ask you all, as people approaching psychedelics from the clinical angle and the clinical research angle for treatment of particular indications, how do you see yourself fitting with that other side of things that is perhaps a greater volume of access, and that other side of things being the religious side?
I would say that it's interesting because it's been clicking for me all through our conversation. Like, this is why I'm so interested in the relational aspects of the healing with psychedelics, and why, you know, I'm doing dyadic work with folks, and so that they have their support network there with them, and we're able to work with that network. And one of the studies we're planning is a group study with psilocybin, so that being able to work with those frames of being able to have community embedded within it, but even within the frame of where we're working from at the moment, which is a clinical trial. So adding those components in to not kind of divorce it from the experience that many people are actually already having with psychedelics, and finding useful and finding fruitful in those experiences.
I would say that the ayahuasca group, or the shaman, the neo-shamanic model is probably not the model that will be a template for bringing those therapies into Western postmodern societies. Let's reflect a little bit about what they do. These models, they often bring shamans from non-Western communities into Western societies. They often use substances from the Amazon, often a non-sustainable model of producing these substances, and often create marginalized groups with a very strong group cohesion, that where a lot of people have troubles in finding their way into contexts where they sometime to earn a living have to go back. So to put it a little bit more provocative, I think the ritualistic model, learning from the elders, is something that has a very hard time in the kind of society we are living in. Globalized, digitalized, very, very fast, people moving from one city to another several times in their lives. So both the communities, but also the languages, the frameworks, the models that are used for understanding, for reinterpreting, for making use of psychedelic experience. It's hard to only learn that from people who try to transfer it from indigenous contexts, which never had the kind of experience that people are confronted with here. I think the dialogue and also the well, let's say that the debate about the usefulness of these contexts for Westerners has only begun. It's not to diminish what comes from these indigenous communities, not at all, but we are also exploiting their resources in a way that for many is not sustainable here, and just creates a dreamscape that is not helping everybody.
Thank you for that, Hendrik. Really well put. I hadn't thought that deep into how to adapt the indigenous model to the Western world, and assumed that because we have this religious use modality, it was going to develop and adapt itself to the Western world, perhaps through the adaptation of the religious structures themselves into more for-profit organizations. And an example of that I can give you is an organization I know that likes to grow and produce and distribute their psychedelic plant medicines themselves. And they are in the West, but they are a quasi-religious organization. And in that model, you have a kind of a sustainable production, sustainable distribution, and yet you have a very religious context and a strong community. So they've taken cues from this indigenous side of things, and they've integrated into the Western way of living and the Western way of thinking, but nevertheless remain very involved in this lineage, you could say, this religious lineage. And so that's an example of the adaptation of the indigenous model to the Western model, not necessarily sterilizing it into the full clinical setting, but having somewhere in between.
Can I ask you back, Jesse? You're using the term religious models. Are you sure that a lot of these indigenous communities have religions?
I mean, that's a really good question, because I would argue yes, for the purpose of religious freedom legislation. The idea is that in order to get protection under the laws of the EU and the laws of the US, the laws of Canada, you have to have a legitimate religious exercise. And unless you have a legitimate religious exercise, you're not protected under freedom of religion laws. So even though we may say as intellectuals, as anthropologists, oh, they have an inchoate spirituality of shamanism that isn't necessarily formalized into a religion, the reality is as lawyers, as semanticists, we must choose the words that we use to argue our case very carefully, because those words trigger particular regulations. And on that note, part of an organization called, various organizations involved with sacred plants that are some in stealth and some not in stealth. And they're focused on creating a formalized system for this decentralized, disorganized religion of shamanism in order to gain those legal protections that are necessary to protect their practice.
I wanted to, oh, go ahead.
No, please go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to add to the conversation, and yeah, I appreciate your commentary and thoughtful critique, Henrik, about these, about many groups who bring indigenous practices into the West in such a way that's problematic. I think there's a lot of that happening. But Jesse, I think you're naming some of the ways that I think it can happen in a sort of support of our Western world, and responding to a real need for more community gatherings and coming together in a spiritual way. And the thing I wanted to add to that is the importance of reciprocity in doing that. And there are some organizations who, I think, rather than just taking and leaving the indigenous cultures without resources, actually give back and really support the cultures that they're working with. One such example is the Church of Sacred Nature, who does a lot of activism to support the indigenous culture in Colombia, where they come from. And I've just been really impressed by their thoughtfulness and care and respect in the ways that they're bringing the work forward and the ways that they're giving back. So I do think it's possible. And I think that the type of work that we're doing can sort of work in harmony alongside of some of these groups, where we can bring community offerings to our clients. And also, we're not a religious organization, and so aren't going to have the same kind of ultimately, community setting that a church might have. And so I do think there are a lot of potential for collaboration there.
Yeah, I think it also, that really speaks to the need for humility in this work, and recognition of the work and the effort and the knowledge that's come before. And I think that especially when I'm seeing this enthusiasm right now for what's next, or opportunity, or different for-profit ventures that are starting in this space. And when I hear things like the first, the biggest, world leading, all these whatnot, it really brings up something for me, because it's like, hold on, the whole point is for us to be tapping into, first of all, the things that are internal to each of us, but also that have come from many, thousands of years of knowledge and work with these different medicines. And even if it's a new medicine, for example, like MDMA is a newer medicine in the grand scheme of things, that it's tapping into, it's all doors lead to the same place. It's tapping into very similar things. So I think that's one thing, that approach of paying respect really, and also like learning from what has come before and taking that forward with humility and thoughtfulness, and alignment is really important.
All doors lead to.
Can I ask you, are you arguing for the retraditionalization as a model of spreading or distributing psychedelic therapy practices? Do you think that's a sustainable model? And maybe second question, as personal question, as a scientist, I'm very much about trying to create together with people secular ways of spiritualities that don't push people into metaphysical concepts that come from all over the world, that are collected by New Age groups, not rooted in any social practice, but just treated as, that's where I get to you again, Jesse, so that as religions, like frameworks of almost ideologies that are then for legalization issues even pushed further into religious ideologies. By the way, a model that is very, very American. We don't have a lot of these religious freedom laws in European states for historical reasons. So I'm just concerned about the lack of care for secular philosophies and understanding of the world in a way that people can translate to where they come from, and that is more about being here in this world with this nature, and not about post-European metaphysics re-imported from the Amazon.
Yeah, I can answer that first question, Henrik, that you're posing around if I'm advocating for re-traditionalization, which I'm definitely not. I mean, given I work with MDMA, there isn't really a tradition to go off of, right, on that, other than what has been used by other practitioners. But what came to mind is actually this idea of, for example, as scientists, we cite each other, right? We don't claim that what we've developed is our own or new if it's not, right? It builds on.
We don't even claim that it is true.
Right, exactly.
Religious claims are often about truth, and scientific claims are often about probability.
Or a possibility, right?
Possibility,
it's like the idea that that's a possibility, or that this is a thing that we should keep looking at, or we can investigate, or we know doesn't cause harm in this way. And so that for me is more kind of the philosophy I'm bringing to it, is this it's almost like the citation, right? Like you build on what has come before, and you give credit where it's due, and you take the learnings that create something bigger and bigger and bigger and better. And so that's where I'm coming from with that.
Well, in the name of citation, in building on something that came before, I submit to you that outside of hunting and gathering, the original profession, well, there are really two that people say were the original profession. One is prostitution. The other is shamanism. And the original professionals, specialists within the tribal context, were shamans that eventually became the alchemists, that eventually became the chemists, that eventually became the scientists. And so if you trace back that lineage of science all the way back to its inchoate stage, you may find a shaman sitting there. And so I ask really this question to address the concern for lack of care for the secular world in this framing of psychedelic use as a spiritual and perhaps religious pursuit. Is there somewhere where those two things blend together? Perhaps way back when, and perhaps way in the future, or even in the place where all the doors lead to, here and now. So I think that might be it. We have some time for some closing thoughts, and then we'll move to Q&A. Or if no closing thoughts, we can move to Q&A.
Hi there, I'm Samantha here, one of the organizers. So I'll help you guys talk through the Q&A. Thank you all for your very interesting insights. This is a whole new world for me. I don't know a lot about this space, so thank you for sharing. So just to the attendees, whoever has any questions, do raise your hand and I can unmute you, and yeah, you can feel free to ask your question. There was a question that came through by Mir Galmidi. So it was a question about, since religion is a shroud of protection, do you feel it should not be the focal point of the experience? I think that was asked midway through that discussion.
So in the work that I have been doing, I think it's an interesting one because we don't ever put a frame of spirituality or religion on any of our work. However, it emerges for some folks within their experience. And so we would never steer them away from that. We would be there to be with them and help them explore as they see fit and as it emerges. So I think within that idea, it's like we would, from our lens of the work we're doing, we would never impose that on anyone or claim any orientation or like philosophy around that, but work with whatever comes from that person.
Cool. Are there any other questions?
I'd love to speak a little bit more to that thought. And I think you have a real scientific evidence that psychedelics occasion a mystical type experience. There's even one of the seminal papers of the recent boom in psychedelic science is titled, Psychedelics Can Occasion Mystical Type Experiences. And so you have there something that is the focal point of the psychedelic experience, which is the classical mystical type experience of union with the universe. That often leads to religion, that religion is built around as the seed of all religion, right? This mystical experience of divine union. So I submit that there should be a focal point in the psychedelic experience that has some smattering of religion, but doesn't capture what religion, the word, does, which is this binding of the self towards this other system. The religio coming from the word like ligament, to bind, to tie together. So it shouldn't be ignored that there's a mystical aspect, potentially, to the psychedelic experience. But that mystical aspect, I think, should be explored within scientific terminology.
Maybe it's interesting at this point of the discussion to mention that debate around the term mystical and how we measure or describe mystical experience in psychedelic therapies. If you talk to the colleagues at Johns Hopkins, they use a questionnaire. They use the questionnaire quite often, which is called the Mystical Experience Questionnaire. When you dive deeper into it, there is no unified description of mystical here. It's rather it's a little bit a foggy term that we should maybe avoid in describing what people in psychedelic experience really seem to experience. So sometimes mystical type experiences can be experiences of connectedness to the self, to others, or to nature or the cosmos. Sometimes they can be experiences of awe, the bigger than me, bigger than life experiences. Sometimes they can be experiences of selflessness, ego death-like experiences. So I doubt very much that narrative from the 1960s, 70s, that psychedelics lead you into mystical experience and that cures people, is the end of what we find out in the scientific endeavors that a lot of groups now are involved in. Let's take a closer look at what people do when they use the word mystical. And maybe it's like a question of performance. Sometimes people use the word mystical, and by that they try to say, I don't mean rational, or I don't mean rationalization, or I don't mean pure intellectualism, or there is something mysterious to life. but do we need the term, the religious phrase, mystical, for understanding what people experience there and also appreciating what they experience there? Question mark.
It's a very scientific response, because, you know, I think about a compound, for example, is made up of its constituent elements. Similarly, mystical as a word is a compound made up of these constituent elements: oneness, union, connectedness. And it's looking at those constituent elements that we can really get to the bottom of the truth, or get at a hypothesis to what the truth may be that we can test.
We've got another question, Pete McCarthy.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, thank you for the discussion, really wonderful discussion. My question is, shouldn't we just be advocating for the complete legalization of these, because they can be taken responsibly by adults, and let them come to their conclusions and have discussions amongst each other? I mean, we have examples of hallucinogenics being, you know, used by human beings for thousands of years. We know that whatever the experience is, they can be used responsibly, and people should come to their own conclusions. So shouldn't we just advocate for the legalization of these?
I can take this one as a lawyer who advocates for the legalization of psychedelics. It's happening already, right? You have decriminalization movements all across the US that have already passed. It is the first step towards legalization, similar to cannabis. Secondarily, the religious language precipitates this idea that the Controlled Substances Acts don't apply to entheogenic substances. That's the position.
Right. It's a great, I mean, it sounds like a great avenue to go there, and we have religious freedom, so we can choose to use these things if we choose to have those conscious experiences.
Then I want to put this question to the rest of the panelists, because how does that fit with you as a clinician, as a scientist that wants to make sure that these things are used for the right reasons and under the right regulatory framework?
Yeah, I think one thing that comes to mind is it's depending on why and how you're using it, right? So I think, for example, if someone with PTSD is looking for treatment of the PTSD using a psychedelic or using MDMA, then we continue to need to demonstrate and show the safety, the efficacy, the effectiveness of using this tool for the treatment of this thing. So it still stands that we need to be rigorous and thoughtful in the work that we're doing and the standards that we're holding around how to do treatment. And I think treatment is different than the open use of psychedelics for personal growth and exploration. I think that's a separate, those are two different things.
But aren't they both equally valid?
I do believe so, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, because to answer your question, I will drop acid when I choose that it's the right time in my life to explore a different way of thinking and go for a walk in the woods. That's not as dangerous as eating a slice of pepperoni pizza. So, you know, I mean, I think we need to.
Can I ask you something? Can I ask you something? Actually, in most Western societies, if you're not living in a very, very extreme totalitarian, authoritarian state, you can drop acid whenever you want to. The black market.
People who make it, there's people who make it that are in prison.
Yeah, but that's actually not happening a lot in most of the countries that are enforcing these laws in a rational way. Or if you look at the Portuguese model of decriminalization, that works actually well. So
it doesn't allow people to teach use of that, though.
If you look at traditionalist societies, they are very, very different from what we have here and right now. So I had the opportunity to follow a shaman from the Shipibo tribe for 7 years and have been interviewing him over a long period of time. And he was telling stories about their use of psychedelics in their tribal context. And it's very far from the peace and harmony oriented and healing ways that we often think about when thinking about
shamans using.
Sorry, I think there's another question.
I just would like to say just one thing. Sorry, shamans using psychedelics is only one example of humankind has been using psychedelics for thousands of years. Whether it's in a shamanic tradition or just a human being in a field eating a mushroom, it doesn't have to be through that avenue to use the thing.
Well, on that, there's this really great quote that I want to share to wrap that point up. And it's from Wade Davis, who's an anthropologist and student of ethnobotany, student of the great father of ethnobotany, Richard Evans Schultes. And he said, when Schultes asked a shaman how often the people drank ayahuasca, the shaman's response suggested that the question had no meaning. During illness, of course, and in the wake of death, in times of need or hardship, at certain passages in life, when a young boy of 6 has his first haircut or when he kills for the first time. And naturally, the shaman suggested, a youth will drink it at puberty. As a young man, he may drink at his leisure to improve his hunting technique or to simply flaunt his physical prowess. The message that Schultes received was that the Kofan took yahe, ayahuasca, whenever they felt like it, at least once a week, and no doubt on any occasion that warranted it.
We're living in a society with 780 novel and existing psychoactive substances. It's so different from these contexts in which something like social liberalism and libertarianism did not exist at all. Extreme social pressure, extreme forms of telling people where to go to, when to go to, what to use and what not to use, extreme forms of treating what we in our societies would often diagnose as psychotic forms of behaviors, sometimes even killing people. So I just feel the necessity to add a little bit of more anthropological descriptions to traditional societies than we often use when we just try to use it for our own reasons and practices. So these societies were very different from ours. We can learn in certain aspects, but I think we can't just use them as a template for our societies.
We've got Preston here who has a question. Preston?
Hi, thank you for the opportunity. So the legal code in Western democracies, they don't actually have a language for these experiences outside of what has already been codified as religion. So rather than first attempt to rewrite the legal code in a way that does justice to these experiences, that actually transcend all religions and really transcend language, is this group of leaders willing to compromise on an ideal legal description of what it is in exchange for being offered an imprecise vehicle for legal integration into Western culture? And what are the risks in doing so?
Who would like to answer? Anne?
You just volunteered yourself, Hendrik.
Yeah.
If you want me to, I have some ideas on that. I think the development of legal codes and finding new forms of laws for... Hey, are we still here? Something's happening?
We're still here. Somebody accidentally pressed screen share, so we can.
I think that might be Mark. Maybe we can just wait a little bit before we wrap this up. We've got another like 5 minutes of this panel. Thanks.
I want to make it short. My ideas are that it makes a lot of sense to go through the medical model, try to make clear that therapeutic ways of using these substances work also in Western societies. Then, at least our own strategy, but maybe it works for a lot of contexts, is to make clear that healthy people can make use to get better for the betterment of people, and create data about it, tell the stories how people get better, and then take that to the lawmakers and help them frame it, because at the moment in Western societies there is no way of giving a therapeutic substance to a healthy volunteer outside of a university study. Yeah. So, but I think that is something that lawmakers are there for. We just need to make the case for it. We need to bring it, to start a discourse about it, and make a difference from recreational forms of use that are not for the benefit of people. So I think that's these are simple steps. We don't have to rely a lot on religious forms of language or codification in this model. It's just a step by step showing to society that this works.
I want to fully agree with that. That's what lawmakers are there for. You know, your question about whether there should be a compromise between an ideal legal description and imprecise vehicle for legal integration is well put. But that said, that's where we are right now, right? We're doing that. We're decriminalizing. We're focusing on religious language. But lawmakers are there for helping draft the next set of laws that will ultimately govern these things in the way that they should be.
To dovetail off of both Henrik, what you said, and Jesse, what you just said, one way that we're trying to do that within the research is actually my dream study, and what we're hoping to be developing and pushing Health Canada towards potentially accepting is this idea of doing a study with couples who don't have a diagnosis of anything, right? And so the idea that we'd be demonstrating improved relationships, improved functioning, improved quality of life. And the study that we ran before with the couples, we gave MDMA in a clinical trial to one of the partners who did not have a diagnosis of anything. And so we have evidence that that's safe, it's effective, it works. And so that's our hope of kind of forwarding that idea, but within the frameworks that we're currently operating in.
Great, thank you for thanks for answering those questions. Thanks, Preston, for that question. I guess to wrap this up, Seb had a question for you guys, and then I'll let him wrap up the panel and introduce the next talk.
Yeah, thank you so much for this panel. It was absolutely enlightening, and I was listening very attentively to all these, and I was thinking we could have an entire conference on this very topic itself. So that's sparking some ideas here. So, I mean, just to kind of bring it back to this concept of reset everything, you did touch on this a little bit during the panel, but in the context of this crisis and moving forward, how do you think that the current crisis and the lasting effects of it will impact your research potentially, either positively or negatively, and also maybe move forward or push the envelope in terms of what you guys are able to do, the types of experiments you're able to work on, and then more broadly, just acceptance and at some point perhaps legalization or decriminalization of these substances in society, in Western countries at least.
Yeah, I can dive in there. Starting off with the fact that in the immediate wake of COVID, it's had, there's been a pull in two different directions from my experience. The first is slowing this work down quite a bit. The MAPS research that I'm taking part in right now has had to pretty much pause taking on new participants currently, and it's unclear when we're going to be able to start taking people in again, because the psychedelic assisted therapy in general requires person-to-person contact. So we've been with the ketamine assisted therapy field, we've been kind of thinking together as colleagues around the possibility of offering virtual therapy or supported at-home treatments, but they're not ideal. So it has, on some level, slowed down the work. On the other hand, there's been an increased need for support right now as people are isolated at home and really struggling and scared about the future and what's going to happen. And so there are a lot of people out there needing support. So it's been something we've been grappling with. How do we support people in the ways that they're needing while also keeping them safe? I can imagine, given how much is kind of breaking down in terms of structures right now, how much is being questioned in terms of our current paradigms, that openness to this work may start to evolve, and that more and more people will, I think, develop some level of acceptance or interest in what we're doing here. Curious to hear what others think.
I totally agree with you, Jesse. That's exactly the experience we've had. We don't have an active study running right now, and I've never been so grateful to not have one running because we haven't had to stop. But we're already seeing just clinically we saw the downturn as people were trying to figure out what was happening, and suddenly we've seen this massive uptick in people reaching out for services, needing them, and we're not even through COVID right now. And so I'm anticipating a massive boom of folks wanting and needing services afterwards, and that they are already looking towards psychedelic assisted therapies as a tool. And so I'm anticipating that the research that will run next, our offerings clinically will be well needed as soon as people can get close together again.
So over here, the general perception of the vulnerability, not only of us as human beings, but also of our systems, of our economies, of our living together, seems to open discussions about new ways of treating mental health. So we have them with people at the moment who never talked about the possibility of psychedelic therapies before, because they see that things in the building up of that crisis didn't work as well as they thought. So the hypnosis of that we're going into a bright, progressive future might stop or might not be as strong as it has before after this crisis, and that might help.
And here we are in very rough seas. In fact, this ship may be sinking. And psychedelics, like cryptocurrency, I view as a lifeboat. And there's really no better way to hit the reset button than to have a psychedelic experience. So in the name of resetting everything, you got your solution right there.
That's great note to end it on, Jesse. Thanks so much. Thanks everybody. Thanks, Jesse, Anne, and Henrik for this amazing panel. Thank you.
Thanks, Seb. Thanks, everyone. Really appreciate it.
Feel free to stay and take part in the other discussions as well. Our next speaker is Mark S. Miller. Mark is I know Mark, he's been on the podcast before. He's been on Epicenter, met a couple of times. And is everybody seeing me? Oh, here we go. Okay. And so Mark is a chief scientist at Agoric, and his background, I mean, I could spend 5 minutes reading his introduction, but Mark was one of the pioneers in early internet technologies, working at Xanadu in the late 70s. Throughout his career has worked for HP Labs, Xerox PARC, and Google, and is also a senior fellow at the Foresight Institute. And interesting anecdote about Mark is that he invented those. When you look at your Finder window, he invented those columns. When you're navigating through files, they're called Miller columns. So every time you look at those now, you know that Mark Miller invented these. And other interesting fact about Mark is that in the late 70s, early 80s, you'll correct me on the date, Mark, but he was printing the RSA algorithm, the early encryption algorithms, and distributing them so that people would have access to them, because these were actually considered, this was actually considered illegal to share this information in the US. And so I'm very pleased and very honored to have Mark Miller talking about voluntary cooperation versus top-down control in times of crisis. I'll give it to you. Mark, I think you're muted. Mark, could you unmute yourself?
Okay, am I unmuted?
Oh, there we go. Okay, here you are. Hi.
Okay, and am I sharing my screen? Can you see a slide?
Yes, we can. Can everybody hear Mark? It seems to me like he's coming in a bit low.
Oh, okay.
That's better. There you go.
Okay. Input. Excellent.
We see
Okay.
you, we hear you.
Okay. So this is a page at the World Health Organization. It's a screenshot that I just took this morning. And I highlighted a particular sentence that's in the first paragraph of this scientific brief. So clearly they know that the first paragraph will be widely read and hopefully have some influence. So what do they say in this first paragraph? There is currently no evidence that people who have recovered from COVID-19 and have antibodies are protected from a second infection. Now let's highlight that word, no evidence. Anybody who understands what they're talking about with regard to COVID, with regard to any infection, and who feels that this makes sense has no idea what evidence is. Simply the fact that we know that people who recover and have antibodies from other coronaviruses have some protection from second infections is evidence. So this is both nonsense and it's dangerous nonsense. And they were informed of this when the page first went up, and the page is still up today. This Susan Wojcicki, I don't know how to pronounce her last name, I'm sorry, who is the CEO of YouTube. And in a recent interview on CNN, she said in explaining what YouTube's policy is for information, for videos they would take down, videos they would remove from YouTube. She said, anything that would go against World Health Organization recommendations would be a violation of our policy. And in context, she clearly meant and would therefore be taken down from YouTube. I want to contrast this with the words of, I'm sorry, again, I don't know how to pronounce the last name, Li Wenliang, who was one of the early fatalities of COVID. And he was the doctor that noticed this strange pneumonia and tried to have a conversation about it and was punished and silenced as a result and ended up dying of the COVID that he had picked up from the patients he was trying to treat. This wonderful quote is the theme really for the rest of the talk. Early in the pandemic's emergence in the United States, which is where I'm based, so some of the tales here will be US centric. In the early stages, everybody who could test felt like they needed to ask the CDC's permission in order to actually test. The Solano patient was a patient that was already intubated at one hospital when he arrived at another hospital. in the hospital that he arrived at, he was clearly showing symptoms that indicated the possibility. The doctors realized that and asked the CDC for permission to test. CDC said no. Then they, after some time went by, they asked again, and CDC said yes, he tested positive. In Washington State, the reason we know about when we first had a real outbreak in Washington State at the nursing home was the person who could test, who asked CDC for permission to test, was denied. And then when she asked again a week later, she was still denied, and she engaged in an act of civil disobedience that she went ahead and tested anyway. And that's why we knew that we had a problem in the US as early as we did. The reason we didn't know much earlier is what I call this culture of permission. When I talk to medical people about why don't you do this or why don't you do that, both about the shortages of equipment and with regard to the lack of testing and other things, what I find both in this incident and in others is that there's this huge cultural gap between what I experience as a professional software engineer and what they experience in the industry of modern medicine. As a software engineer, I do not have a license to practice software engineering. No matter who I piss off, they cannot withdraw my license to practice software engineering. My ability to practice is not based on some centralized licensing body. It is based on recognition that was earned and recognized through a decentralized process of people looking at the outcome of what I was doing, people looking at what other people were saying about it, etc. Back in the days of polio and in the days of the 1918 pandemic, people built equipment that was needed. People built iron lungs, tinkerers. And that was a world in which not only did they not ask for permission, it was inconceivable. A world in which they needed to ask permission was inconceivable to them. Of course, they could build what was needed. And of course, they could then put it on the market and have the ones that are better come to be recognized and used more. So right now, we are seeing the emergence of this civil disobedience of people doing DIY creation of equipment and distributing it. If they're still asking for permission, it's in a much, much milder manner. And one of the things that Cory Doctorow, the next two speakers after me are Robin Hanson and Cory Doctorow. One of the things that I think would help tremendously at raising the degree of civil disobedience is a legal defense fund. I think that we should start a legal defense fund. Cory and I at the Foresight event yesterday started talking about whether EFF could serve as that legal defense fund, and Cory and I will be exploring that. But I think that civil disobedience is one of the ways that society has most clearly advanced, that political structures have most clearly advanced in ways that serve the cause of freedom. And this goes back to Henry David Thoreau writing about civil disobedience, goes back, of course, to Gandhi and Rosa Parks and Martin Luther King. And then, as Sebastian was mentioning, in the early days of crypto, we first had the attempt to suppress the RSA algorithm. Then later we had the export controls. And the export controls lasted till 1998. And during that period, there was massive civil disobedience against the export controls by people using their real name and taking a chance on going to jail, wearing RSA t-shirts across borders, daring people to arrest them for violating export controls. And between that and other factors, Corey will emphasize the role of played in engaging with the legal system, but all of these together overcame the export controls. Another area where we've seen civil disobedience much more lately is whistleblowing by Snowden, by Chelsea Manning, by Reality Winner, and by reporting, including reporting on whistleblowing by Julian Assange. So obviously, the things that they're pushing back against are still there, and they've done very little to push back against them, but it's a start. And in general, this kind of civil disobedience, as we've seen from all of these historical cases, benefits from strength in numbers. And a legal defense fund that helps at the margin for people who are in the gray area of whether they need to ask for permission or not, to make them more willing to proceed in a permissionless manner and build what they need or build what other people need, as well as establishing by the same logic that they see that they're affected that way, therefore they expect other people to be affected that way. And then you have the expected safety in numbers, which is one of the key things for catalyzing is safety in numbers. So that's what I would very much like to see in the short term, is that the thing that is holding people back from civil disobedience are the risks of civil disobedience, which we well know. But what we've seen with the consequences of the late testing in the United States and the equipment shortages, what we've seen are the risks of obedience. And the world is a risky place. Both of them are risky. And we need to weigh those strategies both against what good we can do and against what we believe in and what kind of person we want to be. So that's not yet my reset everything part of this talk. That was what I'm hoping happens in the short term, because this event is called Reset Everything, I want to talk about the longer term. And I want to talk about the longer term, not worrying quite so much about what the transition looks like, but thinking about what kind of world we might have on the other side of the transition that starts with the civil disobedience. The world of licensing, the world where people now need permission to build and distribute medical equipment. They need permission to practice medicine, as opposed to my lack of permission to practice software engineering. All of these are based in these centralized licensing decision-making bodies like the FDA for both medicines and equipment, like the AMA for licensing doctors. And these things were created, and the population at the time felt like they were serving a need when the world was rampant with quacks and snake oil. We were in a very, very different informational environment the ability for the general population to become informed and weigh evidence was much, much poorer. It was completely different than it is now. And now the bottom-up attempts by many people to weigh evidence, to go to the net, to talk to each other, to have conversations with each other, to argue, is so much more capable of evolving our knowledge than any centralized decision-making bottleneck. I would like to see the FDA, for example, if it continues to exist, should be demoted to an advisory capacity, where just like they determine what the warning label is on packs of cigarettes, let's say that in the final phase of the FDA might be a society in which they get to add advisory warning labels, but they're not a decision-making bottleneck. And so can we only get to the world by legalization? Clearly, the full other side of this transition is one in which all of these prohibitions have effectively been legalized. But to get there requires appealing to government to change the law, as we've seen massive civil disobedience as a backdrop to lobbying effort. Those two things together do change government in good directions. But there's another phenomenon I want to call your attention to. The world of crypto commerce, the world of smart contracts and cryptocurrency and blockchain, et cetera, we are now starting to realize the cypherpunk dream of creating a system with genuine rule of law in which the rules are crisp and unambiguous because they're code, and through blockchain, they're enforced in a manner that is highly, highly resistant to corruption. And because the interaction of the various parties in this new world is over the net, and over the net, you can only send bits, you can't send force. We're starting at a baseline technology which is inherently nonviolent. So this new area to do business, this new area to interact with each other, this new area to create credible records that are free of censorship, the various efforts to create decentralized social networks that have good integration of cryptographic protection for authenticity. That all of these things are steps down step towards the cypherpunk vision of effectively creating this new purely digital, you can think of it as a new jurisdiction in the world. And the reason I use the jurisdiction analogy is that right now, all of our law is based on jurisdictions. At the boundary between jurisdictions, commerce already is worldwide and thereby cross jurisdiction. Commerce itself is already has transcended all of the geographic boundaries that determine the present legal jurisdictions. But the key thing about jurisdictions is that things are messy at the boundary between them. And likewise, I expect that that's the closest analogy we have to what the interface is between this new jurisdiction, if you will, the world of crypto commerce, and the remaining activity of the existing worlds of jurisdiction-based corruptible law. So this new area, and this new area of interacting with each other in a way that is really protected from corruption by jurisdictional law, right now, compared to the real world economy, it's tiny, it's microscopic. It's still sufficiently attractive that it's attracting new participants and it's growing, but it's a tiny, minuscule fraction of the world economy. And markets are all about network effects. So there'll be this continued attractor back into the world economy by network effects, as long as this other alternative is so tremendously tiny. Well, the rest of the world economy just got a lot smaller. And that's really significant. And there's a tremendous number of people who are in their home able to do knowledge work if there is knowledge work available to do, and able to do it pseudonymously if they have the adequate tools to do it pseudonymously. And I expect the rise of independent consulting, the rise of what back in the first smart contracting system, American Information Exchange in the late 80s, we called mini consulting, basically a market in answers. We're going to have all of these markets arise because of this opportunity of people who are otherwise idle at home but able to work from their homes while the main world economy is depressed. And that's going to be sticky even after the normal economy revives and grows and the jobs come back. People have established connections in this new world. People have established opportunities. And even if they take jobs back in the real world economy, there's no reason for them to give up their activity that they enjoy in the new economy. So that's my long-term reset everything vision about where we're going. And I've got, the issue of the transition is, of course, very, very messy, and I haven't spoke much about that. But at this point, I think I'll break for questions.
Thank you, Mark. I had a question regarding this idea of knowledge worker markets, as you put it. Can you explain to us how you see this different as the gig economy? You know, the Upworks, etc., the Fivers. What does this new model have that's different from what we've known for the last decade or so?
So first of all, I want to say it has a lot in common. The gig economy was something that many people who signed up to be drivers, for example, with Uber and Lyft, felt it was a liberating experience to be able to set their own schedule. But they're still only in one place at a time. Another thing about working from your home, interacting with businesses that are created on the net and are populated by other people working from home, is all businesses are equidistant from your home. You're no longer limited by being at one place at a time. The other thing is that the thing that has in common with the gig economy is that the individuals are much more sovereign if they're working for themselves and contracting. But to do that well, to not have the contracting be mostly a fiction to evade being labeled employment, we need much better support for contracting, which is, of course, much of what the smart contracting aspect of this new world we're building should be about.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Let's open it up for questions. I've got one question here from Naveed. Go ahead, Naveed, you can talk.
Yeah, Mark, thanks for that. Definitely understood the start of your presentation with respect to the need for, how do you call it, dissent or alternative voices, dissent to allow alternative voices. Just wanted to know, I've never met you before, but do you have contact information and do you have an active project that or collaborations? Definitely, same thinking, and wanted to just know more about that.
So I'm clearly staying very far away from anything that would be considered illegal presently, because one of the but for example, Robin, the next speaker, brought to my attention a group at a hospital in Pennsylvania that were appealing for $20,000, appealing on Twitter or on the web for $20,000 because they had figured out how to build face masks on their own from material they could get at Amazon. This was one of the early things. So I contributed to that, and I want to emphasize that kind of thing. Why is it that healthcare takes up 1/6 of our GDP, but this group of doctors in a hospital had to go to the network, had to go to the web to get $20,000 to build them themselves, and in their appeal, they purposely did not mention the name of the hospital. The doctor who was the center of this purposely was not mentioning his full name, and the reason was to avoid retribution from the hospital that they're working at. So there's a tremendous amount of activity like that that's in this gray area. And the other thing about the gray area is the early network, the early web. The early web was very much something that emerged in this legal gray area. When people first started doing credit card transactions over the web, I remember people were wondering, is this legal? Can we actually use this new media to do credit card transactions? Nobody knew. There had been, but people kept doing it and there wasn't a problem. So it grew and is now by precedent clearly something that's legal. So that's another thing about permissionless innovation is don't ask permission, ask forgiveness. If the people wanting to do the credit card transactions over the early web had said, okay, let's get a summary judgment first that this is legal before we take a credit card transaction, the modern web would not have happened. So as I said, Corey and I are going to begin a conversation about a legal defense fund. And the legal defense fund is specifically to help activity where people do the right thing without asking permission and then get punished for it, get inappropriately punished for it when they're actually doing medical good in the world.
Sure. Yeah, I would say that it's becoming clear that there's a concerted effort to diminish voices on the internet, and that seems pretty dangerous. And it's arguable that it's actually against the rights of free speech, and that's not being called out. And so it's basically being introduced as it's okay. So I think what dissent means is to actually call out the potential incursion of injustice. Actually, it's very hard for people to understand that unless they know why that's happening and all that. But it is happening, and you're seeing voices being delisted from Twitter. And Adam Schiff tried to get Facebook to censor certain things about pharma and vaccines and all that. So there's actually a lawsuit from the American College of Physicians and Surgeons against the WHO, believe it or not. So it's kind of, you got to go look against censorship. So they're actually censoring the American College of American Physicians and Surgeons. Anyway, thanks for that, and I'll look to get in touch with you.
Yeah, one of the things I'll touch on a difference in emphasis that came out yesterday at the Foresight event between me and Corey, which is I think that the trying to lobby government for laws that are better supportive of freedom is a fine thing to do and should be in our toolbox of things, of tactics, but trying to moderate the problems of one big centralized institution by appealing to a bigger, more centralized institution, I think is a losing strategy. I don't have much hope for it. Like I said, I still want to encourage people to do it. I don't have much hope for it. I want to encourage people who can to build. Going back to the whistleblowers, the whistleblower protection legislation, there's no chance we're going to get legislation that protects people like Snowden or Manning or Reality Winner or Assange. But WikiLeaks has done more for whistleblowing than all of the attempts to create whistleblower supporting legislation. So build technologies of freedom, build technologies that are on-ramps to a world that again respects the rule of law.
William, you had a couple of questions. I'm going to give you the mic. Go ahead, William.
Hi, Mark. I appreciate that perspective you shared. I wasn't entirely sure how serious to take your comments, and I felt like I might get a better sense if I were able to understand or had a better view on like what amount of epistemic humility you have around these beliefs. Because it seems to me that when we talk about like these diagnostic tests, and I come from a research background, there's a concept in diagnostic tests of sensitivity and specificity and, positive predictive value. And you know that a test is going to give you some false answers some of the time, but it's generally a good thing. If it's done, especially if it's only given to a restricted population where it maintains its distinctiveness. And it strikes me that tests and experts are kind of similar things in a way. Experts aren't always going to be right, but compared to not having the experts, we're generally better off. And the evidence that I have for that is, the tens of thousands of people that are that actually are today taking unproven treatments and killing themselves. And wouldn't that be worse if we didn't have the experts?
I'm very glad you raised that. I think that's a I do have a lot to say about that I didn't say. Randomized controlled trials are very, very expensive. And right now we have a multi-sided market of patent protection and regulation and such that enables the randomized controlled trials to happen for many things. And that is a wonderful thing. And this is why I emphasize that my world without licensing is a long-term vision, and I'm skipping the transition. The transition isn't what I'm looking forward to if it doesn't have randomized controlled trials and other forms of expert-mediated, expensive testing when that expensive testing is warranted. And how to do that, how to create a new arrangement, a new multi-sided market in which the expense of a randomized controlled trial ends up being something that gets paid for, I think is a hard thing to imagine. But we should be imagining it. But we shouldn't be trying to eliminate the forces that enable that kind of good evidence quickly. We should understand how to make that transition where we end up with good evidence on the other side. Now, on expertise, the computer science has its experts. There's expertise can be recognized from within the field in such a way that it comes to be recognized from outside the field. And that can happen also in a bottom-up fashion. The dangerous thing is official experts. Official experts write things like no evidence. They are decision-making bottlenecks. And the system composed of official experts, these licensing agencies, et cetera, don't learn. The thing about the decentralized bottom-up activity is in both cases, people will be hurt. And I'm sorry, but the world is a dangerous place. And even today, you have anti-vaxxers and people taking snake oil and listening to quacks. The existence of the FDA did not end snake oil and quacks. A world without them, if the transition is done badly, might see a resurgence of more snake oil and more quacks and people hurting themselves. And that's terrible and that's unfortunate. But it's a dynamic that enables the system as a whole to learn over time. And part of that learning is having experts emerge through a selection pressure that fits with what's needed for the system as a whole to learn.
And we're gonna have to end it there because we're at the end of the session, and Robin is up next. But I think this segues perfectly into Robin's talk because it's so related. So thank you, Mark, for joining us and sharing these insights with us. And I'm sure these conversations will continue on Twitter and elsewhere.
Thank you.
So our next speaker, also former guest of the podcast, former guest of Epicenter, Robin Hanson. He is an associate professor of economics at George Mason University and a research associate at the Future Humanity Institute of Oxford University. Previously in his career, he's worked at Lockheed and NASA. So, Robin is a pioneer of the concept of prediction markets and has focused a lot of his research on prediction markets or information markets. He also invented this concept of futarchy, which is a form of governance based on prediction markets. If you're interested in that, you can listen to his episode on Epicenter. His most recent book is The Elephant in the Brain, and he blogs at overcomingbias.com. And today he's going to give us a talk that I first heard over at the Foresight event, which we've mentioned many times throughout the day, which is about variolation, which is deliberate contamination of COVID in order to make some people, or a portion of the population at least, immune. Although according to the WHO, well, who knows? So, give it over to you, Robin. Sorry.
Hello. I guess you can hear me, and I'm ready to go. Hello, one and all. I've been listening to some other of the events here today, but I intend to give a relatively short talk and have lots of Q&A because this is a community I don't know that well, and I want to interact more. So I'm an economist. I've done a lot of things over my life. I'm relatively theoretical, and this topic here is somewhat more applied because when this pandemic showed up, many of us said, oh my goodness, something happening in our lives that's big and important. Let's dive in and try to do something. So as you know, this showed up in China first, and China initially did a bad job of dealing with it, but then turned all around and had a very aggressive approach to dealing with it, which seems to have so far succeeded. And a number of other Asian countries have also had similar aggressive approaches done early on when they first started to have a few cases. And those also seem so far to be relatively successful. And here in the West, not just the United States, but also in Europe, we didn't jump on it early, and we didn't copy the sorts of policies that they did in the Asian countries that worked. We were much more lax and forgiving and loose about things, and it spread. And it's now the usual approach early in a pandemic, which is what these other countries do, is what they call test and trace. You try to find individual cases, and then you see who they've had contact with, and you go look at those people, and you see if they're sick, or if they're suspected, then you isolate them, and you make sure they don't interact with anyone. And that's the usual approach for most pandemics for a long time. And it works if you can catch it early enough, and if you get enough signatures that somebody's sick, or you just catch enough people around them. In the West, we failed at that for a variety of reasons. And so we now have this thing going much farther than any disease before that's ever been successfully contained through this sort of test and trace approach. And so as it spread around the United States and Europe, many public health experts basically said, I guess we're going to switch to what they call mitigate, or flatten the curve. We can't contain this, but we will try to make sure that it doesn't have too big a spike of everybody getting sick all at the same time, so we can spread it out over time. And in order to do that, one of the things we want to do is to limit exposure and spreading. So some degree of social distancing and lockdown is the reasonable thing to do to prevent that, but of course, only for a limited time. And then a lot of talking heads and people talked about that early on, and they said, no, we can't do that. That means this spreads and most people get it. That's unacceptable. And so people said, no, our priority must be to prevent everybody from getting this. And so we just must do whatever it takes to do that. And I think the public health experts and the politicians were somewhat taken aback and going, okay, fine. Yes, that's our policy officially. Yes. And so they embrace the lip service of saying, of course, we will contain this and we will do everything we can. But they didn't really embrace the substance of that, in the sense that they haven't massively expanded testing or tracing capacities. And they didn't try hard to copy the entire package of the Asian policies that worked. They sort of said, no, we're going to do our own version, and and it has to be our people and doing it our way, but yeah, that's our priority. And so here where I live, I've so far been under roughly 6 weeks of lockdown. And in the United States, we seem to be reaching a, reduction in the rate of growth, but not really shrinking. And there's if we just stay that hover level, then we're just, taking up time and energy to hover, but not really making progress one to the other, and suffering a lot of social and economic pain from that. So I did a cost benefit analysis recently, and I roughly guessed that if basically just everybody got infected, as many as probably would if we just let it go everywhere, with the sort of infection fatality rate we've seen, best estimate of say 0.5%, then the total harm of just letting this go everywhere and letting a lot of people die is equivalent to roughly 4 months of stronger lockdown. So that means that lockdown is pretty expensive. If you make it go on too late, you may, spend more on the lockdown than you are saving in preventing people from getting hurt. And so you could end up, of course, with the worst of both worlds, where you make a lot of social and economic pain, and still it goes everywhere a few months later anyway. And so we're actually at substantial risk of that scenario. So all of which is to say, we need a plan B. That is, people are giving lip service to this idea that we're going to keep it limited, but that's actually going to be very hard, because we've never done that at this level before. And my guess is we won't. We should try, but we should also ask, well, if we fail, what are we going to do then? How are we going to manage this if it goes most everywhere. And say a third or a half of people eventually get infected. Now, that brings up like various kinds of things we might do in that scenario. And of course, there are, many potential approaches that people are discussing, and I'm going to discuss some a little later. But one of the most straightforward and interesting ones is to try to control who gets infected when. So, usually, basically, people get accidentally infected wherever they happen to get infected. But there are a number of advantages of choosing who gets infected when. So, for example, basically the lockdown is trying to prevent the people who happen to be infectious at this moment from being near other people. But since we don't know who those are, we're locking down everybody. So the efficiency there is very low in the sense that of all the people we're locking down, the fraction who are actually infectious at the moment is very tiny. But if you deliberately infect someone and then immediately isolate them, those isolation resources are 100% efficient. They are being exactly used on the people who are infectious to prevent them from infecting others. So as you deliberately infect people, you are much more efficient with your isolation resource. You can also be more efficient with your medical resources in the sense that near the peak of the pandemic, things may be very tight and resources are very limited. But if you infect people deliberately early, then at that time, the medical system isn't overwhelmed. And so it's much less of a problem. But these benefits I've just mentioned are actually small compared to the biggest potential benefit, which is that we can cut the rate of death and the rate of severe illness substantially, plausibly. So the name for that is variolation, and that's taken from the example of smallpox several centuries ago. In Europe, people basically died a lot from smallpox, but some people in Europe learned that in the Middle East, in China, and in Africa, they had traditionally done a version of deliberate infection that had a much lower death rate. And for example, the person who brought it to England was someone who was an ambassador, or wife of an ambassador to Turkey. And the person who brought it to the United States got it from slaves who in Africa had this done. And variolation or deliberate infection with smallpox basically reduced the death rate from, say, 10 to 30% of people dying from smallpox down to 1 to 2% of people dying from smallpox. A huge factor. And that was apparently a combination of a lower dose in that they had a small, dried pus that they used, and a different place it went in through the skin. And that's a huge factor reduction. We've seen also substantial dose effects with many other viruses. So for example, for measles in one study, people who got the infection at home with somebody else who was infected there and therefore got a large dose, they had died 14 times more often than someone who caught the measles outside of the home. And even for SARS, which is closely related to the current virus, just looking at a variation of people who are 3 times closer to a apartment complex that was emitting the virus, they died, died 3 times more often. So for a number of viruses, we have this apparent effect where the smaller the dose that you initially get infected with is, the weaker your symptoms and the less chance of dying. And so variolation is this idea that we can get less infection, less death, with not just a choice of dose, but also a choice of where it comes in the body. So for example, through the skin, apparently is probably better than through the lungs, which is where this particular disease does the most damage. You might also say through a pill that goes into the digestive system. That may also reduce this a lot. And we may also have different strains out there that have different degrees of severity, and if we could find the better strain. So there are a number of different possibilities. What we mainly need to do is just have a small trial where we vary the dose and perhaps also the vector of delivery, i.e. where it comes into the body. And even 100 people find out which ones work better, and then we can let a larger population get a deliberate infection. And this deliberate infection cannot just reduce the death rate, of course, through controlled infection. We could also infect the people who are the safest, i.e. the young and healthiest, so that we can reach herd immunity with the old and sick, and say basically never having been infected. And so controlled infection lets us choose who gets infected in that way. And we can also infect, say, critical care workers, military, health workers, et cetera, police, earlier in the process, so that then when there's a peak and a lot of people are sick and not available, they're reliably available for work. Now, the main limitation is to do these studies, and there are there's money available to do studies, there's lots of people willing to volunteer to them, but apparently the standard authorities in this area, the ethics boards, the internal review boards, say no. They basically so far said, well, now there have been a bunch of op-eds and a lot of people writing articles and things saying this is a good idea, but the authorities say, nope, this is not going to allow that. And the standard is, well, we're not going to change our usual procedures here for this unusual crisis because we just have a usual way of doing things. And look, for example, it's designed around vaccines, which can be very safe, but every once, some of them are bad and do things worse. And so they need to do a standard set of trials before we can allow the vaccine, which is why people say it's going to be 18 months or even more, or perhaps never, that we would get a vaccine. And they say, people say with respect to doing a variolation trial, we say, well, that's going to be much more risky because the chance of getting harmed is higher. And they also say things like, well, we can't know the chance of harm. So they say things like, you need informed consent to let people be on this thing. And informed consent means you need to know the risk level. So if the risk level is uncertain, then it's not informed consent, which seems kind of crazy to me because we take a lot of risks where we don't know the risk level. But I would think informed consent means you have been told as much as we know about the risk. You have been informed as much as we know, but demanding that we know things that we don't know seems kind of crazy. And of course, we let a lot of people take big risks for our society. We have soldiers, we have police, we have firemen, we have doctors and nurses, and we let them take big risks for all of us. And that's, we celebrate them for that. But for medical trials, we say, no, you're not allowed to take a substantial risk. And then we make this excuse about, well, you don't know enough about it. So obviously for variolation, we do know the risk in the sense that, it's going to be the risk of actually getting infected, hopefully less, but that's in some sense the worst case is you'll get the usual dose that people usually get, and we know what the risk of that is. And we're facing a situation where likely a large fraction of the population is going to get it. So if we could prevent that, like a factor of 3 to 30 reduction in death rates by doing a small trial, the ethics of that seems obvious to me and obvious, I think, to most ethicists, but we have a system where that's currently not allowed. Now, that's the concept of variolation and deliberate infection. And let me just say that, basically our system of medical ethics and medical regulation is just showing itself to be inflexible, and that's costing us in this crisis. Early on, of course, the ethics and regulation of testing was badly delayed. The introduction of substantial testing in the United States, for example, badly delayed the distribution and manufacture of masks and things like that. And we are, facing a situation where we are seeing that our governance here in the West is just not up to this sort of crisis very well. And badly, embarrassingly, the East has done better, perhaps because they have had more change lately, so they're more flexible, or because they had diseases closer to them more recently, which gave them warning, or because they're more authoritarian and that works better in this sort of situation. I've given some thought to how we could deal better with pandemics in general without the necessity of the central governance solution, which often works badly. And I'll just briefly say that the key problem, of course, with pandemics is the infection externality. Some people hurt other people by infecting them. But the standard solution to externalities in law is tort, i.e. liability. We sue people. You punch me, I get to sue you for compensation. And so the straightforward general solution to something like pandemics in general would be to let you sue somebody for infecting them. Now, there's a number of complexities there, one of which is what if they don't have any money? But with automobiles, we typically require automobile liability insurance so that it can't go out in your car unless you have insurance that will pay if you have an accident. So I propose that in order to let people having a passport to exit from a lockdown, we require that they buy infection liability insurance, which will cover that if they infect someone, their liability insurance company will pay a lot of money as damages. And then I proposed that also to get this passport to escape the lockdown, that you are required to collect information that would make us possible for us to figure out that you had infected someone, i.e. An app to trace where you go when, maybe some spit samples regularly that we could go back and look at, and maybe temperature reading, things like that. And that sort of thing would seem to be enough with some other complications that I describe in my blog post to allow the fear of getting sued for infecting someone to mitigate people's behavior, so that we don't have to have this very crude regulatory approach to lockdown where we just tell everybody to do the same thing. That's very expensive relative to the optimal behavior of being personally careful about who you might be near, how and what way, and how vulnerable they are, and how likely you are to be infected, all those sorts of things that an optimal behavior would do. Hopefully liability would induce that, and say, even on the road, when you are liable if you might crash into someone, that gives you incentives to be careful and to pay attention to whether it's raining and whether you fix your brakes and all those sorts of things. And so that might be a general approach to the future. The biggest thing I might want to say is that what we should most be getting out of this pandemic experience is practice at the next even bigger pandemic when it comes. We want to be learning from this about how our systems work well or badly and how to fix them to deal with a bigger problem. This is actually relatively modest in terms of the death rate compared to other diseases that have come along randomly. It's highly infectious, and unfortunately it infects when people don't show symptoms, but we could get another disease that has those features and a much higher death rate. And if we were as prepared for that as we are for this one, we would suffer vastly more than we are suffering here. Anyway, I'm going to stop there, and I look forward to talking and interacting with the question and answer.
Thanks, Robin. Since you gave this talk over at Foresight a couple of weeks ago, I've been thinking a lot about this idea. And you said something just now, which I've also been thinking a lot about, is that this is practice for the next one. This is practice for the next big pandemic, and the ability to experiment with things like variolation. I think like whether it's variolation or other experiments that would allow us to be more flexible and to better adapt in a future setting is absolutely desirable. And I think it's something that governments should massively invest in or support, by reducing some of the barriers that Mark was talking about earlier. Let's open it up for questions. So there's a couple questions in here. I'll give the mic over to Pete. Where are you, Pete? Oh, thank you. All right. Go ahead, Pete.
Yeah, hi. I mean, a couple things. My first thought is, the current administration hasn't been able to administrate a shelter in place. The administration aside, I live in the States. The state governments all the way through haven't really done a great job at administrating a shelter in place, as we see with the numbers. How would we trust a government to administrate this program that you're talking about with a minimum loss of life?
So you might notice I didn't propose the government to do something here. I mainly propose they get out of the way.
I'm assuming whatever you're proposing is within a short order of time, and there aren't other.
Well, so the main thing that they need to make it legal to try to do a trial to test if this works, and then they need to make it legal for people to actually go get deliberately infected. They're in the way, and they need to get out of the way.
Who's testing if it works?
They don't have to decide who tests. They just have to stop telling people not to test. A lot of people would like to test this. We don't have to decide who that is and administrate a program.
Testing, just giving out the virus?
There are lots of organizations who do tests of various things. I'm in contact with various medical experts who would like to do this test, who have set up and tried to do the test and have been told no, they can't do the test. So I am saying just let them do the test.
You want to do a test to see if herd immunity will save more lives? How do you test that?
No, the test is whether the dose effect that we believe is likely there is actually there by infecting people with different doses and seeing the degree of the dose effect. And then assuming the dose effect is substantial, letting people actually be deliberately infected by requesting it. So my particular proposal, I call the hero hotel, if you like. There's a place you go, you pay to go there, unless maybe we should subsidize it, but simple thing is just to make it legal.
Right.
You walk in the door, and you are immediately infected, and then we check that you are infected. And once you're infected and past the initial stage, then you could socialize with other people in this hotel, but we don't let you leave until you are no longer infectious.
Aha,
I see. And so we just have to allow that. And a lot of people would be willing to do that now because they can get back to work and they can get back to socializing once they come out the other end.
They would have to test out of that hotel.
Right, exactly.
I see. Okay, interesting.
And so that, I mean, that would be the obvious product I would want to offer, because otherwise you are producing externality of people who are infectious and go exposed to other people, right? So this is definitely not the same as just let everybody get exposed and get infected fast.
Okay.
This is a program of infecting people and then deliberately isolating them until they're no longer infectious.
Yeah, that's much less controversial than I thought you were saying. But my second question really is, you talked about this belief in liability and people would have liability. I mean, we have a current system right now where corporations, given their current liabilities, have literally destroyed our planet and committed a genocide on species across the planet. So why should we trust this liability to be a way to administrate what you're talking about?
We have a limited number of ways to deal with what we call externalities in our world and society. Regulation is one of them. So say for pollution, we typically regulate, say, your car, and that it has to have a muffler and exhaust control.
Has that worked?
Well, it is one of our things we do, and that it works better than if we didn't have it. Similarly, law is this ancient system. We use law. We don't want to throw law away, so let's use law as best we can.
Our environmental laws have not worked. It's part of the reason why we have the current pandemic. So that's a whole nother panel.
But if you just say our society doesn't work, therefore let's just close down our entire society and do nothing we ever do in our society, that's crazy. We want to do what we do and then try to do better.
We shouldn't base it on the very things. The legal system has been exploited to exploit the planet. So we shouldn't base our future solutions on the very things that have been exploited.
We are a large, complicated society full of lots of little mechanisms that work roughly in various contexts. We shouldn't cancel and destroy our entire society. Law is one of our main mechanisms in society for keeping the peace between people. Let's not throw it away.
That's a really good case for deconstructing our current society.
Let's perhaps also leave it open for other questions. Pete, if you just have a final follow-up question, I'd like to open it up for others as well. Okay, Naveed, I think you had a question too.
Hi there. Yeah, great to talk. I guess you've probably seen Stanford says Santa Clara has 4% community infection rate through antibody testing. LA says the same thing. New York's higher. So basically, this wasn't available, right? This is April. This is stuff from April. And so the infection rate in the community is 30 to 40, 50 times. These guys are saying, not me, higher than the case fatality rates. So anyway, that sort of changes, the worldview on this. And they have a perspective. I think you've probably seen it. Anyway, just wanted to get your comments on that, because it kind of, that with the fact that the people are really affected or have comorbidities 95% of the time, based on Italy, US, and in Spain stats. So it kind of changes your, the view on what you need to do here, right? If you're old and you have cancer, diabetes, hypertension, you're vulnerable. But if you look back through the healthy population 0 to 45, it's way different worldview. Just wanted to get your comment.
So there's basically two scenarios to consider here. One is that the conventional wisdom that we've had up until recently is roughly correct, and that's the analysis which gives the prediction, say, of an infection fatality rate of about 0.5%. And that's the estimate on which I would say letting everybody get infected naturally would lead to about as much harm as 4 months of lockdown. Now, the other scenario is that we've misread this, and in fact, the infection fatality rate is much lower because a lot more people are infected than we realize. I'm not very convinced of that, but if that were true, what that means is that the harm from letting most everybody get infected is much lower than you thought, a factor of 10 to 30 or so, in which case the equivalent amount of lockdown that produces a similar harm is also a factor of 10 or 30 or more, i.e. only a couple of weeks, which we've already done. And so under that scenario, it makes it very hard to justify continued lockdown. It means mostly we should back off of that and mostly let it spread, managing it as best we can. The relation to deliberate infection, of course, the smaller the harm either way, the less anything matters, but still lowering that could still be better in the sense that even if it's a low risk, lowering it by a factor of 10 or 30 would still be a win. It just won't be as big a win as if the death rate is higher. So the attraction of deliberate infection is still there, even if the death rate is lower, because the more people are infected. And of course, in that situation, the prospect that we're going to contain this thing is much less, i.e. we've already let it spread far larger than we realize. The chances that we're going to lock this thing down go way, way down, which means you should just give up on this idea that we're going to contain this thing and think about how to manage the process where most everyone gets infected soon. Deliberate infection variolation could be a part of that if we could do a trial soon enough, but lockdowns in that case definitely look like a pretty bad idea.
So I think William also had a question. William. If you guys could raise your hands, it's easier to find you in the Zoom. Here we go. William, go ahead.
Hi, Robin. You may know me as Mr. Gunn on Twitter. We've spoken a little bit. I've seen you in various fora. You're really, it seems like, kind of doing quite the media blitz about this. And I noticed that I'm surprised that someone who's an economist is choosing to be so aggressive to talk about a thing where they're not an expert and their recommendations could cause a lot of harm. And I'm just kind of wondering what was your thought process that led you to decide that this is something you really needed to aggressively promote in the way that you have?
Of other things. And in every area that I deal with, everyone must make a judgment about which aspects of that topic are farther outside their expertise or that they should be more uncertain about. When economists deal with most anything, say electricity or defense or anything like that, we try to be careful to separate the areas where there are topic-specific expertise that have drawing estimates, and then we're combining that with our economic expertise. And of course, we usually want to defer to the topic experts on the parameters and features that they know the most about. But when they draw a lot of social conclusions about how we should interact and behave, regulate trade, contract, etc., that's when the economists will say, well, now you're in my territory and you're making judgments about things I know best, and then I feel more confident in stepping in there. So of course, I teach, for example, law and economics. I'm not a lawyer, but I can learn enough law to know about where to reach the economics part of that. I'm not a criminal, but I can talk about crime. That's just the usual trade-off in any of these. So certainly here, there's been plenty of medical experts who have definitely said that variolation is a thing. It happened before. It could work now. And they have clearly said that the main issue about whether they do or don't it is certain ethical choices that they're making. And so I feel, as an economist, where we talk a lot about ethics and have a stance on that, I feel quite qualified in addressing those ethical choices, accepting their judgments about the factual situation, mostly in terms of the estimates they've made. So in my analysis, I have not disputed with medical experts about the medical parameters or stances about the infection rate here or the chance of immunity or complications or all those sorts of things. But nevertheless, when we're talking about making social choices as a consequence of those expert parameters, I'm an expert and I can speak up.
So how would you know when you were overstepping? There's so many areas of uncertainty right now that that are based on the biology that really do underpin your proposal. And so given that uncertainty, you know,
I hear a lot of people basically saying, there's a lot of uncertainty, so let's just do the standard thing, right? You know, this is a common sort of form of argument that I don't respect much, which is just to say, the world's a complicated place and analysis is difficult and there's so much uncertainty and you should never be very sure of anything and therefore I'm right and you should do it my way.
Okay,
that
but
last
that's
step
not
is
actually
pretty,
what I was
like,
going to say.
right?
What I was going to say was I noticed that I'm surprised at how aggressively you've been pushing this in the context of how much is unknown. And I was just curious about, like, I mean, it sounds like it's more than just you're an economist and this is what economists do.
The, you know, when I can see that the experts will claim the issue is an area that's something within my bailiwick, then I'm much less concerned about they're right and I'm wrong because of something that's their expert. If they were making a claim that it was some very particular expert thing they understand that I don't, then I would have to be much more cautious about that. And of course, I'm making a relatively weak claim here, I think, which is just we should let a few hundred people do a small trial to find out if we could cut the death rate over the entire population is going to get this thing by a factor of, you know, 3 to 30. Like the moral calculation there is really straightforward, and all the ethicists I've talked to about it say that's obvious too, the economists, and even the medical doctors say, yes, that calculation is right, but they say they have these ethics about why they do, how they do these things.
But you're not going to, you're sort of substituting your own ethical judgment in here. And it's like you'll take their advice on what the infection rate may or may not be, or how immunity may or may not last, but you won't necessarily say that you agree with their ethical judgment about what informed consent is and why it's important and so on.
Yes, so fundamental to economics is a stance on how to do ethical analysis. We economists have a standard way we make recommendations about policy, and it, of course, may conflict with somebody's ethical judgment, but we nevertheless endorse it and consistently agree together that we like the way we do ethics. So yes, I'm going to embrace that and communicate it.
I'm going to pass it over to Anatoly now, who has a question or comment. This is a very, I was expecting this to be such a controversial topic here. Go ahead, Anatoly.
Yeah, thanks for economic perspective on that. So I would like to ask, there was a lecture from Professor Bartlett, if I don't mistake, about arithmetics, population, and energy. Have you heard of it?
That doesn't sound familiar, no.
Okay, so that was basically about logarithmic function, and that population, when population doubles, the resources the population needs to consume are also like increasing. And then there is a point when there is insufficient resources, but the point is when it's too late for the population to like survive without any means of regulating itself. So if population will not regulate itself like in artificial manner, then will be like natural ways of regulations. These are wars, these are natural like crises and also diseases. As economists, have you seen the rise of these like natural factors that are decrease the population? Have you seen some of the evidence? But I hope you understand what is the curve I'm speaking about. Thank you.
So, I mean, this is a standard, well-known topic in economics, and when talking about population, which is that for the vast majority of animal history and the vast majority of human history, we lived at what we call near a subsistence level, where the population, the tendency of the population to rise was countered by disease and famine and war and these things, so that in equilibrium, people were poor and suffered a lot. The big change has been in the last few centuries when we have been able to grow the world economy faster than the population has grown, and so that the wealth per person has grown. That's been largely celebrated, and and people, of course, wonder whether it will last forever. And some people sort of too easily assume it will last forever, but there's no guarantee there. It's about whether we invent new ways to grow the population faster than we have before. We've been inventing new ways to grow the economy, but not new ways to grow the population. And in fact, my book, The Age of M, Work, Love, and Life when Robots Rule the Earth, is about a future where robots find ways to grow very quickly, and so they move back to subsistence levels and are living at sort of subsistence income. Their lives aren't so miserable in the sense that they're in an advanced economy and they can spread out risk, and so they don't really have to suffer much from disease and famine, but they have to work most of the time. So this idea that if we grow too fast or too much, then nature will rein us in is a well-known concept and a standard concern. And I don't think it's especially relevant for this pandemic because we're still pretty rich and this pandemic isn't going to kill very many of us, even if we do it the worst way. But it reminds us perhaps that there are these larger issues of how far humans will grow and what sort of limitations will stop us from growing as far as we want.
Okay, there's another question here. Scratcher? Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I enjoyed listening to you. I enjoyed listening to cross-thinkers, queer-denker auf Deutsch, people who think not up and down hierarchically, but kind of outside. And okay, it's my first time Zooming. I see a lot of similarities here. I'm going to ramble a bit. Tell me when to stop and tell me, I don't have...
well, we have another speaker in about 4 or 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. And so, let me see, infecting people. Yeah, okay. Possibilities are it's going to come around 2 or 3 times. So are we going to lock down every 2 or 3, every time it comes around? I've just read Spain, that gets 60 million tourists a year, have closed their external borders until October. So if it comes back in October, do they close them? And this kind of goes on and on. And we're stuck in this river of agreement. Like the medical experts won't allow your trials to be done, even with volunteers. I mean, people volunteer for all sorts of dangerous projects. But we're in this river of consent, of agreement, where, and to get out of that will take an economic vice when the second lockdown comes around in October. And we've never had a corona vaccine, right? And so we may not have one this time next year. Well, we might not have an effective one. So trying stuff that might work on a small scale and kind of getting outside our expert-led. And for me, there are a lot of similarities between, and I certainly don't agree with President Trump.
Sorry, so what is the question here?
Well, the question is, as a society, that we're stuck in this thing that we won't change how we approach a problem. We leave it to the experts, and and then and they come up with new complications all the time. They don't leave, So I enjoyed listening to you, and to somebody who's kind of thinking laterally rather than hierarchically, as we all think as a herd. We are a herd, So thank you. That's all. So I rambled.
So I can address 2 points there. On the second point of being, enthralled to experts, the topic that the host mentioned of prediction markets and futarchy is an attempt to create a more flexible institution to allow people to decide for themselves when they're relatively expert on a topic and contribute to our shared consensus so that we could have more accurate estimates on this topic and many others. You mentioned before about we're not so sure that there won't be more lockdowns later. There's 2 potential reasons for that. One is that we only allow a small percentage of people to be infected and then it grows again and then we have to lock down for that. There's the other issue of whether or not people have long-term immunity. So it's possible, for example, that immunity will be shorter. Now, when you recover, that means your immune system at that moment is making you immune because that's how you recover, but that immunity might not last. So for example, it might only be a year or something. But a shorter term immunity doesn't take away the advantage of variolation. It just means that the time scale is changed. Now, instead of this one-time choice between, say, locking down and being infected or different ways to be infected, now it's a choice you have to make every year. How many lockdowns to have per year, and how much, what kind of deliberate infection perhaps to allow. And again, the larger the stakes here, the more valuable it would be to cut the death rate and other harm rate by a factor of 3 to 30. If this comes back every year, we definitely, even more so, if we aren't going to have a vaccine for a long time, want a way to cut that harm.
Okay, I think we can take one more question, if you don't mind, and then pass it on to Cory Doctorow. So, El Dubu, you have the mic.
Thank you very much. Enjoyed hearing from you, Rob, and enjoy your work. In my conversations with just my peers, family, and friends about this topic, conceptually, when the conversation starts, everybody's kind of horrified by the idea. And then sort of, after I've given them my understanding of it, that what it really comes down to is I guess a question about, so there's this hero hotel, you walk in and you get infected with some dose of the virus. And at some point, the end game is you walk out. But the question ultimately that everybody and myself trips over is, what's the definitive test that allows you to get out? Because what we're getting right now is a lot of conflicting information about whether or not it's even understood whether if you've been infected, you can be infectious again, or whether or not immunity is conferred by some level of infection, right? So if symptoms are a function of dose, then it seems like there's still a question about, is immunity a function of dose? So do you feel like that's a hurdle we've got to get over first before we could really try this out?
No. I agree that the more we can know about who's immune and how, the better. But we already now have to face this choice of who's recovered and what to let them do. There are now people who get the disease and they are sick and then they seem to recover. And we have to decide what to do with those people. And we do the best we can with what we have. And no doubt, if our tests are error prone, then we will be error prone in those choices. But there's no choice. We have to do something there. And if most people are going to get infected, well, we have to do something with most everybody who gets infected. So this deliberate infection doesn't make that problem worse. It's a problem for whether people get accidentally infected or deliberately infected. So again, the key choice is, if most everybody's going to be infected, that's the plan B scenario, then do you want them to be accidentally infected, or do you want them to be deliberately infected? Things that are bad in both cases don't tell you which one to do.
Great. Thank you so much, Robin, for your talk and for sharing this concept with us. I know you've been talking in different places about this. So I don't know, are you planning on perhaps partnering with a healthcare research team?
There's actually already dozens of people out there in various capacities who are trying to pursue this at the moment. And of course, they have a lot more medical expertise and or institutional support than I do. So if trials happen, they will be the people who probably oversee it. And in fact, if they publish academic articles, they'll probably get the publications too. Academia doesn't really care if you're the first person to write about something. They care if you're the first person in their field to write about it, because academics publish the people in their field.
And so the attempts of variolation are they mostly in the U.S. or are you seeing these outside of the
I know people from around the world. So,
okay. Cool.
But unfortunately, they don't want to be known. Many of them don't want to be known in public because they're afraid of getting backlash from these review boards. Will punish them and not approve their things all the more if they get in the press and seem to be combative and disagreeing with them. So it's basically a very authoritarian area where people are very afraid to speak out in public for fear of repression.
Well, thanks again. And thanks for being a part of this. So our next speaker is Cory Doctorow. And Cory Doctorow, I'm sure everybody here has heard or at least read some of Cory Doctorow's work. He's a science fiction author. He's an activist. He's a journalist. He's the author of several books. I'm not going to list them all off, but Homeland, Little Brother. He's writing another book right now for younger readers called Poesy the Monster Slayer. And he blogs quite consistently at lots of different places, with Pluralistic, Boing Boing, and also on his own website. And he is a special consultant at the Electronic Frontier Foundation. It's really late, and I'm getting a little tired here. But nonetheless, I'm really excited to welcome Cory Doctorow to talk about the importance of decentralization and the opportunities here for the resurgence of cypherpunk ideologies. I'll hand it over to you, Cory.
Hear me? No.
Yeah.
Hi, can you hear me? I just want to make sure I've got the right mic. Apparently I had a problem yesterday. Do you hear that tapping?
That's the one.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. Thank you very much. So I want to start by trying to correct the record a little on the subject of technological optimism or utopianism. There is a kind of alternate history that we're being told about the movement to see technology as a force for good in the world and to adapt technology as a force for good in the world, which is that the people who are the progenitors of this were kind of blind to the negative possibilities, that the reason that they got involved was because they thought that technology would solve all of our problems, and we just needed to clear everything out of the way so that technology could get on with doing its good work as a kind of force unto itself with its own imperatives. And I do think that there are some imperatives related to technology, but I don't think that's why the digital liberties or the digital rights movement started. I don't think you go out and found an organization like the Electronic Frontier Foundation, for example, if you think that things will be automatically amazing and you just have to wait for the technology to deliver those dividends. The reason that you get involved in these struggles is it's a double-edged sword, right? It's the belief on the one hand that technology could create a transformative, prosperous improvement to the lives of lots and lots of people. And on the other hand, you are deathly afraid that in the absence of good evidence-based technology policy, technology could be a force for incredible repression and wickedness, right? And bad things in the world. It could make people's lives a lot worse. And so I think it's true that there were and are technological optimists, but I think that the kind of mainstream of the digital rights movement is animated not by a fatalistic belief that things will automatically be amazing, nor by the fatalistic belief that it's too late to do anything about it, but rather by the very hopeful and human proposition that this could all be so great if we don't screw it up, that there is room for human agency to decide which of those technological futures we arrive at. And the problem of getting technology right is it shares a lot of characteristics with some of our other more pernicious problems. Any problem that we have where cause and effect are separated by a lot of time and space is intrinsically hard to solve because it's hard to iterate. It's hard to understand the causal relationships between what we do and what comes of it. Think about the climate crisis, right? If every time you drove your car to the store, a bush on your front lawn caught fire from global warming, it would be pretty easy to understand the relationship of hydrocarbons to climate change. But the fact is that climate change has a long fuse. And so the problems of emitting carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases into the atmosphere are hard to understand even with the best of faith. But also, and this is also similar to the problem of technological optimism and pessimism, there is a business model for sowing doubt about bad choices in the climate, right? The longer that we can hold off on recognizing the thing that is obvious to almost everyone now, which is that climate change is real, it's a crisis, it is the result of human activities, and it's caused primarily by burning hydrocarbons. The more money the people who profit from hydrocarbons can make. And so the business model of sowing doubt about climate change takes this already pernicious problem, which is understanding the causal relationships between millions of distributed acts and the outcomes that may occur years later and halfway around the world. And it multiplies the problem of getting that hard problem right by adding in expensively sown doubt, by producing a capital that can be used to undermine our understanding and our consensus about what is really going on in the world. And so it creates a kind of reality debt, right, where we are acting as though one thing is true, even though it's increasingly obvious that something else is true. Like we can burn hydrocarbons forever and nothing bad will happen. And we see this a lot in technology policy. Privacy being a very good example of this. It's hard to trace any one small disclosure of personal identifying information to a negative consequence. Generally speaking, giving your email address and a password to some random website isn't going to hurt you. But if you do it enough times, eventually there will be enough leaks that they will be combined in enough novel ways that something bad will happen to you, right? And in the same way that no one puff on a cigarette is going to give you a tumor. But if you smoke enough cigarettes for enough time, eventually you'll get cancer. And attributing that cancer retrospectively to any one puff on a cigarette is impossible. But stochastically, probabilistically, we know that the fact that you smoked all your life is to blame for the tumor in your lung. And this denial problem is the hard problem of our civilization and of our current moment. And denial has an identical twin, rather, or a twin on the other side, which is nihilism. If you are in denial for long enough about a real problem, eventually the reality debt that you've built up will accumulate so much interest that you will have to pay the bill, right? That you will have a bankruptcy event, right? Eventually, if you don't take care of public health, eventually you will get a pandemic. Eventually, if you don't take care of privacy, there will be horrible breaches that ruin people's lives. Eventually, if you don't address climate change, the coastal cities of the world will be submerged under warm sewage-laden water, right? That is in the nature of these reality debts. But when the reality debt asserts itself, when the bankruptcy comes to you, it is easy to become a nihilist. It is easy to say, well, so much time has gone by that it is now too late for me to do anything about this. And therefore, I might as well just get on with my life, right? So we've all known smokers who get cancer eventually and say, well, it's too late now. I might as well enjoy the last few years I have and light another cigarette. The climate version of this is stuff like saying, well, I know that for years you've been warning me that rhino populations are crashing. I now acknowledge that this is obviously true because there's only one rhino left. But since there's only one rhino left, why don't we find out what he tastes like, right? And in privacy, well, you get this all the time, right? Right now, you've got Google and Fitbit contemplating a merger, and that the response to that, when people say, well, okay, here are all these Fitbit users who in part became Fitbit users because they didn't want to use Google as their fitness tracker, because they didn't want to give Google more data. And now they're being opted in retrospectively by this merger. And the response is often, well, Google already knows everything about you anyway. Why shouldn't we allow them to acquire this other silo full of data that users explicitly opted not to give them in the first place? So that nihilism is something that we need to fight. Our tech policy has been full of very expensive denial that has produced some really terrible outcomes. And to the extent that this horrible, ghastly, world-destroying pandemic has a silver lining, it's that notwithstanding the possibility that we might get a string of pandemics because we may not acquire permanent immunity or develop an effective vaccine, this pandemic, compared to some of the other crises that we have looming on our horizon, is if not minor, it is at least bounded. in a way that some of those other crises are not. You know, the climate crisis that's looming is effectively unbounded in terms of the harms that it will do, both to us individually and to our health and our family, and also to our economies, structures, and civilization. And so if the moment at which the debt comes due is when climate change just cannot be denied, irrespective of how much money you make off of the hydrocarbon industry, then it will really be too late to do anything about climate change. We kind of need a wake-up call before that moment arrives. And the pandemic is kind of that moment, right? The pandemic is the moment that shows us just how poorly equipped we are to cope with crises. And yet, because it's a bounded event, right? Because we are, if not certain, at least relatively confident that this is a matter of a year or two, after which we will have a relatively good handle on this particular crisis, then we can start thinking about what we are going to do, how we're going to use the fracture lines that this crisis reveals to ensure that the future crises that emerge do not catch us flat-footed the way that this does, right? It's like being someone who never wears their seatbelt, who finally gets into a wreck but only breaks their arm, right? And it's, you know, breaking your arm is a terrible thing, but for sure you're going to wear your seatbelt after that. So let's talk about some of the lessons for technology of the pandemic, the fracture lines that were revealed by the pandemic. The first and most obvious one is that online life is real life. So one of the traditional ways in which the digital rights movement has been dismissed is by arguing that digital rights are a distraction from the real fights over real human rights and real civil rights. You know, when Finland enshrined the access to broadband as a human right in its constitution, many people around the world just made fun of them. They said, you know, and this was in the kind of IRC and 2.5D game era, and they said, really, playing side scrollers and chatting on AOL Instant Messenger as a human right? Give me a break, right? Real human rights are those things that are being abused in the Sudan, or those things that are being abused in torture chambers. They're not these things that are being abused when your ISP won't give you broadband. And, you know, later on, you had people like Malcolm Gladwell who penned quite influential essays saying, you know, the real civil rights movement involved protesters facing down Bull Connor on a bridge in Alabama and having the police dogs released against them. It's not, real civil rights movements do not involve clicking on a mouse and typing on a keyboard. But it's become extremely obvious that every part of our life involves the internet, and most parts of our lives require the internet, including the exercise of most of the human rights that we think of as important. I mean, it's not just that, as we see, the supply chain for food is intensely dependent on networks, right? And in part because there are efficiencies that you can realize by using networking technology to improve industrial processes, but also because when things go wrong, when there are failures in the supply chain, it's networks that allow us to find out what's going on. It's networks that allow us to source alternate sources. It's networks that allow us to poll our neighbors and the people nearby us to find out who needs help or who can offer it. And so, you know, all the way down to whether or not you starve to death, the internet is absolutely co-terminal with human rights, and it is a necessary but insufficient precondition for the exercise of your human rights in the 21st century and beyond. And you know, it doesn't take a pandemic to show you that online politics are real politics. Our politics have been fought in online forums for many years now, many election cycles in the US and the EU. But certainly this moment makes it absolutely undeniable, right? As we're discussing how the US will conduct its next national election, as other territories around the world either hold elections, delay elections, or make ready to hold future elections, the role that the internet plays in campaigning, in voting, in organizing, in holding town halls, and holding our politicians to account cannot be denied. So it's not just that online life is real life. Online politics are real politics. And anyone who dismisses online politics as mere clicktivism is not paying attention, is not serious, and shouldn't be taken seriously. And that extends into every other domain of our life, right? So online work is real work. for the 25 to 35% of us who are working exclusively from home, online work is the only work that we have. For people who are going into work to work, their jobs typically require the internet in to a greater or lesser extent, and that extent only has gone up over the last couple of decades and shows no end in sight. And so online work is real work. Online education is real education. For all those people who are keeping in touch with their romantic partners online now because they're sheltering in different places, or who are making new romantic partners through the internet, online romance is real romance. Online familiar relations are real familiar relations. The Zoom call I have with my family in Toronto from here in California every Monday night is my family relation. It is how my family and I stay in touch. And so all of the arguments about whether we should be treating the digital world with the gravitas and seriousness that we address the real world have effectively been settled. And so that raises some important questions for what's going to happen after the crisis, what lessons we've learned and what we can do after the crisis. I think the first one is about broadband provisioning and network neutrality. It is now obvious to anyone who lives in an advanced nation whose broadband provisioning was managed by the private sector that the private sector cannot allocate well for broadband provisioning. This is obvious in the US, where we lag the rest of the world, the rich world in fiber development, but it's also obvious in most of the rest of the wealthy world. And in case there was any doubt, we, as of this week, or last week rather, have Frontier's bankruptcy filings in which they are incredibly frank about the calculus that led them not to deploy fiber to their customers' homes. And it's this: they have 1 million households that they serve, where they are the only ISP. They have successfully lobbied the state legislatures in the states where those households are to prohibit cities from fielding a competitive offering. And that lobbying effort was cheaper than maintaining adequate infrastructure for those 1 million families. For another 3 million customers, they could have deployed fiber and made about $1.9 billion over 10 years. But they wouldn't have started making that money until the 10th year, right? That's when the amortization schedule starts kicking into profit, right? And so amortizing out that cost over 10 years was the thing that they knew that the Wall Street analysts who were in charge of their share price and determined not just how much capital the company had, but also, the net worth of the executives in the company and how much the bonuses for those executives were worth, because they were mostly in share grants, how much they were worth. And so as a practical matter, the company would not undertake any deployment of any infrastructure that had a more than 5-year amortization schedule. And so 3 million households in the US who could have been profitable fiber customers years ago are still struggling with last century DSL copper infrastructure. So it's obvious now in retrospect that broadband is really important, and letting the private sector decide where it goes is like letting the private sector decide where the Autobahn goes or the interstate goes. That this is a thing that should be under democratic control, not a hostage to the parochial interests of large firms. And let us not forget that none of these firms are creatures of the market. Right? If you are Frontier or Verizon or British Telecom or Deutsche Telekom, or if you are the French national carrier or Telia or any of the other telcos, your rights of way through major cities across whole countries and continents, those rights of way are not available as commodities that you could purchase on the market. There is no pool of money large enough for Verizon to buy the rights of way through, say, Manhattan, to allow it to wire up every building in Manhattan. Those rights of way are only available through the intervention of the state. And so every one of these carriers is the beneficiary of an unpriceable, incalculably precious public grant, a public subsidy, without which they could not possibly operate as a profitable venture. And so I think that when you take the king's shilling, you owe a debt of duty to the public interest. And I think that it's obvious in retrospect that all along we should have been saying, look, guys, if you want to build the going Galt network, by all means, go and try and bid the price of every right of way. But if you're going to take a public subsidy, then you've got to give the public what they ask for. And so it's pretty obvious that, for example, network neutrality should have been a slam dunk. Network neutrality, after all, is the principle that if you have a customer who clicks on a link to get a resource from the internet, that what you should do is give that customer that resource as quickly as possible, as quickly as you can technically achieve that accomplishment, right? And that your calculus about how much priority that packet should have should be determined solely by whether or not your customer wants it, not whether the entity that provides that resource, whether it's Google or a small independent website or Netflix or anyone else in the world, not whether they have paid the carrier a bribe to deliver those packets, right? There is no public interest argument that goes, we have been given a huge public subsidy to provide internet to the public, but we are not going to give the resources that the public wants priority. We are going to give the resources that please our shareholders priority. That is a nonsense on its face, and the crisis has revealed it. The next element that's been surely revealed by the crisis is the importance of allowing for decentralization and for work to take place at the edge. So all of our industries have become incredibly concentrated, telecoms obviously, but also IT and tech more broadly, also media, also finance. The eyeglasses I'm wearing come from a company called Oliver Peoples. Oliver Peoples is one of about 75 eyewear brands that are now all owned by a single private equity-backed firm in Italy called Luxottica. They also own every major high street eyewear retailer in the West. They also own the largest lab and the largest eyewear insurer. And so every industry has undergone massive concentration. And the standard account of why tech has become so concentrated is that something about network effects and first mover advantages confer natural benefits to tech. And that's why tech became so concentrated and why the whole web has turned into 5 giant websites filled with screenshots from the other 4. But it's pretty clear that these cannot be the full account of why tech got so concentrated. After all, if first mover advantage is what leads to market concentration, where is the first mover advantage that made Luxottica the only eyewear brand that any of us can patronize? How is it that we had 30 pro wrestling leagues in North America 25 years ago, and now we just have 1 pro wrestling league, and it is abusing its monopsony and monopoly power to do all kinds of terrible things, most notably, especially in light of the crisis, they took away all of their wrestlers' healthcare insurance. And now those wrestlers are begging on GoFundMe for money to die with dignity in their 50s from the injuries they sustained in the ring. So it can't just be first mover advantage. It can't just be network effects. And I think it's far more likely that the reason we've seen such centralization of our resources is that we stopped enforcing laws that prohibited centralization. Right up until the year the Apple II Plus hit the shelves, up until 1980 and the Ronald Reagan Revolution, which was picked up around the world by Thatcher, by Helmut Kohl, by Brian Mulroney in Canada, by Augusto Pinochet in Chile, very notoriously. Most advanced economies had laws in place that prohibited monopolistic conduct, including and especially mergers to monopoly, which is when 2 large firms merge. The acquisition of nascent competitors, the catch and kill strategy, where you buy a small company that looks like it might grow to someday challenge you, and you either destroy that company or you integrate it into your own company so that its challenge is neutralized. So think of Facebook buying Instagram. Or the establishment of vertical monopolies, the idea that you could both own a platform and compete with the users of the platform. So banks were historically prohibited from starting businesses that competed with the businesses they lent money to. Railroad companies weren't allowed to own freight companies that competed with the freight shippers whose freight they were carrying. But today, Apple can own an app store and make apps and put them in the app store. Amazon can own a platform and make products that are clones of the products that its own sellers create. And as the Wall Street Journal reported this week, they do that by breaking their promise and secretly mining the data of their own customers, the proprietary data, to figure out how to clone them and when. And so we can see how these firms got really big and centralized. They just cheated. Right? They didn't grow through network effects. Google didn't grow through network effects. Google is a company that only ever made 1.5 successful products. Right? They made a really good search engine and a pretty good Hotmail clone. And every other successful market entry that they've had has been the result of an acquisition. Google bought 200 companies last year. Apple bought 50 companies in the first month of 2019. right? These are conglomerates that buy companies more often than you and I buy groceries. And so the centralization of these firms has been fully revealed. And the crisis has revealed what's wrong with that centralization, which is that it's brittle, right? If you are reliant on a single firm for providing you internet access, for providing educational access, for providing access to employment, for providing access to a video conference like this one, and that firm has a failure, or that firm is not reachable because there's an infrastructural failure between you and them, or there is they decide to exercise their monopoly power either deliberately to discriminate against you or inadvertently, like maybe they just Facebook's moderators make a bad decision and kick your whole giant group where you're planning something important off. Facebook has very recently started to kick off people who are documenting coronavirus misinformation as part of their program to kick off actual coronavirus misinformation. This is a pretty important own goal for them to have scored. And so we see the problem with this centralization, which is that in times of extremis, when you have a centralized economy, those centralized points become points of failure, centralized points of failure. Writ large, we see it with the relocation of all manufacturing to China, where as the supply lines between China and the rest of the world broke down, and as Chinese manufacturing itself was severely compromised by their pandemic outbreak, you started to see the rest of the world suffering. And one of the reasons we can't get N95 masks and ventilator parts and all the other things that we need is because of this. We also see it in the arrogation for proprietary reasons by firms of the right to control service of their products, as a thing that magnifies crisis, because if the only company that's allowed to fix your ventilator is the company that made the ventilator, and the company that made the ventilator can't be reached because there's a pandemic, and the pandemic is the reason you need the ventilator, well, then you're in really big trouble. And so we're seeing that the right to repair, which has been theoretical for a lot of people, has suddenly become very sharp-edged and taken on this new urgency, because the right to repair is bad enough when the reason you can't get something fixed is that the company has decided that the product has reached its end of life and they want you to buy a new one, or the company has decided that they want to extract monopoly rents by forcing you to use their authorized service depots, and you can't go to the independent mechanic or repair sector that you want to use. But it's especially urgent when that company's decisions leave you with no option, including patronizing the monopolist, because the monopolist is not available, can't be reached, or has had its capacity completely absorbed by the crisis. And you see this also, that you see revealed the fracture lines created by filters. So particularly in the European Union, there has been a vogue to create what some people call the filter net, where the European approach to these monopolistic firms has been to, rather than try and make them smaller, to instead invest them with state-like duties. So you look at Google and you say, well, trying to break up Google would be a 20-year prospect and cost us billions of euros in courts. So rather than do that, why don't we take all the dysfunction that Google is responsible for and force them to address it through a compliance burden, where we'll just say, okay, from now on, if terrorists use Google, Google has 1 hour to detect it and remove the terrorist content. That's the kind of gist of the terror regulation that was passed by the European Union last year. Or you might say, in the context of copyright infringement, that anyone who operates a platform where the public is allowed to speak must install a filter similar to YouTube's Content ID and automatically block any speech, audiovisual content, any code, any text that matches anything in a database of notionally copyrighted works. And that database is created by anyone putting anything in it, pointing to it and saying, I own this copyright, which creates this enormous opportunity for mischief, right? Because it allows anyone to censor anything merely by claiming copyright in it. And if you look at something like the Lumen database that tracks these copyright claims, you'll see an enormous spike during the crisis of bogus copyright claims, copy fraud that is being used to remove content, including things that are really important, including things like debunking of conspiracy theories that you might want to see. That this is an equal opportunity super weapon for anyone to use in bad faith. All you need to do is point to something, say that's my copyright, and the filters will automatically remove it. The filters also have the impact of making it much harder to compete with the incumbents. You know, if operating a platform in Europe now costs 100 million euros over and above the infrastructure costs just to build your copyright filter, well, then there are only about 5 companies in the world that have the 100 million euros to build that filter. And they're mostly giant American companies, along with 1 or 2 giant Russian companies and 2 or 3 giant Chinese companies, which effectively means that you've excluded European technologists from the European tech sector. And that takes all of the fragility that we've just been discussing and makes it even worse. So the pandemic is going to end. It is a bounded crisis. And when the pandemic ends, we are going to have the opportunity to address these fracture lines. And we are also going to have a duty to be vigilant, because the pandemic is setting up lots of opportunities for the crisis to, for the next crisis to be even worse, for our infrastructure to be made less resilient, for concentration to be more sharp. So for example, the pandemic is going to bankrupt lots of firms, crazy number of firms. And when it does, there will be a huge move to consolidate those firms by the winners, right? So Amazon obviously is doing very well as a result of the crisis. Jeff Bezos has added $26 billion to his fortune since the crisis began. They've already started to snap up giant companies like Deliveroo that have been hit by cash crunches. So you will see a massive move to monopolization during and after the crisis as a consequence of the bankruptcies that the crisis will engender. We have to really be on our lookout to prevent those from spreading. And there should be very strict merger scrutiny and very strict acquisition scrutiny. And any company that took on public capital to stay afloat should be prohibited from selling itself, right? The idea of getting public monies is not to make yourself an acquisition target. It's to keep the lights on and keep your business running. We are going to see a resurgence of the cryptography wars. And at the top of this, Laurent mentioned the cypherpunk ideology. There were and are elements in the cypherpunk movement who believe that you could build a kind of permanent demimonde of cryptographically secured private civilizations that coexisted alongside the dominant civilization, and whose rights would come from their technology and not from a responsive and legitimate state. I think that those people talked loud, but they didn't represent a majority of the people who advocate for cryptography. I think that history's lesson to us has been that while the math of cryptography is beautiful and robust, that the implementations of cryptography and the people who use cryptography are much less robust than the abstract mathematics that underpins it. And so if an adversary tries long and hard enough, they can suborn your cryptography either by suborning one of the people you've entrusted with your secrets, right? So they may never get your key, but they may get someone who you've been communicating with to decrypt the messages you sent them, or by finding flaws in the implementation of the systems that you're using, or by using malware implants to attack you. And so for me, I think the only virtue of a cryptographic demimonde is to provide a kind of shelter from which we can plan the movement that we need to make our governments responsive and legitimate. That ultimately the thing that forestalls rubber hose cryptanalysis, which is when someone ties you to a chair and hits you with a rubber hose until you tell them your password, is not longer key lengths. It's making it illegal for states to practice rubber hose cryptanalysis, right? It's having the transparency and the pluralism that makes states dependent on the electorate and responsive to them when they seek to act. And that too, I think, is our only real defense against the permanentization of the contact tracing. You know, as we saw after 9/11 with the Patriot Act and the special measures taken elsewhere in the world to fight terrorism, that those measures that are meant to be temporary and special become permanent and entrenched and endure effectively forever and just find new excuses, right? So if contact tracing is useful to find people who come in contact with the pandemic, and also useful to find children who've been kidnapped, and also useful to solve murders, then as soon as it's used to do either of those two latter things, there will be a constituency lobbying for its extension into the indefinite future. And we've had the power to track everyone all the time for a long time, and we didn't do it not because it was technically challenging, but because it was wrong, because those kinds of incursions into our privacy may be effective at stopping some kinds of crime, but they're also effective at stopping many of the virtuous things that we want from our society, like the ability of people to think and speak freely and be their actual selves, be their authentic selves, which is, after all, how we arrived at this moment where so many of the values that we cherish have become mainstream. Gay marriage didn't become legalized because everyone was gay was forced to reveal that they were gay to everyone they knew at one moment, and then everyone realized that gay marriage should be legal. Gay marriage was legalized because every gay person could choose the time and manner in which they came out and who they came out to, and build networks of allies that could back them to create the normative shift that made gay marriage a possibility. Revealing all of the people who hold a disfavored view or engage in a disfavored practice all at once doesn't make societal change. It just makes it easy to figure out who to round up and stick in jail. And so, that's where I want to end this, is by saying that when the pandemic ends, it's going to be really important, more than anything else, to attend to democracy, to attend to pluralism, to attend to the idea that our states must be responsive, and that the use of technology as a liberating tool is as a means of insisting on those values from our lawmakers and regulators, not as a means of seceding from them. Because if there's one thing we've learned from the pandemic, it's that it doesn't matter where you live. We have a shared destiny. We have a shared climate. We have a shared microbial nation, and we have a shared ethical duty to one another. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Wow, what an inspiring talk. Just as I was expecting.
Well, thank you.
So let's open it up to questions now. Lots of people have their hand up here. So let's go to Brad. Brad, you have the microphone.
Nope. I think you've got to unmute him.
Yeah, Brad, you've got to unmute.
Or maybe he has to unmute him. Maybe move on to the next person, see if there's someone else.
Yep. Jack.
Yeah. All right.
Don't bring Jack on.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Can you, Alex? Can you kick this person out, please?
Yes. Can you please make me host?
Yes.
Hello, fucking nigga. Fuck you. Fuck you, corny ass.
Sorry about that, guys.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Okay. Well,
there we go.
Jesus. All right. So I guess I'll just invite Naveed here. I know that he's asked questions earlier.
Yeah, I had kids sound. I had to hit the mute real quick. The sound thing. Hey Corey.
Hey.
I'm from Toronto.
The
kind
city
of
that never sleeps in.
What's that?
The city that never sleeps in.
Yeah, right. Well, I'm actually from Mississauga, so a little more
Oh, there you
sleepy
go.
country here,
Right.
but I'm going to ask something from the maybe left field, but just maybe just get your take on it. I've been watching the Star, and last 2 days they're kind of throwing this kind of, it's almost like social engineering. They're like, asking like the question, should the vaccine be mandatory? And then today Bruce, who's one of the columnists there, is like, we can't undermine a truly scientific miracle, and it's kind of like over the top. I don't know, just get your comment on that.
Well, I guess a hypothetical vaccine is hard to make concrete statements about, but in general, I think.
Well, that's exactly it. That's what they're saying. They're like, it's a truly scientific miracle, and society should force you to do this. And it's like, wait, no one's ever proved this thing even real and tested. And so we're already being asked to accept it.
Right.
It's kind of like a laying some groundwork. So kind of interesting, but yeah, I want to get your take. Sorry.
Well, so obviously it's in the context of the anti-vaccination movement, right? And so they're trying to kind of make some normative interventions ahead of the anti-vax movement's claims about it. So I think that if we assume that there is a vaccine and the vaccine works and it works well and it requires that to attain herd immunity, that it be widely administered. And also that, like many other vaccines, it is there are people who can't safely take it because they're immunocompromised or for other reasons. Then this is one of those problems of our shared microbial destiny, right? That your choice to be an infection reservoir is not yours alone, right? It's more like, well, why can't I store plutonium in my backyard? After all, it's my backyard. And we do admit of certain limits on individual agency as a condition of living in a wider society. I am of the view that mandatory vaccination for those whom it is safe for vaccines that have been determined to be effective is a mark of civilization, right? And in part, I think because I grew up with some pretty haunting stories about epidemics. You know, my grandmother was a civil defense worker in the siege of Leningrad when she was a child. She was in the military for 3 years from the age of 12 to the age of 15. And she was present through the waves of cholera that swept through Leningrad during the siege. And obviously it's a bacterial infection. You don't vaccinate it in the same way, but it is one of those things where you get cholera because your neighbors have cholera. And when you get cholera, it kills you and the people you love. And not dying and having the right to not die, I think, is more important than the right of your neighbor to bodily sovereignty for an intervention that is for which we have good evidence that it is safe. Now, there's that involves a lot of caveats, right? So does the vaccine work? Is it effective? Is it safe? Those are all questions that are about a hypothetical vaccine that, as you say, doesn't exist yet. But, when we're talking about MMR, for me, it's a no-brainer, right? When we're talking about other widely used vaccines that are on the schedule that my daughter had as a baby and that I've had and so on, I think that's a no-brainer. Flu vaccine, I think, is a no-brainer. As many people who dismiss the danger from the coronavirus suddenly discovered at the start of this pandemic, the flu is incredibly deadly and just kills the shit out of people. And we could do a lot more to fight the flu if we had more widespread vaccination. So yeah, I mean, this is the place where it is difficult to be an absolutist about certain principles, because your decision to be an infectious reservoir does not affect you alone, in the same way that your decision to keep plutonium in your backyard does not affect you alone.
Yeah, I guess I would just add, like, sometimes when we talk, we kind of amp up the level of threat. So that's kind of where I see this could be played. So if some of these diseases affect like widespread groups of people, and they're comparing Ebola to this, people at Stanford don't think that's the case. But anyway, so the reason that we should be more weary is because we don't actually know the statistics of harm. So if you've probably seen the CDC whistleblower who said, look, their data says this is linked to autism. That's just coming out now, 2004. So basically, there's data on the ground that we know that is really relevant, and that's not been looked at appropriately. So anyway,
I have to say that it's just untrue that there hasn't been a lot of work on the question of the link of autism to vaccination. The link has been explored a lot. If there was one report that we didn't see, it is not the only report that we've seen. There has been widespread, replicated, gold standard, large scale research on this. But even stipulating this, the idea that it's better for your child to die than to get autism is grossly offensive to people who have autism or on the spectrum. I just think I'm sorry, I just don't accept the premise.
Yeah, you need to look at the research, but I don't want to get into a big debate here. But you need to look at the research, because it's not so cut and dry as you say.
I've spent a really long time looking into this question, because
then you know the CDC work, you know the whistleblower, you know their own data.
But you see, the thing is, there are also scientists who deny climate change, right? The question isn't whether a scientist dissents. Dissent is healthy and part of the scientific process. But the way that we understand the reality as best as we understand it is not by looking at outliers. It's by looking at what the outliers say and seeing whether or not the outliers are in accord or out of accord with the published empirical data that we know about. So I'd strongly recommend, since you've given me a reading list, I'd strongly recommend reading Ben Goldacre's book on this. It's a book called Bad Science. He was the science critic for The Guardian. He's an epidemiologist. He is the lead of the evidence-based medicine movement in the UK. He's responsible for the register of all trials that requires all pharmaceutical trials to now be pre-registered so that the pharma industry can't opt out of publishing its data on some trials. And he is the leading expert on this and has been sued multiple times by quacks for saying things like, no, AIDS is not a vitamin deficiency. So the guy who had been the health minister of South Africa is a German vitamin billionaire, sued him and he won. Ben won. He's also been sued by Gillian McKeith, who says that eating wheatgrass will help you because it will cause chlorophyll to oxygenate your blood. And he won his case against her as well. I mean, it's hilarious because if wheatgrass is creating oxygen, it's only doing so because there's sunshine. And if you have sunshine in your colon, you have other problems, but also your colon can absorb oxygen, right? So he has been on this beat for a long time. He's an unimpeachable source. And I strongly recommend reading his work.
Glad to look at it. Definitely glad to look at it. Thanks for that.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey, for your inspiring talk and for answering everyone's questions. Harry, I know you had a question, but unfortunately we're running a bit late and we do need to move on to our second last speaker of the day, who is in here. So thanks again, Corey, and thanks
everyone. Go wash your hands.
Helping us promote this event on social media and everything. It's been really fantastic.
Thank you. Talk to you later.
So as we near the end of day one, it's getting really late here in Paris, yeah, the US is just kind of waking up, so it's kind of cool. Yelena Kigmenovic is the founder and director of the Arlington, DC Behavior Therapy Institute, and she's an adjunct professor at Georgetown University Psychology Department. She's an expert in cognitive behavioral therapy. She has over 25 years of experience with psychotherapy, teaching, public speaking, and research. And I first saw Yelena speaking on an interview that she'd done with Claire Pride, who was on earlier today on France 24, and thought, this is the person we need to have on to talk about anxiety during COVID-19. So very pleased to introduce Yelena Kigmenovic.
Thank you for having me. Thank you very much for organizing this and reaching out to me. I'm very glad to participate. So I'm gonna share my screen here. I made very short slides that just gives us a little bit of a framework for what I'm going to be talking about today. So it is, the topic is dealing with anxiety during COVID, but in the spirit of reset and in the spirit of how this current pandemic and crisis can help us maybe even shift our thinking toward emotions in general and mental health in particular. I think that we actually have an incredible opportunity to do so. And some movements that have been happening in my field of mental health for the last couple of decades, I think are very pertinent to what we're dealing with during this crisis. So, okay, just a second here. Okay. So, you know, it's no surprise to any of you that a lot of us are dealing with a lot of fear, a lot of anxiety. First and foremost, I want to emphasize and overemphasize that fear and anxiety are completely normal and natural responses. They are evolutionarily very predictable, normal responses to the danger, to the threat that we are facing, threat to our bodies, threats to our minds, threat to our life. Then another big element that is engendering a sort of epidemic of anxiety is the uncertainty. I think we all can appreciate that one of the hardest situations, one of the hardest aspects of the current situation that we find ourselves in is the uncertainty. Uncertainty about things that we have been talking about today. A lot of panelists have talked about, uncertainty when and if the cure and vaccine will be found, how long this quarantine is going to last, how will the world look like when we come back to normal, will we come back to the normal that we know, and so forth and so forth. And then, those are kind of big questions, big uncertainties. And then each of us is dealing with myriad of small uncertainties, right? If, my son is a senior in high school, will they have graduation? Will it ever happen? Will prom ever happen? Will they postpone it? Will the university start in the fall? And so forth, so forth. And one of the things we do know in psychology is that uncertainty is really one of the hardest things to adjust to. There's actually some fascinating research that shows that even negative news, while at first we're very affected by it, but we, with time, adjust. Most of us are resilient enough to adjust well to it. Yet the uncertain outcomes are the hardest to bear because there is not the normal kind of habituation to it. So we have to realize that in the light of danger we're all facing, directly or indirectly, uncertainty that we're all facing, isolation that's incredibly hard for well-being, psychological well-being, and mental health. As I don't have to mention to anybody, we are social species, and being on our own or even with few people that we share household with is just not the way we have evolved to be. And then dealing with all the small and big losses. At the highest end, of course, loss of life, loss of dear and near ones to us. And then as we go down the spectrum, all the different losses that we're dealing with: loss of work, loss of stable income, loss of all these different events, in our lives, loss of being able to go down the street and swim in a pool, or eat at a restaurant with your friends, and so forth, so forth. So accumulation, yes.
Sorry, would you mind just holding your microphone? It's like kind of hitting on your jewelry and it's making.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I'm absolutely. So, in light of dealing with all of this, it is completely natural that we're experiencing not only anxiety and worry, but also sadness, a lot of grief in response to loss, a lot of sadness in response to loss and isolation. A lot of irritability and anger even in response to what we're perceiving as this, almost God's wrath. Why is this happening? Why is this happening to us? Why is this happening to me? Why is this happening now? The myriad of emotions, most of which we deem negative. We label them negative because we don't like having them. We don't feel good when we have those emotions, are, showing up for a lot of people a lot of the time, not all the time, not for all the people all the time, but they're showing up a lot. And I want to underline how normal and real and expected that is. And with that in mind, I actually want to go into this idea that we have an opportunity now, given that all these emotions are showing up, to approach, to deal with, to face these emotions in a different way than maybe we have been accustomed to doing. Something that in the Western culture, in America in particular, we have been fond of saying is, I just have to learn how to control my emotions. If I could just control my anxiety. I mean, I can tell you that probably half of clients or patients in our practice, when they come to us seeking help for anxiety, they will say something to that extent. If I could, just kind of figure out how to take this and put it in a box and get rid of it, right? If I can get rid of it, not have anxiety, exert my control of anxiety, I'm going to be fine. Then I'm going to be happy and I can do what I want to do in my life. And while that's a lovely idea theoretically, one thing we definitely know about it does not work. This goes back way 100 years ago to Jung, the Swiss psychiatrist, of course, who operated at the turn of the century. And he observed this very astutely. This phrase is accredited to him. We're not sure exactly was he the first one who uttered it, but he said, what you resist persists. And what he meant by saying that is that when it comes to these unwanted, I won't even call them negative, I'll just call them unwanted emotions, physical sensations, thoughts that are showing up for us quite a bit these days, as we mentioned, when we try to squish them, try to run away from them, try to distract ourselves from them. And we are, very, very good at trying to distract ourselves. We have, I think, never lived in a society that provided more possibilities for distraction, right? From phones to video games, to Netflix binging, to every kind of alcoholic or otherwise made beverage that you can imagine, to different recreational and prescription drugs and so forth and so forth. We have plethora of ways to run away from these uncomfortable, undesirable feelings, sensations, physical sensations and thoughts. And while at first it might seem like, oh yeah, I've run away, I've escaped, I feel better, temporarily I feel better. The problem is that they do come back with a vengeance. Thus, what you resist persists. It persists in terms of coming back with a vengeance. And that's really the main mechanism that we very, very well know based on science maintains anxiety. This is the way you end up with a very severe anxiety. This is the way you end up with anxiety disorder. Avoidance of things that create anxiety that we fear, and avoidance of these internal anxious sensations is exactly the thing that maintains anxiety. And that's the thing that makes it a problem, right? So, a bit of interesting data. I was reading a report that looked at prescription of psychotropic, meaning psychiatric medications between 15th, like mid-February to mid-March. So that's just beginning of a pandemic and this crisis. And prescriptions for antidepressants, anxiolytics, anti-anxiety medications, and medications for insomnia were all up. In particular for medications, for anti-anxiety medications, it was about 35% actually up. The anti-anxiety medications were up. That's a lot. That's a lot just looking at the 1 month period. And as I said, this was just the beginning. So, people are reaching out for a quick fix. I want to put a caveat here. There's time and place for psychiatric medications. They are, while I'm a therapist and primarily, we do psychotherapy, I collaborate with medical professionals, and absolutely there are times and situations and with people who have, very biological predispositions for more severe mental disorders, or just, very persistent distress that, they would make it very helpful for them to get on medications. However, what this data are telling me is that we are really reaching out for quick fix. We're medicalizing human natural distress. And in a way, by doing that, we're undermining natural human resilience. This is tough. This is tough, and we're going to suffer, and we're going to feel pain, psychological pain, sometimes physical pain. And we should not underestimate the incredible psychological human resilience and reserves of resilience that we can actually rely on and even discover, to our surprise, to be able to actually tolerate these emotions, make them, if not friends, then make them just cohabitants with us, and turn toward things that we actually can do something about and can control, which is our behaviors. So I think that this is really, this unprecedented time is offering us a unique opportunity to actually examine how we relate to psychological distress and how we relate to these, we call them negative emotions. And what would happen if we just acknowledge it, if we open up to them and make room for them and do it, almost like a child, with curiosity and kindness and without judgment. And I'm not saying that this will, turn the switch and they're going to go away. No, that's not the expectation. But the idea is that you actually might realize that you are able to allow these feelings and thoughts and emotions and focus on living the best life that you can live. And turns out, as a side effect of this, you then end up making things worse. So you kind of stop this what you resist persists phenomena. And in the long run, you don't end up with really severe anxiety or severe depression and so forth. So in practice, I won't spend a long time around this. There are whole papers and therapy approaches that basically are based on this idea. Broadly speaking, CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, especially the B of the CBT behavioral approaches, very much talk about how we can do that, how we can stop this very unhelpful cycle of pushing away, avoiding, running away, trying to control things that we cannot be controlled. Even more specifically, in particular, so-called third wave CBT approaches. These are mindfulness and acceptance-based behavioral approaches. Among them, ACT. We like the acronym because it focuses on acting, acceptance and commitment therapy, and similar therapies really at their core talk about how we can relate to our pain in a different way. So not how we're going to change our thoughts and feelings, but how we're going to change how we relate to them. And in practice, there are many methodologies, if you want, of how to do that. Mindfulness is a part of it. Mindfulness has, of course, become such a ubiquitous buzzword. And as I like to say, it's not going to cure all ails, far from that. However, it is a very, very useful skill. It's, it doesn't need to be mystified. I think, the demystified mindfulness is just really a way of how you approach present moment, how you approach your present being, so that you are able to notice where your mind goes, so that you notice what's happening with your body, and you're able to deliberately, intentionally to focus on whatever you're deciding to focus on. So instead of being on autopilot and being mindless, you are able to say, okay, I'm gonna right now be here present with my child, even if it's for 5 minutes. And, I'll notice my thoughts pulling me away. Oh my God, I have to respond to that email and text to my boss and so forth. And you're feeling kind of that hollow feeling in your stomach as you're starting to get anxious about it. And you can notice all of that. You can be sort of for a second taken away by those thoughts. And then you can catch, metaphorically speaking, your mind and bring it back to what you're deciding purposefully to focus on in the present moment. And you can behave consistent to who you want to be in that moment. And that's all it is. It's a very, very simple concept. And as many brilliant, simple concepts are, much harder to implement, but we get better with exercise like anything else. Turns out that we have also a huge amount of research showing that actually increasing emotional vocabulary, literally increasing vocabulary. I sometimes give sheets of emotional, sheets of paper with emotional words written, or so-called emotional wheel to my clients when, they're really not able to identify what is it that they're feeling when I ask them. That at best they might be able to say, well, I'm not feeling that well, or I'm feeling good, I'm feeling bad. Well, okay, what hides in the bad, right? What is it sad? Is it anxious? Is it angry? Is it disappointed? Is it what's going on there? And that is lovely. Even on the internet you can find these emotional wheels. So each emotion then separates into more finely defined emotions. So we call this emotional granularity or emotional differentiation. And it turns out the better you are at both differentiating your emotions, positive and negative, and labeling them, the better you are able to actually allow this emotional experience to sort of be part of you and wash over you, and not be a victim of your emotions, and not be a sort of a prisoner of your emotions in terms of how you are acting in the world. You know, there are, again, many other approaches. I won't belabor them, but one of the other ones is actually getting into your body. We are, you know, especially in our Western society, we are so used to separating mind and body, right? We go to the gym to practice our bodies, and then we do everything else, you know, just stuck in our minds. And I think that's a really big problem. And I think that our counterparts in the East have gotten this much better for millions of years, really, because mind, body, of course, mind and body are connected very intricately. And, you know, for learning how to relate to emotional experiences differently, I think we need to, and we could do much better connecting with our bodies and feeling, because that's really where a lot of these emotional reactions, this is where emotional pain is felt. It is in our body, and learning to befriend our body and notice things in our body will go a long way. And then, you know, it won't come as a surprise to you, of course, you know, talking in a productive way, writing. We have some, you know, very, very well empirically supported, you know, protocols for writing about your emotions that can, you know, be very helpful, as well as expressing them in all kinds of artistic and creative forms. All of that can go, of course, a long way in doing what I mentioned. And finally, I mean, this is where all kind of comes together. You know, when I say focus on why, what do I mean by that is, again, Nietzsche famously said, and I'm paraphrasing, that if we have why of living, we can, you know, we can sustain anyhow, right? And, you know, we can sustain any difficulties. We can figure out how to get through all kinds of hardships, including the hardships that we are all facing right now, if we know why. And so, you know, why I'm saying this, everything comes together here, because if we are able to relate to distress, emotional distress, these difficult thoughts and emotions in a different way, then we are able to, we're actually kind of freeing ourselves to act in the world according to our values, according to who we want to be as a person, according to how we want to stand with ourselves and other people and our communities and the world. Because, you know, so often on a daily basis, I hear, you know, people in my regular life, as well as my clients, you know, say, well, I would like to do that. That's really, you know, that's what makes me tick. I would want to write a novel. I would want to be present for my child, or I would want to, you know, volunteer in my community, so far, but I can't. So what stands between you and living on purpose? Often, you know, sometimes they'll obviously talk about practical limitations, but more often than that, they'll say, why can't I have to first get rid of this anxiety or depression or anger, or, you know, this sense of being emotionally empty or exhausted from my emotional upheaval. And so if we learn to relate to these emotional experiences in a different way and allow them, then, you know, then again, we are not beholden to them anymore, and we are free to make a choice each moment, each second, each moment, each hour, each day, how to act, how to behave with ourselves and with others. And we start to relate that to, again, you know, who we want to be during this pandemic. You know, when we look back afterwards and think about what kind of person was I during this time, are we going to be proud of who we were? Again, with ourselves and others, and in the community, in our communities. You know, when we celebrate our 80th birthday, you know, and people, you know, have toasts about, okay, so, you know, this person, you know, really stands for this. You know, when we look over our lives, are we going to be, you know, proud, not happy, but just proud, and really will we resonate to what the people are saying about us? So I think we have a chance now to ask those questions. Life has slowed down for a lot of us, and we have a chance to reflect on our priorities, on, you know, what are we focusing on our time and efforts on, and to maybe reconnect, you know, rediscover what gives us purpose and meaning, reconnect to sources of meaning and transcendence, because of course all of us in the end of the day are are having to deal with the ultimate anxiety, which is existential anxiety, right? A lot of big thinkers in my field have talked about all anxieties in the end being related to a fundamental existential anxiety, which is fear of death and mortality. And, you know, how do we stand in the face of that is, of course, by finding sources of transcendence. And it, you know, whether it's in purposeful work and creation, whether it's in how we connect with other people, whether it's in relationship to God or other spiritual sources like nature. I think we have a chance to do that more than you know, many other situations in life. We have been thrown by this cataclysmic, in a way, you know, global event to a state which is not everyday state. You know, the existential philosophers talk about us being kind of thrown into a different state of being where we can kind of look at the existence a little bit from outside in. And we have a chance, I think, to change, you know, how we relate to life. And finally, just wanted to include, you know, some lifeline sources. I mean, the hotlines, which are, you know, can be lifeline sources for people who really are reaching the point of having very dark suicidal thoughts, and you know, are thinking about possibly self-harm, and or, you know, people who really, you know, need to talk to somebody and find themselves incredibly isolated. The first three are all US sources, but they're really good sources where you can call and get somebody on the other line immediately. And then the further sources are some good links to the main CBT and ACT organizations. And finally, COVID Coach app, which is actually developed by Veterans Administration in America, but it's free. If you go on it, it's actually CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy methods, all put in one app, and that can also help people, again, do some of the things that I've talked about. So please, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Yelena. Thank you so much for that talk. If anybody has any questions, please leave them in the question box, and we'll be vigilant in only allowing people who have actual questions speak this time. One of the things that I'd like to bring up is, you know, maybe talk a little bit about my own experience through this crisis, and some of the things that have helped me. So, you know, since I'd say about a month or so, I have felt some increased tension. I feel it. I don't know if this is other people have this, but I feel it in my chest. You know, like I feel this kind of tension in my sternum. And and this morning I was doing some yoga with some friends online, and like I really felt it. And I was like, geez, like, you know, what is this tension here? And I definitely relate to that anxiety and everything. And one thing that I started doing more regularly is I had kind of lost habit is you know, daily meditation. And one of the things that I've thought about through this crisis is, you know, especially if you look at here in France, for instance, like the government has access to public television, public media. And it would have been so great if, you know, through this crisis, governments had, you know, through public health guidelines, because, you know, TV stations and the media, they have sort of shifted some of their programming to do like sports on TV, right? You'll have like an hour of aerobics on like whatever TV channel. It would have been great if we would have had guided meditation on public television or on public radio, and getting people in the state of mind where they, you know, they begin to learn how to meditate.
Oh, absolutely. And when you talk about, you know, the somebody, almost like somebody standing on your chest, I often hear this description. I feel almost as if there's another person sort of sitting or standing or laying on my chest. That's a very, very typical physical sensation of anxiety, right? That it's almost like, it's kind of an interesting metaphor almost. It's like something is like squeezing us, right? And it's and as you say, very much you know, getting in touch physically with your body. There are a lot of very good mindfulness meditation exercises with like noticing it. One is called body scan. It's you know, going literally from the top of your head down to your toes, or from your toes the other way up, and really noticing what's happening in your body, and you can even accentuate it by squeezing your muscles and then relaxing them and relaxing them again, and noticing the difference. And that's how we start to discern and become more discerning about what does this mean and what does this mean. A lot of people asking these days if they're facing very serious anxiety, that they might be going into even what's called panic attacks, right? Which is this really, really intense sense of anxiety where people think they're having a heart attack or dying. And, some of the COVID symptoms, of course, can be similar to that. So I've heard a lot of people, being extra panicked now, with that sense. It's like, oh, not only that am I getting anxious, it's something going on, but do I have COVID? And then we start to spin in our minds, right? Oh my God, what does this mean? I can't have this. This is not this. I can't tolerate it. This is not okay. And then the more you think about it, and the more again you think this is dangerous and unacceptable, the more anxious you're going to get, the worse you're going to feel physically, and so forth and so forth. So I think yes, that mindfulness meditations, as well as similar endeavors like yoga incorporates a lot of body awareness, as well as mindfulness meditations, can go a long way towards having us again relate to our bodies in a different way. Host is sharing a poll results. So we have mood today. 47% of people are feeling good. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, this poll has been going out throughout the day, and
it has been going. Okay.
It's been somewhere between good and feeling great. So
okay.
Pretty glad for that.
I wonder if there's a little self-selection bias, right? That people who are feeling at least good are feeling like, I'm going to get on these webinars and listen to this and get inspired, versus people who are not feeling that great. They're like, yeah, this is too much. I'm barely getting through the day. So it might be, we might be facing a little bit of a self-selection bias.
Yeah. I just gave access to, there's a question in the
Sure.
Go ahead.
Cool. Okay. Hey, Jelena, I'm really enjoying your talk. I agree with what you say, and I think this is an opportunity for us to mature as a species. And I appreciate how you portray the process-oriented approach. I think that's really cool. Your Jung reference is kind of hilarious to me, where you say what we resist persists.
Yes.
And I think that's a succinct thing for someone with Tourette's.
Yes. Very much so. Yes. Any repetitive behaviors? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I think it's weird that a lot of people that have mental illness are almost like relieved in this time right now, and it's like the script has been flipped. And what you've been saying really speaks to Thomas Zazz's like narrative theory about how kind of the stories that we tell is reflected in our inner experience. And my question is, if you have any recommendations on how to publicly address mental illness in niche communities. Something I've experienced is like, by being open, I feel bombarded sometimes by people saying that like, you just have to change your mind, or people will shut themselves out. And a lot of people, their theory of mind doesn't necessarily allow for cognitive variance. And yeah.
So your question is how, when you say niche communities, say just a little bit more about that. How to address general approach to mental illness? Kind of, are you meaning how do we get people to be a little more open to approaching these issues in a different way?
I guess sometimes it's like if someone deals with people in the realm of psychology, we have a common vernacular.
Yes.
But let's say like crypto or like social networks and stuff like that, sometimes people get really specific. So in like, I guess in like other words, how can people with mental illness in a niche community integrate with neurotypical?
I see what you're saying. Well, so it goes, I think, both ways, right? I want to actually start from the point you made, which is very, very astute observations. And that is that people who are especially anxious normally, like who normally suffer from, anxiety disorders, possibly OCD and so forth, are actually not doing that badly right now. That is, absolutely that gels with the observation that I've had among our patients, as well as talking to other therapists. And I've been very intrigued by that. And I think that can, again, shed some light on your question. I've been intrigued and asked, I've asked a lot of my clients, so how come, everybody else is freaking out, and you're saying, well, I'm no better, but I'm no worse than usual. Even sometimes, maybe a little relieved. And so the answers vary, but they kind of converge on a couple of themes. And one of them is first validation, which just tells us how important it is to sort of validate that these negative emotions are, first of all, ubiquitous, and they're ubiquitous for all of humanity. And some of us are biologically more predisposed to have them, and to have them in stronger amounts than others. It doesn't mean that even people who got that, a bad lottery in terms of predisposition for some of the mental disorders, that they also cannot be helped by being more open to the emotional experiences. But it is true that for some people it is tougher. And I think that, unlike physical illness, unlike the diabetes, which, generally speaking, there's not stigma about, and you can say, I have diabetes, and people say, oh my God, I'm really sorry. How are you managing that? Is there something that we can do to help you out here in our community, or in the way we do things for birthday parties, in terms of bringing cookies or cakes and so forth? There's no shame in it. There is still this sense of, that, having a mental problem, psychological problem is it's stigmatized. It's not okay. It's somehow up to a person, completely. And I think that people with some mental illnesses now feel validated, because everybody else is like feeling the pain, psychological pain, and huge amounts of it. And they're saying, so many people just dismiss me. They don't validate me. They dismiss my pain. They can't even really start to get into my head to understand how my day-to-day life looks like. And now they are living it. And it's something incredibly validating, which again teaches us how important that is. Try to open up to your own experience, but also to the experience of the other person. It's not contagious. Mental illness is not contagious. Open up, ask, figure out, phenomenologically, what is their experience like, and let's get that dialogue going. And I think that both people who are suffering with some mental disorders and the others can really contribute to this dialogue. And I think this time is such a good example, because now I hear people who've never had anxiety in their life, almost. I mean, we all have always had some kind of anxiety, but never had major anxiety in their life. They're kind of those people, phlegmatic, kind of go-lucky people. I always tell them, well, you got lottery in the other direction than most of us, but they are now freaked out. So maybe there's a chance now for them to say, this is how it feels like. Maybe, only maybe, they will be a little more, humble. They will be a little more open to, discussing these experiences of people who deal with this more on a daily basis. So I think, it is an interesting thing that's happening. And there's another thing that a lot of my anxious clients say, is different now. And that is, there is a concrete threat that everybody's focused on. Usually the worried minds, the anxious minds, they go in all kinds of directions. We call it catastrophizing. And they think of as, what ifs in 10 different, 100 different domains of life. Right now, we are all worried about a very concrete threat, and there's something clarifying about that. I think that can help. So, I think that, in spite of us in Western societies more than others, I grew up in ex-Yugoslavia myself. My father was actually a psychiatrist, academic psychiatrist, as well as practicing psychiatrist in the state mental health hospital. So I grew up very, very aware of the mental health stigma. This is something that I'm very acutely aware and realize how much less we have it here and now, living in America some decades later. And yet it's maybe sometimes even more insidious because it's kind of under the surface. It's not so obvious, it's not so explicit, and yet it's still, under the surface. So I think, we still have way to go, and I think we all can contribute to this, dialogue and conversation by the way how we relate to our own distress and to the distress of others.
So there's one last question here we'll be able to address before we move on to our last and final speaker of the day. So what is your advice on trying to deal with your own anxieties while trying to stay, quote unquote, together with your loved ones and the people around you?
Yes. Be honest. My first thing is, first piece of advice is be honest. That a lot has been written about what should especially parents do, right? The parents who are dealing with so many stressors, especially if they have small children, they're homeschooling, they're trying often to work from home as well, and they're really, really pushed to the edge. And very distressed themselves, and kids are asking about what's going on, when am I going to go back to school? And I've been talking to a lot of my colleagues who are child psychologists, and some of these things we know from long-term writings and research and practice of psychology, and some of that we're finding out now, really observing how people are coping with this. And the first thing is, while of course you have to be age appropriate, you don't want to be, freaking out children, and telling them things that they cannot comprehend and understand. And, it has to be presented in a level that they can handle. Don't hide, do not hide your negative emotions. Talk to them in developmentally appropriate way. Model that, one can feel sad and will feel sad around this kind of situations. And it's sad we don't get to hang out with our friends. And it's really, hard not to be back at school and doing stuff. And sometimes we really can't sleep well. And that's okay. We can, together we can help each other through this and find creative ways to find small joys and be grateful for what we have. And we can get through this. It's almost like the sense of, we are strong enough to get through this. Not like, oh no, don't worry about it, snap out of it, it'll be fine, everything is going to be okay. No, it's hard. And it's okay that it's hard, and it's okay that you're feeling that. I'm feeling it too. And let's two of us do something that can, make us feel like we are strong enough that we can have all those emotions and still, do what we can at this point, which is go on a Skype and, talk to your grandma in a nursing home, or go into the garden and, do a little biology project while spending time in the sunshine. So yes, do not. There's actually just an article I read yesterday that came out that showed that parents who work really, really hard at suppressing their emotions, especially arousing emotions, actually the kids pick up on it. And the kids end up actually doing worse psychologically, because, when we think, it's a hard job trying to suppress the emotional expression and emotions, and it seeps through, and kids are so good at picking up stuff. And so even if we don't say it, they'll pick up on it, but then they will process it in a way that it's not going to be facilitated by us. So.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for sharing all this incredible advice. Where can people find you and people find your work?
If you Google Dr. K psychologist, I'll show up, or Dr. K psychologist, Washington, D.C. My website comes up. It's all there.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Yelena.
Thank you so much for having me, Sebastian.
Have a good day.
Take
Bye-bye.
care. Keep safe.
All right. Well, we've made it to we've made it to the end. I mean, we're still here. We still have a final talk left, and I'm really excited for our next speaker. Amesh Adalja is a senior scholar at Johns Hopkins University Center for Health Security. He is focused on emerging infectious diseases, pandemic preparedness, and biosecurity. He served on U.S. government panels and tasked with developing guidelines for treatment for things like the plague, botulism, anthrax, and in mass casualty casualty settings. And I'm very pleased and honored to introduce Amesh Adalja, our last and final speaker for the day. Hello.
Hi, thanks for having me. So everybody can hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I just want to share. I did actually have some slides. I'm just going to try and figure out how to do this to share my screen. Let me see how I can figure this out. So,
there's a share screen button at the bottom of your screen.
All right, let me just do that for you.
Yeah.
That was probably not going to work.
You don't see the share screen button?
Yeah, I do. It just sorry. Let me. It's probably not going to work because I have to quit to do it.
Okay. Okay.
So what I wanted to talk about today, and I'll do this without slides then, is to talk about what about this pandemic was predictable, what was knowable, and how do you think about pandemic pathogens and what makes a pathogen able to cause a pandemic? And that's something that many people think of as a mystery, but it's really not a mystery if you actually think about what it is that causes pandemics. So when you think about a pandemic pathogen, there's a certain alchemy that it has to have. Certain characteristics have to be there. And I did a project a couple of years ago trying to understand what would be the pathogen most likely to be able to cause a pandemic. And when you look at that, there are certain types of characteristics. And one of them that I think is really important is, it's pretty obvious, but it's efficient transmissibility from human to human. And this is a reason why, for example, if you look at an Ebola outbreak, that's never going to be a pandemic because it doesn't efficiently transmit from human to human. And though Ebola might have a very high fatality rate, 60 to 90% in some cases, you don't have to have that high of a fatality rate to cause a pandemic. The word pandemic doesn't mean something is very severe or kills a lot of people. It doesn't even have to have a high case fatality rate. If you look, for example, at 1918 influenza, probably about 1 to 2%. So you don't have to look at a 60% case fatality rate and say that's going to be a very bad pandemic. So it just has to have some fatality rate, and be efficiently transmitted from human to human. One of the other factors about a pandemic pathogen is contagiousness during the incubation period. And this has been something a bit of a controversy with this coronavirus, trying to understand when people become infectious. But we know, for example, with influenza, and why influenza is such a good pandemic pathogen, is that it's contagious during its incubation period, meaning before you have any symptoms, you can give somebody influenza. And that seems to be the case, at least in certain circumstances, with this virus. And we've seen it, for example, in people who are singing, we've seen it in household contacts, and this is something that really makes it impossible to contain, because when you have something that is transmissible during the incubation period, you don't know who's sick and who isn't, and you cannot contain it by definition. And the same is true for mild illnesses during contagiousness. So if you are somebody who has mild symptoms, you can go about your activities of daily living. That's going to expose more people than if you are somebody that's much more sick and, for example, in the hospital. Other types of issues are that, pandemic pathogens don't have vaccines, they don't have antivirals for them. You have also an immunologically naive population, so that means people in the community do not have any immunity to it. And that's kind of what the basic types of stuff you have to have. So efficient transmission between humans. Doesn't really matter so much about the fatality rate. Contagiousness or mild illness occurring during the incubation period or shortly after the incubation period in a population that hasn't seen this before. So when you look at that, contagiousness from human to human, there are many different ways that pathogens can get from person to person. It could be, for example, that it goes from fecal oral, like hepatitis A or polio, or it could use a mosquito. But one of the factors is respiratory and droplet transmission. That means airborne transmission or respiratory droplets. Either of those is a very efficient way for something to get from a person to person. And it's a simple thing because you cannot stop people from breathing or coughing or sneezing the same way that you can clean up a sanitation, for example, and stop a fecal oral outbreak from happening. So we see these hepatitis A outbreaks that have occurred all over the United States in places like San Diego, for example. And really the solution to that is sanitation. It's not so simple with the respiratory virus. You really have to arrest any kind of respiratory pathogen, whether it's a virus or whatever it is, because you have to intervene to stop people basically from talking and breathing, coughing, sneezing all of that is much, much harder. So respiratory droplet transmission is very important when it comes to this. If you think about a mosquito borne, we see many diseases that have a wide swath where mosquitoes transmit them. For example, malaria or yellow fever or dengue or chikungunya or Zika. But you're still limited by the fact that the mosquito has a certain range that it can go into, and it's not going to be worldwide in the same manner that a respiratory droplet spread infection is. And then the next step is, we talk about pathogens, and there's so many different types of pathogens. There's viruses, there's bacteria, there's fungi, there's protozoa. And when you have to try and think about which are most likely to cause a pandemic, there's some important considerations. So bacteria, in the past, people talk about the Black Plague or the Black Death. That was caused by a bacteria. But the fact is, it's very, very hard for a bacteria now to cause a major pandemic. Why? Because we've got antibiotics. Broad spectrum antibiotics basically took bacteria off the pandemic list. Even when we have drug resistant bacteria, we can usually still craft something together that can work against bacteria. So let's go to fungi. Sometimes you hear about fungus infections decimating populations. So for example, salamanders or bats or other reptile species. And there's even hypotheses that dinosaurs were part of their extinction might have been because of fungi. But interesting thing about fungi is that they don't like to be in things that are 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit. It's actually a hypothesis that mammals evolved that temperature as a way of evading fungi. And when you look at reptiles, for example, they're cold-blooded and they have a lower temperature. And so fungi don't really do so well in mammals. And when they do, for example, like in bats, when they cause white nose syndrome, those bats, their temperature drops when they're hibernating. And that's where you see white nose syndrome. So it's very hard for fungi to be able to cause that type of an event, a pandemic in a human species. It's much different in reptiles, for example. When you look at, obviously, when you think about hookworm or tapeworm or those types of pathogens, they really don't have the capacity to cause a pandemic. It's really viruses that you're left with. And it's because viruses are mutable. They're just basically pieces of genetic material encased in a protein coat. And they're very elegant, they're very small, and they have this rapidity of transmission and replication. They can get to very high levels pretty quickly in a body. If you look at how many virions per milliliter there are in, for example, someone with hepatitis C, it can be in the billions. It's very, very high. So this is something that allows viruses to experiment genetically, meaning that they have selection pressures, they can mutate much faster. And we don't have anything close to a broad spectrum antiviral. Although today you've been hearing a lot of news, if you've been watching it, about remdesivir, which is sort of like a broad spectrum antiviral. We don't have a proper broad spectrum antiviral the way we can just pull an antibiotic off the shelf and be pretty confident that it's going to work or not work based on what we know about it. The last thing I wanted to tell you about is one pathogen group that people ask me about are prions. And people might not spend much time thinking about prions, but prions are just plain proteins that are infectious. And they're well known because of the events that happened in England around the year 2000 with mad cow disease, or before 2000, around in the late 1990s. And prions, again, are something that are not able to really cause a pandemic unless you have, for example, widespread cannibalism going on, where in places in Papua New Guinea, for example, they did have widespread infections in certain tribes, but that was because cannibalism was going on. And I think we'd have to be a whole new different state of society for cannibalism to be the norm, and a lot of other things would have gone wrong if a prion was going to be a pandemic threat. And just a couple of other things to think about. So has there ever been a mammal that's been rendered extinct by an infectious disease? The answer is yes. And it was an interesting thing. It was the Christmas Island rat. And it was actually a protozoa that drove it extinct. It was spread by mosquitoes. And it's really because that rat, the Christmas Island rat, had nowhere to go except Christmas Island. It could not get away from the mosquito as well as the protozoa. But that's the only well-documented extinction event that we have from an infectious disease in a mammalian species. So when you talk about viruses, so we're going to settle on viruses. And one of the things about viruses is that they're not just simple. There's great diversity there. And one of the biggest diversities is what their genetic material is made of. Are they RNA or are they DNA, for example? And that might sound like some esoteric type of difference, but the fact is RNA viruses mutate at a much higher rate than DNA viruses. RNA is a much less stable compound. So when you think about pandemic threats, in the virus realm, RNA viruses usually rise to the top. And anything that you've heard about that's been scary or in the headlines is usually an RNA virus. there are some exceptions. For example, smallpox is the DNA virus, but RNA virus in general is something that we look at because of its mutability, and many of the most dangerous families of viruses are RNA viruses. And the most famous of those RNA viruses is influenza. And there's been a lot of talk about influenza during this pandemic and comparing it to coronaviruses. They are a different and distinct family of viruses, but what makes influenza such a formidable challenge is the fact that its genetic material, the RNA that makes that make up its genes, are on different segments, almost like a deck of cards. So influenza can constantly shuffle that deck of cards. So suppose, for example, a pig gets infected with 2 different strains of influenza. Those strains can then shuffle their card decks and you get something new coming out. So pigs can act as what we call as mixing vessels. And that's what makes influenza so difficult to predict and why it's always a pandemic threat, because there are lots of combinations of flu viruses in pigs, in birds, and they can always shuffle and recombine and come out with something new. And indeed, every one of our pandemics, 1918, 1957, 1968, 2009, were the result of those types of events. And that's why flu will always be a major threat. And even despite this whole shuffling of the card decks, flu itself mutates its major proteins in a way that many viruses don't do. For example, the coronavirus mutates actually very low compared to flu. And that's why with flu, we have to change our vaccine basically every year as the virus kind of drifts genetically. And that's something we probably may not have to do with any kind of coronavirus vaccine that is developed, because coronaviruses don't mutate so much. And there are animal coronavirus vaccines, for example, that we use in cows and avian species that don't have that problem of having to change it every year. But flu is always going to be on the top because of what it does. And if you look at flu, for example, if you ask me to say what are the scariest flu viruses, there is one called H7N9, which is an avian flu species that has a case fatality rate of about 60%. So we're talking about, with this coronavirus, a case fatality rate of less than 1%, maybe 0.5%. A 60% case fatality rate avian flu, if that developed human-to-human transmissibility, would be very disastrous, a very different pandemic than what we're dealing with now. And that's what most of our pandemic plans are premised on, is an avian flu virus with that high of a case fatality rate. And there we would use very blunt tools like this social distancing, because it would be such a major threat. And that's one to keep an eye on, because it is something that is in China, but really has no ability yet to have sustained human-to-human spread. You see humans getting infected based on their exposure to poultry, for example, and maybe some limited spread within a household or a family, but not human-to-human spread. And that's one of the bigger fears I have, is one of those avian influenza viruses developing pandemic potential. One of the last things I want to touch on before I can take some questions are human factors. Human factors are a major factor in how pandemics spread. Not because it's not just the virus and not just the immune system of the host. It's what decisions we make. So if you look back in 2003 with the advent of the SARS coronavirus, that was the first time coronavirus has really hit the map as a pandemic pathogen. Most of that problem, the 8,000 cases that we saw around the world, the billions of dollars of global loss, was because of human factors, meaning that at that time, China suppressed data about that happening. It was basically leaked to the general public, leaked to the medical community through email boards, something very similar to what you've seen happen with this virus. And the fact that this was covered up for so long put the United States and other countries basically behind the 8 ball trying to respond to it. And that's why SARS became such a disruptive event, because it wasn't something that was very, very contagious among humans. It's just that we let it fester because we didn't have good data. So anytime you have a pandemic, whether it's from anytime you have any infectious disease outbreak, the human factors and how humans respond to this play a major role. So if you look even at this outbreak, this SARS coronavirus, there are clearly missteps in China, for example, in terms of when they discovered that there was sustained human-to-human spread, how well they notified the World Health Organization about that, what types of people they allowed in to help them do that. And then on the other side, it's the United States response, where we knew this was a community-spreading respiratory virus that had a range of symptoms from very mild to very severe. Knowing that this is going to spread, knowing that it had been in China at least since mid-November, tells you that this virus was going to be everywhere by the time we actually took notice of it. So this wasn't going to be just a travel-related infection. Indeed, we've found that this likely arrived in the United States in late December or early January. And at that time, as soon as we knew that this was something spreading in the community in China, we needed to move from trying to contain it in China to getting our hospital systems ready to take care of patients, scaling our diagnostic testing, public health communication to get people ready for this, making sure our public health departments were ready to do case contact tracing. But what you saw was really nothing happened for about 2 months. And it really is where we are today, why we're doing this not in person, but on a webinar, is because there was a series of failures with trying to trying to control this in the United States. And we're left in a situation that was completely predictable. If you actually look at what the characteristics of a pandemic pathogen are that I alluded to earlier and superimpose them on this SARS coronavirus, the fact is this is not surprising where we are today. And it was something preventable and predictable. And I do think it's something that's really important to remember, that this isn't something that came out of nowhere. People have been working on pandemic preparedness since at least the late 1990s, and even before that, if you take influenza pandemic preparedness. And it's something that goes through this cycle of panic and neglect, where people will be interested in pandemics and infectious disease outbreaks only when they're in the headlines. But they will fade from the headlines. And when they fade from the headlines, so does interest in preparing for them. And when you look at the cost of what it takes to prepare for a pandemic, looking at how infectious disease intersects with national security, it pales in comparison to how much it actually costs to be able to respond to these types of things after they've occurred. It's much cheaper to stop something at its source than it is when you're dealing with a pandemic. And there are systems in place that we could use and leverage to do this. We do a lot of work on tracking influenza, but there are other respiratory viruses that fit that same bill and that we should be trying to expand our surveillance of. We should be looking at coronaviruses. We should be looking at people with unexplained pneumonia, even when it's not a pandemic. How many times have you been to an urgent care center where a doctor tells you have some virus, but doesn't tell you which virus? We have technology that will tell us what type of virus people have, and tracking those viruses, even during normal times, will help us understand what's going on in that realm of the world and help us predict what might be the next pandemic pathogen. And the fact is that these diagnostic tests have existed for years and years. They're just not used. And if they aren't used, we're going to lose them. I think that this pandemic, one of the important lessons we're going to learn is how important it is to do diagnostic testing. That's been basically the original sin of this pandemic, is our failure to diagnostically test. And I do think, and I hope that after this pandemic, that we do get better and don't leave things kind of sitting without any kind of, diagnosis. So for example, when people have pneumonia or have septic shock in the hospital, that we're really trying to diagnose individuals to the most extreme level, trying to figure out what caused their illness, the way we do with cancer. We don't tell people they just have cancer. But yeah, with infectious diseases, so often people say you just have some type of virus. And I think it's really, really important because we don't do this as well as we should. And infectious disease has really fallen behind many other parts of medicine because of that. So that kind of ends my formal presentation. And I hope that was useful, trying to talk about how to think about these pandemic pathogens and what's predictable and what's not predictable. So I'm happy to take questions in the remaining time. And I left a lot of time for questions.
Thank you so much. Well, I've got a question here, and it's about this preparedness that you talked about. And of course, I think what we learned throughout the day today is that a lot of the policies and the way policies get implemented and get passed will differ widely between country, and primarily between like the US and a lot of European countries. Like healthcare policies are very different, and the outcome of this virus will be very different in terms of the policy that it drives. But from what you're seeing in your community and in the US, how much of these lessons and these emergency preparedness lessons do you think will end up making it in policy, just based on the way things are set up there? And what are the things that you think are most likely to make it into policy that could help us in a future pandemic?
So this happens all the time, that we do get lots of policy proposals after a pandemic has occurred. So if you look back to the anthrax attacks in the United States in 2001, that's actually a good example. During the Bush administration, there was a real effort to stand up all of these different programs and policies in order to prepare the country for infectious disease emergencies. But 2001 is 19 years ago, and people's memories have faded. And I do think that's the issue that happens with every pandemic, whether it's anthrax or Ebola or Zika, whatever it might be, or pandemic flu, things wane. And I do think right now there is this window of opportunity where we can put the right policies in place, where we can make sure that we take the right actions when the next pandemic occurs, and not be caught as flat-footed as we were with this pandemic. And there are policies to increase funding, for example, of some of our public health agencies that are key, like the CDC, like parts of HHS, the Health and Human Services, that are really key tasked with this important role of infectious disease emergencies, trying to develop broad spectrum antivirals, trying to increase and speed vaccine development, trying to improve the FDA process. All of that is all being talked about now. And I think that this is something, hopefully, this pandemic touched people in a way that most other infectious disease outbreaks didn't, for example, Ebola or Zika. And I do think that this mark that it's going to leave on society is going to be something that's going to be with us for some time and will hopefully influence policy for the better, so that pandemic preparedness gets the attention as a national security issue that it's so long needed to have.
Okay, thank you. Jason Crawford, if you wanted to ask your question live on the mic, just raise your hand and I'll give you microphone access. We had another question here. So this person says, I'm curious if we can take advantage of global quarantines to tackle some of these other persistent pathogens. Is now a good time to renew efforts to sterilize mosquitoes, for example? I'm not really sure I understand this.
Sure. So there are we face many infectious disease threats. And I do think that this infectious disease threat that we're in the midst of is an opportunity to educate people about the solutions that we have to many infectious disease threats. So when you talk about mosquitoes, they are a major scourge. Half of all humans that have ever lived have died of malaria. There are now new technologies available to use genetically modified mosquitoes, to use all kinds of techniques. And I do think that this is an opportunity to get better and reinforce all of the tools we have to face infectious diseases in 2020 that we didn't have even in 1990. So I do think that this is a time that we really need to take infectious disease seriously, because you can see how disruptive an infectious disease outbreak can be to the world.
Okay, Jason, you have the mic.
Hello. Hey, Amish, thanks for a good talk. Can you explain a little bit more the terms airborne versus droplet, and especially this term I've heard, aerosol. I heard that aerosol is kind of like a spectrum from droplet to airborne, but I'm not sure if that's accurate. Can you just clarify that?
Sure. So this is an important question, and it's something that comes up all the time. And just to go back, when I talked about pandemic pathogens, I thought that they have to be spread either through the respiratory droplet or airborne manner. And those are two different ways of spreading. So a respiratory droplet, we'll start with that, are relatively big droplets that emanate from your body when you cough or sneeze and fall to the ground by the action of gravity in about 6 feet or so. They don't stay suspended in the air. They go to the ground. And that's what we think about with most of our transmission with coronaviruses, with influenza, with many other types of viruses. The other type of spread is airborne, and that again is coughs and sneezes. But what happens there is the particles are so fine and small that they stay suspended in the air. So if someone has measles and they leave an elevator, that air is infectious for a period of time. And that's a very different type of epidemiology. So if you look at measles, the average person with measles infects maybe 12 to 15 other people because the air that they breathe, the air that they've exhaled is actually infectious. And there's only a very few things that are actually airborne that we've described. Measles, tuberculosis, which is a bacterial infection. Chickenpox is another one that's airborne. Those are the ones that we really worry about airborne spread in. Now, it's important to remember that this is a continuum. It's not as discrete as it sounds. So you can find instances where influenza, for example, or coronaviruses can get aerosolized, but it doesn't really play a major role in their spread outside of what are called aerosol generating procedures. So those are procedures that happen in a hospital where somebody might be getting their airway suction or being put on a certain type of breathing machine or getting a drug aerosol treatment that causes aerosolization. And that is a place where you do see airborne transmission of what are usually respiratory droplet spread. And you can even, in general, you might be able to find aerosols that are generated by somebody when they're talking or singing. But what we're seeing epidemiologically, and I think this is the big test, is not necessarily what you can do in the lab or what you can measure, but what does the epidemiology show? The epidemiology shows that most of these diseases that we talk about being respiratory droplet spread, the primary means that they spread is respiratory droplet outside of aerosol generating procedures. So it really has to do with the size of the particles and whether they stay suspended in the air for a period of time. And measles, tuberculosis, chickenpox, those are the three that we really worry about. The rest are primarily droplet, although there may be some small amount of airborne transmission that occurs. It's not significantly impacting the epidemiology of these infections, or we would be in a very different place with any of these infections.
Thank you. Pat Malarkey, did you want to ask your question? If you do, just raise your hand. Go ahead, Pat.
Okay, sure. And it's actually malarkey, believe it or not.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. And my question is, you talked a lot about testing and doing tests, and we're getting a lot of conflicting information about the accuracy of tests, both while symptoms are present and after they've subsided. So my question is, how do we really know about this virus, where it's been, where it is, and where it's going?
Well, testing is a key part of this because you have to be able to test in order to know who's infected and to know when they were infected and where they spread it. So testing is a keystone basically to any kind of control response, and diagnostic testing can take various different forms. So we do PCR testing, looking for the genetic material of the virus, and that really gives you a clue whether somebody's acutely infected. And that's something that you have a window of time where it's going to be positive. If you test too early, in somewhere early in the incubation period, it may be negative because the person doesn't have enough viral load to be detected by the PCR test. Or if you test too late, they might have recovered and the virus is gone. So that's why the other part of this is antibody testing. And we have a lot of questions about what antibody testing, what that result means in terms of durability of immunity. But we do know if someone has positive antibodies and that test is a validated test that doesn't have a lot of cross reaction with other coronaviruses, because remember, this is the 7th human coronavirus that we've discovered, that you can say that that person was exposed to the coronavirus. And I think you have to meld those together. The PCR testing for active infections, as well as the serological or antibody testing to know where it's going. And I think that helps you understand the epidemic curve, where we are in this outbreak, when it started, where did it start, and where it's going. Because epidemic curves kind of follow they don't follow a bell curve, but they do follow a curve. And I think knowing when you're at the peak and when you're on the way down is really important. It's going to be key because it's one of the criteria that the White House and other states are using to open some of their economies is looking at the percent positive of testing. So you have to be able to do enough testing to be able to know where you're sitting in that epidemic curve in order to predict where you're going to be in the future and what your hospital capacity needs are going to be.
Pat, did you have a follow-up question? No, you were trying to speak earlier.
Yeah, I was wondering what PCR means.
PCR means polymerase chain reaction. It's a technical term, and what it is so I'll just try to oversimplify it a little bit. So if you've got a virus or anything and you've got genetic material there, what a PCR test does is it will amplify it. It uses certain molecular tools to amplify that piece of genetic material. So a virus has a certain genetic code, and we make a PCR test that's going to look for that code, and if it sees it, it's going to amplify it big enough that the test will then say this is positive. And the more of it you have, the higher your viral load is, meaning that how much. So there's also different it can also quantify how much virus is there, saying how much genetic material is there, and that gives us this concept of viral load. And we think that people who have higher viral loads are likely to be more infectious than those people with lower viral loads. And viral load basically goes up and goes down, just like any other type of parameter. But that's what PCR is. It was a Nobel Prize winning invention on how to detect genetic material.
We've got a couple more minutes here. If there are any other questions, just write them in the Q&A box. I had another question, but it has escaped me now. Oh, right. So earlier we were talking with Robin Hanson, who's an economist, not a medical professional, but he comes to this as an economist, right? And he's been talking about this concept of variolation, which is deliberate infection, and he has this idea where you would have this hero hotel essentially, where you would put a lot of healthy low risk people in a confined space for several weeks, whatever time it takes for the virus to enter and leave the body, and infect them at low doses so that they become immune, presumably immune to the virus. I'd like to ask you, what is sort of your, is this something, is this a concept that you've heard of? Is this something that, what is your opinion on this, basically?
So it is a concept that I've heard of, and it comes from the times before there was a vaccine for smallpox, where people would deliberately expose themselves to a small amount of smallpox to develop immunity to it, so that so they would be protected if they were exposed to smallpox in the future. And I think that was an important tool, and it moved us towards vaccination. And I think it was a real key turning point in understanding the biology of infectious diseases. I'm not someone who's a major advocate of doing this for the coronavirus, although I know that there are some people that think this is reasonable. I do think that there is some merit. It's not something that I can dismiss out of hand. It's just that you have to be very careful that you don't expose, that someone does not get a severe case. And we do see some, even though severe cases usually occur in healthy people and unhealthy people that have other medical problems or are older. You can see some infections in people that are infections that become severe in people that are younger, that happen based on idiosyncrasies in their immune system that we don't quite know about. And you have to make sure that you can contain these individuals, that they're not going to leave and they're not going to spread it. I do know we do these kind of virus challenge type experiments on other coronaviruses, and even with malaria, people get infected experimentally. So it's not completely, out in left field to think about this. I just don't know operationally what that would be useful for, because we still don't quite understand all the secrets of the immunity of this. Meaning, if you do get antibodies to it, how long are you protected from it? And are you protected in a way that's called sterilizing, meaning you can't be infected again, or can you be infected again and it's just a mild illness or a clinically silent illness? And with other coronaviruses, we know that people can be experimentally infected maybe a year later. And are those people still contagious? So I don't think that we have the answers the way we did with variolation and smallpox, where we know how this worked, because I think that it's unclear what the immunity duration and durability is. And there are individuals who've been infected with this coronavirus in the wild, meaning in a real setting where they're in the hospital, and they don't develop antibodies. So I think there's a lot of ifs that you have to do to go through before you can say that variolation is an answer to this.
And something else which was discussed in an earlier talk today that I'd like to get your thoughts on is, what's your take on the WHO posting on their website, I think this morning actually, and it might even still be there, that there is actually no evidence that exposure to the coronavirus produces immunity, or any meaningful immunity. I'm paraphrasing, but I'm sure you're aware of the statement that they've made.
Sure. The WHO put that statement out, and they since clarified it on Sunday. Actually, they clarified it because there's a difference in the way we as physicians or scientists talk about evidence and the way that the general public takes that to mean. The fact is that there isn't evidence because we haven't followed those people out far enough to see if they're re-exposed, do they get infected? So yes, there is not any peer-reviewed scientific evidence that shows that. But we do know that when people get infected with an infectious disease, that they do have immunity that will persist for some period of time. We don't know what the period of time is with this virus, and we don't know how durable it is and how much it wanes over time. And I think that's what the WHO statement was referencing, is the fact that we haven't done the studies to look at the duration. It doesn't mean that we have evidence to the contrary. It just means no one has done those studies yet. And I think that's kind of a term of art, the way that physicians and scientists use the word evidence versus the way people interpreted it to mean. And that's why the WHO put out a clarification soon after that first statement.
Chris has got a question. Chris, do you want to ask your question, or would you like me to do it for you? All right, well, I'll go ahead and ask it then. So what are your thoughts on citizen scientists and the DIY bio community, and what opportunities do you think exist in citizen science during this pandemic?
Well, I'm a big fan of citizen scientists, and I do like the whole DIY biology community, so long as they do it safe and nothing, and they observe the proper biosafety that you would expect them to do. I think there's lots of things that people, so it's really hard to work with this virus. It's a BSL-3 virus, so I think you have to be really careful if you're doing DIY with this. But I think there's a lot of interesting stuff that people can do in terms of looking at the genetic sequence, that they can do it on their computers at home and try and understand where this virus is going, where it came from, what strains are related to other strains. There's important research like that. I think I'd just be wary about citizen scientists working with the BSL-3 agent even if they have one of their friends or somebody that gets infected, you want to make sure that you're doing biosafety. So I don't want to encourage people to experiment with this virus outside of a proper laboratory, because we don't want inadvertent infections to occur. And you want to make sure that people are handling this virus safely. And I don't think most DIY bio enthusiasts have access to that type of biosafety.
Okay, I'm conscious of your time here, but I've got a couple more questions here. Naveed, go ahead. You're on the mic.
Hi, thanks. Real quick question. You know, the Imperial College numbers early on were really high. You probably remember like the 5.6%, up to 5.6%, and that drove a lot of, you know, the media and everything, which is interesting itself. But anyway, recently the antibody testing from Stanford shows, you know, I'm sure you know the numbers and the impact of and you know the difference between case and infectious fatality, considering the community spread. So just wondered what the discussion is among the scientists in your space about that kind of, you know, how that response, what happened there, and just generally get your thoughts on that.
Sure. So in the early days of any type of outbreak, you're going to get what's called a severity bias in the data, because the cases that come to light, the ones that show up in hospitals, aren't going to be representative of what's going on in the community, because there's many people, especially with a virus like who for the majority of people just get common cold-like symptoms, aren't going to be counted. They're not going to be at the hospital. They're not going to get a test. So we knew from the very beginning, when you were seeing numbers like 5.6%, that was really a reflection of severity bias. And once we tested more, once testing was including everybody, those with mild symptoms, those that were exposed, that you would see this case fatality rate fall. And you have seen it fall. And many studies now have really started to look at this being less than 1%. And some studies have it even lower than that, like at 0.5%, and even some even lower than that. So I do think that this is something that we knew was going to happen. And if you remember back to 2009 in the H1N1 pandemic, when we started getting reports in Mexico of individuals dying and on ventilators in Mexico with a novel flu virus, everybody was very, very worried. But we quickly figured out that that was a severity bias sample. This is a little bit different, because even though the case fatality rate may be 0.5 or in that range, the fact is there's no population immunity to this like there was for H1N1 in 2009. So the fact is a small percentage of a big number of susceptible individuals is still going to lead to a big number. So this will have an outsized impact when you compare it to seasonal flu, or even to the pandemic in 2009, H1N1. And the other pandemics in 57 and 68, because of the fact that there is no population level immunity. But we did know that those numbers were influencing modelers, influencing people to think about social distancing measures. And that's unfortunate that sometimes those models and those numbers can be misinterpreted, because many policymakers are trying to err on the side of caution. And sometimes they're heavily influenced by spurious numbers and severity bias. And I think that's clearly what we saw in the early stages of this outbreak, although many of us in the field had thought that this was likely to be less than 1%.
Well, thank you so much for your time and for your thoughtful commentary and your talk on this very important topic. I think we all learned something here from how this virus spreads, and looking forward to following you on Twitter and all of the interesting things that you're putting out. So where can people find you?
You can find me on Twitter. My handle is @Amish, AMESHAA. I also have a website called Tracking Zebra, which is a blog and stuff that you could find stuff that I've written there. I haven't updated it for a little bit, but that's a good way to find me if you need to get in contact with me, or on Twitter.
Thank you. And have a good rest of your day.
You too. Thank you for having me.
Cheers. So that concludes day one of Reset Everything. I am absolutely exhausted. We've been doing this for 10 hours now. So yeah, I mean, I'm happy to stay on for a couple more minutes and just, get your thoughts. So if anybody has any thoughts here, I'd like to share something, just raise your hand and we'll give you mic access.
Thank you, Sebastian, for helping. That was really great. Yeah, this was, I guess, like a very healthcare focused day, and this was really awesome. I would love for all of you to stay tuned for tomorrow, which will be extremely exciting as well. It will be more technology, finance, venture capital focused.
Yeah, let's go through the talks tomorrow. Let's go through the schedule briefly.
Yeah, that would be great.
So if you look at the website, so by the way, everybody, if you want these talks to be in your Google Calendar, you can go to the website. You can click on add to Google Calendar or download the iCal file. So first thing in the morning, we have a talk about funding, about impact funding, which will be very interesting. Then we have Dr. Vandana Shiva on corporate globalism and the failure of globalism. Then we have Azim Azar, who I'm super excited about, on scenarios for a post-pandemic world. I'm sure many of you are familiar with his newsletter. And then we'll have the VC panel/conversations talking about how VC will be impacted by COVID. Then we have a talk by Brian Bellendorf of the Hyperledger Foundation on transparency and trust and the role of open software and enterprise blockchain technology as a response to COVID-19. Axel Kaiser on government interventionism and economic policy. Is coronavirus deadly for democracy? Ruth Ben-Gate on authoritarianism and the coronavirus. And then we have a talk which we've had to replace, so I don't have that yet. Jim Bianco of Bianco Research will be talking about the Fed and all of the bailout measures, potential upsides of COVID-19 by Creon Levitt and Alison Duetman, who's here in the chat with us. Will also be speaking later in the day. And finally, Yaya Fanusi on increased OPSEC will be the new normal. So yeah, tomorrow will be much more policy and governance focused, money, economics. So this should be really interesting and really fun. So looking forward to seeing all of you here tomorrow as well. So what did we learn today? Alex, any thoughts? What's your high level takeaway?
It's really hard to think clearer right now. I would say, distrusting institutions and just challenging institutions and de-stop intellectuals might not work in politics, but still they are encouraging alternative ways of thoughts and action that was not done before. And I think the paradigm shift allows for this because everyone was caught by surprise, and therefore, the rise of citizen journalism can arise. We've seen Robin Hanson, who is extremely, of course, recognized, but he is not part of, the mainstream movement and advise, violation. And same for, Ryan Selkis, who's been on Twitter a lot doing his own research. And so it's really amazing to see the era of data that we've been telling for decades now gone to fruition with personalities online just rising, doing their own research, and perhaps challenging the institutions that have failed, like we've seen with World Health Organizations or the CDC, who did some bad parts into handling this. And so this was really interesting.
Yeah.
And I'm really looking forward to the next few years to see how they will implement those things, because I definitely think that this will lead to some action and some novel treatments that this exceptional situation will allow. So this is really exceptional times. We have never seen this before. And so I'm really eager to see finally, the healthcare space and the policy space, which has been historically so slow to move, be actually very innovative. So this is, I think, my high level takeaway today.
Cool. Yeah. I mean, when you talk about distrust in institutions, I feel like that exists. It certainly does exist, but it's perhaps less prevalent in Europe. I think it's more so of an American phenomenon. I mean, here in France, for instance, there's been polls recently, that tell us that majority of people are distrusting government and trusting scientists and institutions, and so sort of like scientific institutions. So I'm not sure how much of that applies here. Allison, you're in here. Why don't you plug your talk? Go ahead and plug away. Are you still with us? Okay, well, she's muted. Maybe she's not actually with us. Okay, well, it's midnight. How about we end it there?
Sure.
I don't know how many of these people are still actually with us, or maybe they're just gathering.
33. Well, it's dropping off, which means like the people were active before, which is really amazing. Really awesome turnout. We've been at like 120 on average, with some spikes at 140, 150 attendees live.
Yeah.
Plus, and that's without counting the YouTube live. So really awesome turnout. Thank you everyone for joining. And yeah.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Cheers, everybody.
Bye.